Hello and welcome everybody to the Fates Voyage Onward World Qualifier Open. It's Gems and Fresh Lobster bringing you the action today on the caster's desk. And Gems, it's been a while, but I'm super excited to be back here in action with you.
Yeah, I am super glad to be back as well, joined by you, Fresh Lobster, and what a day we've had so far already. For those of you guys just tuning in, APAC has just finished announcing their winner of JO1 with a fantastic match in round one, where JO1 had a insane run throughout the entire tournament, winning one of the final matches with a skip top deck to steal like a champion strength, and it was just insane. If you haven't watched it, go back and watch it after EMEA and just enjoy that action.
That does sound lovely. JO1 is the legend of this game and the very deserved winner of this tournament. But for now, we are going to be focusing on the EMEA shard, and we have an incredibly stacked field here as well. A lot of experienced players and a lot of players who are going to deserve to take home that trophy and that World Championship qualification spot. But before we go into that, we show you guys, especially the newer viewers, the format of today's games. This is basically the same as the best of 3 gauntlet in-game. This is also known as Riot Lock. The rules are players bring 3 different decks with no duplicated champions, no duplicated region combination, and no more than 1 non-champion deck at all. At the start of each set, players ban one of their opponent's decks, and then players cannot use the deck again after winning a game with it. Last rule is each tournament round lasts for 65 minutes at maximum, so they have to finish their games in time. And next up, we have a look at the prize pool.
Yeah, and the prize pool, as you guys can see here, is a huge 5,000 USD dollars, as well as a world invite for number 1. And if you go looking down through the positions, going down at second, you get 15 points, and third and fourth, you get 12, fifth and 8th, you get 9th, and so on and so forth. But what's super important is these Runeterra points. These Runeterra points allow players who don't make it to first place a really good chance of qualifying for this season's World Qualifier spots, as well as the overall point spots throughout the entire year.
A lot of players going to be duking it out and very worthy of making it to the final World Championship event. Let's have a look at which players are actually going to compete today. We do have our bracket ready and it is looking incredibly stacked. So here is the first 16 players. We are going to be splitting this into 4 segments. What are the standout matchups that you see here, Gems?
So obviously we have PVH, we have Smooth Soloist. There's too many to go through. We had a little brief look beforehand, but there is a stacked top 64 if I've ever seen one. Tons of reoccurring names. Shlulu Flippy's back. Numiel, famous streamer here in return the EMEA shard. And as you can see again, the second screen, we have Ultraman and Kuvira, as well as at least I got the CS.
Ultraman and Kuvira should be a very fun French-speaking matchup, but there's also plenty of other very strong people. CS is a previous tournament finalist. Hipster Waldo did make a World Championship appearance before. A lot of experience across the board here and some very interesting matchups. As we continue going into the next part of 16, one matchup that really pops into my eyes right here is Pinaz versus Sonic Holic, 2 behemoths of the EMEA tournament scene.
Yeah, and as usual, the German dominance in EMEA has been shown. We've got Tilted, we've got Jarl, we've got Bullfire. It's just this top 64 is just completely full of the Germans.
Yeah, and just as you mentioned it, about half of the players on this flag is also German. We see Kurashi and Taddy. Very unfortunate for them that they might already be playing in the second round of this top 64 because they are teammates. They did win LoR Masters Europe together. They probably prepared together, so they won't be happy to see this. But so many stacked Germans here. Barcode, a previous tournament winner. Ghoster Driver, a fan favorite as well, a very creative player. So much to unravel, so much to see here, and it's gonna hurt to have so many of these players drop out. A lot of them will have to leave us early.
Yeah, it's an absolutely stacked tournament, and unfortunately the name of the game means that half of those most likely are going to be gone straight away after this first round, which is going to be super unfortunate. But we have such a stacked first match for you guys today. We have Teddy versus appropriately named Barcode.
And that is a banger of a matchup. Again, German versus German. bit unfair. But I'm going to be very curious to see what these players have been cooking up. Barcode going in with the Jace Heimerdinger deck that has fallen a bit out of favor in the recent meta, but Barcode seems to have found a niche in the current meta to make use of it. What do you think its strengths are, Gem?
I suspect the main aim of this type of deck is to prey on a lot of the Demacia decks that people have been bringing. It's got a copy of Ruination, it's got Quietus, which will stem sort of the early aggression. It's got a good way of stabilizing against the Demacia decks we've been seeing across the board.
Echo Jinx is the second bring, so it looks like this is a bit of a shift up in strategy, a much more tempo-based, a much more aggressive deck. Also one that hasn't seen too much play in recent days, but a very potent bring here that might catch people by surprise.
Yeah, completely agree. I don't see anything outstanding in the list in terms of like tech choices. It's a very straightforward Echo Jinx list. It has got obviously the one Ruthless Predator, which can help sneak in a little bit here, or easier removal. And the third deck, the deck we've been seeing on ladder, dominating everywhere at the moment, the Janna Nyla.
Yeah, this is going to be the bane of the current meta. It's a deck that is hard to target, really, because in the hands of the right players, this allows so much skill expression that you can even have some serious game in most of the unfavored matchups. Here we see the more controller combo-oriented version of the list with triple Wizened Helmsman and 3 Sunken Tempest, which is kind of common these days. Going over to Teddy on the other side. What do you think, James? Isn't this your favorite list of all time?
Yeah, I mean, I know I'm known as the Scouts guy. I know historically that is my favorite deck, and this is looking to be a very standard Scouts list from Teddy. Has got the one Chain Vest in there, which is pretty much the only sort of big dividing card for the most part. That and Duran's Sculptor. Some lists have decided to cut in or cut out from it. In this case, Teddy is running it. And then we see the second Demacia deck from Teddy, which is the Jarvan Galliode list, which is again another heavy Demacia deck, which is probably what Barcode is expecting to see from a lot of players.
Yeah, that's where the Heimer pick might really pay off. We will see. But interesting to see this 2-2-2 champion split. 2 Garens who has been sneaking his way into the deck list a little bit. 2 Jarvans and 2 Gallios. So a bit of everything. Some fair amount of interaction here with 3 Gentlemen's Duels, but also most importantly 2 champion strengths to close out the game quickly. And to no big surprise, we do see Neela Janna as the third deck again.
Yeah, it looks to be practically the same list as Barcode. It's going to be a very standardized list. I think there's only a couple of real differences across most of the board right now. I think the consensus is this shell is the strongest shell of these 2 champions at the moment. And I think a lot of the tech choices will be mainly how many Eye of the Storms you're running. Do you run an extra heavy metal? How much weapons are you expecting? I don't expect to see that many more differences.
Yeah, what I did notice about Teddy's Janna Neela list, though, is 2 Aftershocks is not very common, but it seems to be targeting the Janna Neela mirror to get rid of that Sunken Temple. So Teddy probably wants to play the Janna Neela deck into Barcode's Janna Neela as well as into Set Seraphim and other Sunken Temple decks, at the cost of only playing 1 Eye of the Storm in Teddy's deck, so a bit lower on the draw and consistency there maybe. We did see the Janna Neela be banned on Teddy's side. We did not quite see what got banned on Barcode's side. But we do see the Heimerdinger actually slip through. I think that's going to mean that on Barcode's side, the Echo Jinx deck got banned.
Yeah, it doesn't surprise me a little bit. And this is a pretty good starting hand from both sides. Barcode obviously got the Mystic Shot, got the Soul Harvest. Easy sort of a help in the sort of the early turn stabilization. Can remove the Duran, can remove Broadwing. It should help slow this match down.
Duran Sculptor is an incredibly important card in this matchup, but is not going to stick around for long. In Barcode's hand, we do see plenty of adequate removal for this. Also, Barcode's going to be pretty happy to already see the Heimerdinger in hand, to be able to flip the board fairly quickly a bit later on once the Heimerdinger turrets get online.
Yeah, I mean, this is going to be a match for Teddy that's good. Teddy's really going to struggle with, right? So in this match, you're going to have to try and find turns where you can try and build a wide board, which is going to be kind of difficult because Barcode's job basically the entire time is to try and stop that. And what we're seeing, most likely even potentially like an Aftershock or like a Soul Harvest. Soul Harvest here is probably a bit better because it plays around the form up that's running Teddy's deck, and I quite like that.
Also more mana efficient for sure, and the Aftershock is going to be kept for something like Misfortune. I am very much in agreement here. with Barcode so far very effective on the removal, and also Ferris Financier as a defensive body that does pull a potential Ruination that has to be the pick here, and we do see it pop up in Barcode's hand.
Yeah, a second Ruination in the deck basically for Barcode all but makes this this matchup feel a lot safer, right? They're going to feel safer knowing essentially from turn 6 onwards at any point, if Teddy tries to go a little bit too wide, you're just going to remove the entire board.
And it's so good because Barcode is already doing well on not letting Teddy snowball out of control. Barcode is keeping up with the tempo, with the pressure that Teddy is putting out here. Of course, Teddy does have slightly more mana-efficient units than the removal of Barcode's side. He's building a little bit of a lead here, which is gonna amplify with a Quinn being played very soon. But also Vengeance and Shock Blast and the likes on Barcode's side. A bit of a tough decision. Can we play the Heimerdinger here? Do we have to play removal? It's not the easiest call to make, because if we do play that removal, we're not banking mana to threaten Ruination later on.
Yeah, the issue is if you do want to play Heimerdinger here, you have to wait until at least the scout attack has gone through, because you run the risk of Teddy potentially just going, okay, I'm removing Heimerdinger with the 2 attacks, which isn't ideal in terms of like Teddy wanting to keep the board presence. But Heimerdinger would quickly snowball out of control and be way too difficult, I think, to deal with the amount of units that come out. And obviously, we know Scouts has pretty little to no interaction outside of basically champion strength.
Absolutely true, but it does have enough pressure to just roll the opponent over. So what does this Aftershock by Barcode tell us? Instead of going for the Shock Blast, that means Barcode definitely wants to be banking mana for the Ruination next turn. That is one of the potential game plans. The issue is, the Quinn was the perfect development for Teddy here, because she puts out so much damage and so much pressure on this very turn. Barcode is already gonna take another 7 here and go down to 8 HP. Another question is, can they find a good spot for Ruination, and can that turn the tides of this game around?
Yeah, it's going to be incredibly difficult. I mean, Production Surge is a huge draw as well. Can potentially start allowing Barcode to go wide, which with units, hopefully, depending on the hits. Heimerdinger is going to generate another turret as well. So this will hopefully allow for one more turn of potential survival. But as we can see, Barcode elects not to go that route, using Mystic instead, which will generate a blocker, while also floating up 2 to still have that Ruination just in case.
It's pretty smooth play. It also keeps options open for Barcode, because Barcode's goal right now is still just to not let Teddy's board spiral out of control. Teddy cannot go too wide here, and that's exactly what Mystic Shot does, is preventing that going wide by taking out an attacker while developing a blocker. And you still have the option of Production Surge for 2 or even 3 more blockers, depending on what you randomly pull. But at the same time, you do keep the Ruination threat open for next turn. It's a very efficient mana maneuvering here by Barcode.
Yeah, the next great thing about Ruination here is there's obviously a Heimerdinger on the board. Oh, okay, they're just throwing away the Ruination option. Ruination would have still generated a turret with Heimerdinger on the board. So you still would have had a blocker for at least 1 more unit on the following developments should Teddy have developed wide.
And Barcode has to be happy about this one. A little bit of a high roll on the Production Surge, getting 2 1/1s instead of 1 2/1 blocker, which is just what I mentioned earlier on. You need to have more blockers than Teddy has attackers here, and you are going to be fine eventually. And Barcode does not have the Ruination threat anymore, but Teddy's board doesn't look too threatening right now, especially with the card like Vengeance in hand. That being said, Genevieve comes out, which can threaten Heimerdinger efficiently, if not taken care of immediately.
Yeah, one thing to note is it depends if you're Barcode, what you're valuing here. You probably want to keep the Heimerdinger alive. However, doing that means Quinn is most likely going to level up.
So is that worth it is the big question. I would personally say yes, because the Heimerdinger will stop the Quinn from hitting your Nexus even in future turns. And Barcode knows that the Heimerdinger is going to be pretty safe. Does disagree with me here though, and does remove the Quinn instead to stop the Valor's basically saying Heimerdinger already did enough for me. I'm getting a juicy 6/1 turret, which is great on offense as well as defense, and does stabilize the board here quite effectively.
And we see Teddy going for a more value-oriented trade here with the Genevieve, or at least considering the option instead of the turret. I quite like this because you have to remember in Scouts a lot of the time, your win condition is usually a wide board with champion strength, and if you throw away a lot of the units like then Champion Strength for Demacia become pretty much dead cards in your hand if you've only got like a 1 or 2 wide board.
I do agree with you, but at the same time, it is a tough choice to make because you don't have Champion Strength in hand right now, and you're also a bit more on a clock. The Heimerdinger deck is always going to outvalue you in the long term, so the longer the game goes, the likelier it is that the Heimerdinger deck is going to run away, and Teddy seems to go for the more aggressive line of play here, trying to clear out as many blockers as possible now that the Heimerdinger is gone.
Oh, and now we have the Sergeant in hand with MF in hand. This is a very, very tough turn. And I love what Barco is doing. This is the standard control player move, just hit pass. Because they know Scouts has to play something. Like there's no way around it. Scout has to develop.
Yeah, the board is not enough in Teddy's favor to accept the pass to end turn at open attack. Teddy needs to push in some Nexus damage here. And after the Scrutinizing Sergeant is played, I'm pretty sure we're going to see some type of removal. Barcode elects to go for the Shock Blast. Very effective removal here, still keeping the Ruination for the bigger threats later on, and at the same time keeping mana open to redevelop Ferris Financier as well as the little Adaptatron.
Also, I do like Teddy going for the Sergeant first, because there is the opportunity to hit a second Misfortune. And then you wouldn't have to have developed. You could have kept your second Misfortune for after any removal came out and guaranteed it on the board. The other option obviously was to play Misfortune first and then try to get a double Misfortune. That could be very greedy.
Yeah, it is pretty slick by both players so far. We do see the Champion's Strength top deck by Teddy, but Teddy has to play the 4 Demacia first so that the units don't trade down. This is gonna force a Ruination out of Barcode, and that clears the board, and Barcode is very stable here because Teddy has no units left to develop, while Barcode top decked the second Heimerdinger. I'm pretty sure Barcode is in firm control of this game at this point, and I don't think they're gonna lose the grip of this game anymore.
Yeah, that is usually what ends up happening in this sort of match, and that is not a unit you want to see coming out here from the Island Navigator. Especially if you wanted to consider trying to do Champion Strength this turn, because it will just, because it's ephemeral, it will just die on its first attack.
And the Vengeance top deck for Barcode is also perfect, making use of all of the mana, taking care of the only attacker that is going to be left after this turn, generating a strong offensive turret. I love to see it. But also, what do you think of Barcode's Ferris Financier pull so far? 2 Ruinations, the second one even had the option to go for a Vengeance if needed. Pretty bonkers.
Yeah, in this matchup, you know the way you pretty much only lose this is usually from Champion Strength, and if you at least hold up Ruination mana every time your opponent wants the Champion Strength, that puts them in an awkward position because they have to decide whether or not they want to commit the Champion Strength or go for an attack without it. And if you do go Champion Strength and then Ruinate, they usually can't redevelop after it. They've usually spent Scouts usually spends their entire turn basically only doing that one action usually.
So Barcode correctly identifying the win condition in these Ruinations and also very much playing towards them. Some expert piloting that we've seen so far. And Teddy is still desperately hanging on here, is going to take every opportunity that Teddy gets to still try to win this game somehow. We might see a Champion Strength this turn, but it's very unlikely that this is going to make Barcode care too much. With 4 cards left in hand and one of them being Ruination, I just don't see enough threats that Teddy can pull out here.
Yeah, I'd love Barcode's play, just consistently passing, waiting for there to be a big enough threat on the board, and we see the surrender coming out from Teddy. The first match going over to Barcode. Fantastic play. The Heimer Jace deck really working out here for Barcode, allowing them to take a very, very solid, convincing Game 1 victory.
And Teddy coming in with the snap and concede. Also, that's often a sign of a really strong player, actually, because he immediately realized there's absolutely no chance of winning this anymore. After the Ruination, just as you mentioned earlier on, Gems, the Heimerdinger still generated a T-Hex that can just open attack on the next turn, and there's nothing the Scout deck can do against that. And that means we're going into the game 2. Teddy switching up the decks to the triple champion, the Demacia Freljord pile, against Barcode's Janna Mila.
Yeah, I noticed Teddy put the Omen Hawk back into the deck here, favoring having Durand plus Elixir instead on turn 2, and it's gonna work out pretty well for them.
That is very, very strong. The Durant Sculptor staying alive is pretty big. And we see in Barcode's hand that there's no more removal. So Teddy is going to have a shot at snowballing a bit here. Also, the blocking Badger Bear getting beefed up here is very juicy. It's going to be a 4-5. I think it's a one-off in Teddy's deck. And it might be able to stop something like a level Janna or, later on in this game.
Yeah, it was a one-off. It's a fantastic card in most Demacia packages, but we have seen it get slowly cut out a little bit because essentially it usually ends up competing in that 3-cost spot with a lot of other cards. Yes, it's got great stats, but it's very, I guess, deck dependent on what you're trying to beat as well, because the ability to be able to block elusives can come in very handy. We've seen, as we saw over in APAC earlier on today, we saw Teemo Yumi, so we have seen some elusive decks sort of crawling around all the way into the finals. So I do love.
And it is also just a well-statted card. 3 mana 4/4. Remember when there was outrage about that back in the days? Well, here we are. Teddy's trying to go wider on the board. No play of Darkened Spear. Just keeping mana open for the Gentleman's Duel, which is also a very slick play. Another thing to mention about this very strong stat line of the Badger Bear is Gentleman's Duel is going to remove Janna, and that is exactly why Teddy kept floating mana earlier on and did not play something like the Darkened Sphere here for the attack. Taking care of Janna right away, that is a perfect start for Teddy.
Yeah, the Janna here is by far the bigger threat. That mana reduction can end up being huge here for Barcode, allow them to kind of snowball the game very, very quickly. Unfortunately, obviously, we see the Sunken Temple drawn here for Barcode. Sunken Temple, one of those cards that came out quite recently. Fantastic landmark, but the problem is against decks like Demacia, who are consistently putting board pressure on you, it can sometimes effectively end up being as like a turn 5 do nothing for a little bit and put you really far behind.
I do agree. Barcode does realize this as well. The Temple is just too slow of a play. It just doesn't really progress your board state while the Demacia deck keeps snowballing. And that's exactly what Teddy is doing. Now finding the window and finding the time to play the Darkened Spear onto the Petricide Heart, making this formidable unit enormously swole. And with the Jarvan follow-up on the next turn, this is looking like a very juicy open attack.
Yes, however, both Janna and Neela are most likely going to survive here. We're probably going to see blocks just from the Pool Shark, maybe throw a gotcha down or something. It's not that overly threatening, that open attack yet, which means that, yeah, obviously that gives Barcode a lot of time to try and level up the Janna here.
The good thing for Barcode here is that the Windborn Mariner is basically a human meat shield for the Janna right now, because the aggro of Jarvan is going to be targeted towards that Windborn Marina instead of pulling Neela or Janna. And that means that Barcode does have control over the blocks, a lot of discounted cards in hand, and that makes it fairly likely that this Janna is going to level up this turn or next turn.
Yeah, what Teddy's really looking for, I mean, we can see Teddy's got the champion strength. This is going to be a huge champion strength turn. So Barcode has to find ways of efficiently... Oh, no, they're going Jarvan, yes. So champion strength will be next turn. Barcode's really going to want to try and chip down some of this board as soon as possible. Before that comes down, because if you know obviously from Janna Neela, it's mainly just direct damage for the most part. So some of these units that have been getting buffed by Durand are going to be pretty difficult to deal with.
Let's see how Barcode approaches this. Of course, the Whirlwinds and especially the Howling Gales are very effective here, but Barcode also has the other option of playing the Sunken Temple here, which is probably going to make the Neela level up. And that is also very effective at weakening all of those formidable units. Of course, right now, Teddy only has one on his side of the board. Barcode does go for the Sunken Temple. I do think that is a very wise play, because you do need to be a bit greedy. You need to be a bit fortunate here to get back into this game. Teddy has built such a strong lead already early on. The Divine Whirlwind follow-up is going to take care of that Sculptor. And it's actually starting to look more and more even here. But Teddy does have that very threatening champion strength in hand.
Yeah, and can still play the buff here to allow the Durand Sculptor to survive while still floating enough perfectly for the folding turn to be able to champion strength.
I love this play by Teddy, very much playing towards the win condition. Teddy, of course, also realizing the Sunken Temple came down. My opponent just invested a lot of mana. This is the opportunity for a big offense. And then just keeping this Durand Sculptor alive is so important because it's gonna be an extra 6/6 on this next attack. I am very much expecting a champion strength here.
Yeah, Jarvan isn't that great. I mean, double Jarvan could be good because you will get access to Judgment. However, that's not on this turn. That would be on following turns, and that could be kind of slow. You can still play champion strength this turn, develop Jarvan on the following turn afterwards.
Yeah. Garen, yeah, that might come in very handily.
Yeah.
The 2 Garens in hand. I do think it is a bit too slow. Like you mentioned earlier on, champion strength just seems to be the most straightforward play. Now, the good thing for Barcode is we did mention this Nida level up coming in pretty clutch because it puts multiple units into gotcha range here for the effective removal. And Teddy does not have any more mana left for more Elixir of Irons or for Sky Splitters, which means that Barcode... Oh, okay, just putting the gotcha on the stack right away.
Yeah, I guess this kind of forces a block from Jarvan.
So Teddy does have the option here to either...
I mean, you
What's the
don't really...
reasoning for gotcha on this stack? It's throwing me off a bit, but I'm not sure. I might be missing something here.
I guess it forces Jarvan to block instead of Badger Bear. But you could have just done it after Champion Strength was committed from Teddy's side. Obviously, we have Caster Vision where we're able to see that we know Champion Strength was most likely coming down. Whereas on Barcode's side, they don't know that. And maybe they're playing around...
Or maybe it's around something like a second... Well, something like Galio. Maybe something like a second Darken Spear. I don't remember how many copies Teddy plays. Okay. And after some thought, it does make sense. We do see the Janna level up. This is one of the most valuable level ups in the game, especially in the current meta game. Just such a relentless draw engine and discount engine, especially if you also have Sunken Temple online.
Yeah, this is where this deck becomes extremely scary. Sunken Temple's gotten 1 or 2 turns in. We've now drawn essentially a full hand again. All of it's discounted thanks to Janna, and everything's going to get even further discounted as the match goes on.
And Teddy just keeps on developing, keeping the champion strength so far, and did deploy the Garen, which does mean Judgment is going to be online. And this is something that you don't really play around usually if you're Barcode, right? Garen is just a 2-off in Teddy's deck. And let's be honest, when was the last time you've ever seen a Judgment in Legends of Runeterra be played?
Yeah, I think if you're Teddy, after seeing all these spells in the stack, you're probably going to be banking on that, right? It depends on what Barcode removes. If you're Barcode, you're most likely going to spread the removal out across the board. There is a chance you do target Garen, though.
Okay, this Garen is not going to make it, which means Judgment is not going to be an option. Barcode just immediately popping everything. Again, I think Barcode is mostly playing around Galio here. Teddy did keep 7 mana up, threatening that potential Galio to get all of these HP counts out of removal range, but Barcode realizing I need to pull the trigger right now, and does remove most of the stuff on Teddy's side. The second Garen that gets deployed, unfortunately for Teddy, there's no more Judgment available, and even more unfortunately for Teddy, the second Howling Gale is also going to take care of the second Garen. Yeah,
this is when, again, it becomes very difficult for Teddy to sort of claw back into this match. You kind of need to develop that wide board with high HP, set up for like a Galio. Unfortunately, there's been no Galio. Champion Strength, again, is a card that's very conditional in a lot of these decks. You need to have a board presence worthy of using it, and wasn't able to keep it. As we've seen, Barcode has been very liberal with his use of removal. At every point in the game is keep the board size small. Don't let it go wide. Remove the value Champion Strength can give.
And the Sunken Temple gamble really paid off for Barcode, finding just the right pieces of removal to take care of this super wide board state on Teddy's side. Locks do get committed. The Badger Bear and Petricide Hound will both survive and will be available as blockers. So it might still take the Janna Nila deck a turn or two to really threaten the lethal here. But Teddy is just running out of steam.
Yeah, this is the big issue. A lot of these Demacia decks in general will run out of steam eventually. The idea is usually they get the value trades in the early stages of the game, or don't attack and just slowly build up a big sort of commanding board. But if you end up taking too long, or your opponent in this case manages to get that leveled up Janna on the board, as we can see, like you get the Wizened Helmsman, that's going to add double more removal in the hand, another Divine Whirlwind or Howling Gale, which basically keeps Teddy from being able to actually develop any presence.
Yeah, that is some super aggressive offensive draw by Barcode. And scratch what I said earlier on, I think Barcode is going to be able to threaten the lethal this turn, and we're going to have to see if Teddy can do anything against it. The only thing Teddy has going for himself right now is the Darkened Spear. Once it gets returned to hand, it will turn into an Anaka. That's at least one good way of making use of a lot of mana, but there's no follow-up. Barcode's board is already too wide. I don't think there's much left that Teddy can do here.
Yeah, so Barcode has enough here to push for lethal. Can use the Eye of the Storm, can use the Divine Whirlwind, and what else? Yeah, I think
that's already
just about enough.
6 additional damage. The only question is, does Teddy hold the Gentleman's Duel? Barcode should have the read that it's probably not the case. That card has been in Teddy's hand forever. If it would have been Gentleman's Duel, the Janna would not live anymore, but the Janna did already do her job alongside the Sunken Temple. We do see 10 damage get threatened here. Teddy's Nexus gets put down to 2 HP, and the Divine Whirlwind can still be played without a unit available. And we do see it just being used as Nexus Burn, and that means that Barcode takes it and takes down one of the most winning players in Legend of Runeterra's history. Teddy is unfortunately out of this tournament.
Yeah, well played from both sides. Unfortunately, this is, as I've said in countless broadcasts, the nature of card games, right? You have the Teddy, even though Teddy played fantastically, the matchups weren't in his favor, and Barcode did fantastically in sort of having a strong meta read in what to bring with that Heimerdinger Jace, and really coming out on top due to that.
Yeah, I think the matchups were not too bad for Teddy, but Barcode did not only play excellently, but also drew excellently, and the Ferris Financier RNG was on their side. The Sunken Temple draws were definitely on their side. So if you have a super stacked player with Fortune on their side, there's nothing that can stop them, and Barcode does eliminate Teddy 2-0 and move on to the next round. That at least means that Teddy does not have to face his teammate Kurashi in round 2.
I guess you could look at that. That's a weird way of looking at the bright side of that. And we do have another match here in the first round of the top 64 available for you guys, and it's going to be Sonic versus Painus. Again, 2 fantastic players we've seen before, and we're hopping straight in here. And as we can see, it looks to be Janna Teemo versus, again, some version of Galio. We're not sure on the champion split just yet.
Yeah, just a more classic formidable deck, it seems like. The Patricide Chargers are incredibly useful in this matchup because the Janna Nila deck mostly is effective at removing units through spells, and the Patricide Chargers are just immune to that. We already see a Balin on board, also buffing up all of these formidable units. We see even more formidable units be played. The thing with Sonic Holic's deck is it's not the Janna Nila deck, actually. It is, I'm just seeing this now, that does have a leveled Teemo on the side of the board. It is the Demacia Champion Strength version.
Yeah, and Teemo, as you mentioned, is leveled on the board. Champion Strength is available right now. If you're Sonic, you might be considering it purely because you're facing down a pretty hefty Demacia board right now of Formidables.
I wonder how this game must have went for Teemo to level up and still be alive on the board. This is pretty crazy. We now see Painus' hand as well can answer a Champion Strength with his own Champion Strength. That's very interesting. Second Balin in hand as well with 4 Formidables on board is pretty juicy. Let's see if we see a bit of a shootout here with both players committing to a Champion Strength.
Yeah, the crazy thing here is obviously Teemo's going to swing in again and hit for 6 plus potentially double whatever shrooms are left in Painus' deck, which is, again, we don't know. They could have drawn a couple, but we know there's at least 15 currently in the deck.
Yeah, this is a very uncommon game, a very uncommon way to play this Janna Nila deck. Janna Teemo deck. Teemo is usually not there to level up. He's literally just there to be an elusive body that gets buffed by Champion Strength and then hits for 5. But seems like the little scout already put a lot of work, and we do see a champion strength standoff, and that means that Pinus's units are going to be much favored in these upcoming fights and battles.
Yeah, so obviously we have the Whirlwind in hand of Sonic. Can still attack with the Broadwing and remove one of the Formidables. Can attack with the Marina, and then potentially Whirlwind to get another removal, and then Teemo again as elusive, I believe.
Yeah, but the issue here is that the Patricide Chargers is so effective at blocking cards like the Windborne Mariner, right? Yeah. They cannot be touched by the Whirlwind or the Mystic Shot. Only Eye of the Storm would be effective removal here. Both players taking their time and already thinking about what to attack with and how these trades are going to look like. This turn is going to be absolutely key in how this game is going to progress.
You probably want to, Broadwing will remove one of them. Teemo will hit for 6. It's going to be really close because currently, if we look at the board, there is 4 damage in hand, damage-wise on the side of Sonic, with the Mystic Shot and the Divine Whirlwind available. Can potentially sneak in the Clockling, or try and look to sneak in the Clockling for the following turn, and that might be just enough.
Sonic seems to be thinking about a bluff attack with the Windborne Mariner here, because if Sonic Holic would have an Eye of the Storm, it would be a very, very strong attack, right? Potentially taking out the Patricide Charger. But Sonic seems to be deciding against it. Pinus goes in for the revenge with an enormous formidable swing, and that means Sonic is going to have to part ways with some of these blockers.
I think this is completely fine. You have Teemo available again on the next turn with a fantastic open with Clockling and then a Mystic Shot follow-up. Sonic has set themselves up to be in a winning position here.
Yeah, Teemo almost threatens lethal on the open attack. Well, alongside the Mystic Shot and the Divine Whirlwind, it is lethal even if no puff caps are drawn. That is an incredibly strong position for Sonic to be in. You don't even have to worry about the second champion strength because you just get there sooner. And the Clockling is gonna even support this game plan, is gonna help out here. Sonic looks to be in a very dominating position.
Yeah, Pinus, unfortunately, I don't think has a way out of this scenario at all. There's a perfect amount of damage in hand, and they only get to draw a single card, so they can at most only remove one of these 2 elusives.
And it is... well, at least Pinus did dodge puff caps. That's already a strong feat to accomplish. But especially with the next Clockling being developed and even another Teemo just for good measure being picked up, I think Janna makes more sense here for another Eye of the Storm to support this attack. That's exactly what Sonic is going to go for. But it's already lethal on board and more burn in hand. Pinus goes in for the Shenny mode, and we have another previous seasonal champion being knocked out in the round of 64. That's just how stacked this bracket is.
Yeah, it's going to be like this the entire day. It's going to be fantastic matches, fantastic Runeterra gameplay, and a fantastic sort of finale to a sort of the big Worlds Open qualifiers.
Very worthy of being the last World Championship Qualifier Open. We do see a little recap of the action we missed earlier on. Sonic has a Bandit City Freljord deck. That is a very unusual region combination, and I'm curious to see what exactly Sonic was cooking up here. Pinus tried twice with the Demacia Freljord pile, which was this Galio Formidable deck. Did not get a win through, and that means that pile does get knocked out in the round of 64. Sonic will advance to top 32.
Yeah, fantastic play from Sonic. That list was, I believe, the Fizuyumi coming out here from Sonic. Sort of the elusive spam.
Right, another option of an elusive spam. That might mean that Sonic is playing some type of triple elusive-ish lineup, right?
It does leave... So Sonic right now is playing Janna Teemos with Saw, playing Fizuyumi, and then playing the Galio Garen Jarvan.
Okay, an interesting lineup. A lot of aggression on that side, a lot of champion strength rally, and some very creative lineup and deck building. Sonic might have found a good meta read here. And it looks like, okay, we're going back to our beautiful faces while we are waiting for the action to commence. Okay, what do you make of this so far? 2 of the big favorites being knocked out. Teddy and Pinus, both former seasonal championship winners and incredibly stacked players, unfortunately won't be with us anymore.
I mean, considering the entire lineup, even though we've lost 2, we still have like I think 10 other previous
Crazy
top cut finalist winners left available, and we're hopping into Numel versus Go. I'm gonna call them Go.
Yeah, Go seems like a good diplomatic choice. I'm also not quite sure on Naimuel's pronunciation. I just go with this one.
Yeah.
We do see another Janna pop off here, Sunken Temple being drawn, but also Wizened Helmsman to maybe further support with Burn. 2 Divine Whirlwinds in hand are already going to put Go down to 6 HP. Well, Helmsman and the 2 Divine Whirlwinds could end up being lethal already.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what this deck that has been brought. It's obviously some type of Targon invoke list from
Argon Shadow Eyes, not the most common thing ever since Atrocity got rotated, at least. Used to be a common thing. Did definitely fall out of favor. Let's see the hand. It does play a ton of removal spells. Senna in hand, a discounted Living Legends in hand, but it does look like Go never had the opportunity to get that to pop off.
Yeah, so I'm having a look at the deck list right now, and it looks to be like a Senna Cosmic Call control list. Hardly any units in the deck outside of like Cosmic Youngling and Solari Priestess, and basically full-on removal. Running Fallen Stars, Eradications, Sunbursts, Vengeance, 2 Ruinations. Really heavy control deck.
The idea here probably being to have a Senna on board and go for stuff like fast speed eradications, which can really crack the back of a Janna Nila deck. All of those units are in eradication range and going over the top afterwards with those invokes. Here we see Naimuel going for a more value-oriented line, right? Instead of blasting down all of the burn right away, going for the Sunken Temple, which means the Helmsman is going to get shuffled back into deck and not give access to further Divine Whirlwinds. But we did see a super cheeky play. I want to highlight this from Naimuel. This was very concise, killing the own unit to prevent, killing the own Janna even. Such a high priority unit. But that prevents the piercing, what was the name? Piercing Light? The Piercing Darkness?
Darkness, yes.
Right.
The Drain 5.
Almost. Yeah, the 5 Nexus health from being drained from that Janna, while simultaneously dealing 4 Nexus damage. So that really might have turned the complete tides of this game around into Naimuel's favor.
Yeah, it's a really, really close match here. Wouldn't be surprised if we see Senna most likely coming down this turn to set up for the following turn. But again, really, really tough position for Go. A lot of these cards, again, this is kind of the issue when you run too much removal. Could end up just sort of ending up with sort of more of a bricked hand. Does go for the Living Legends, the El Classic Targon Speciality.
Yep.
And obviously they've all been reduced by half the cost thanks to Cosmic Call.
A discounted Cosmic Call is such an incredible card because it's also a mana cheat. It only costs 5. Here it gives Go 8 mana back. Just perfect opportunity to play multiple removal cards here. It could go for double Warrior, could pick up a Serpent, play the Warrior. Oh no, I forgot about the 2 mana from the Traveler. This is a bit of a tough choice, but does go for the Serpent, will follow up with the Scourge, I suspect, and then be able to challenge multiple cards and maybe even force some blocks out of Naimuel.
Ooh, isn't developing the Scourge. I think I would have loved to see Scourge there. You are on a clock, right, at 2 HP, but maybe, I'm trying to think, doesn't want to tap out of healing range, because we know, I'm looking through the deck, Go is running triple Guiding Touch, right, and Star Shapings. So if you tap down below, it allows Numia to have the opportunity to remove a unit, right, and win right there on the spot. Or Whirlwind, Mystic Shot, there's a number of options.
Good point, good point. And we have to see the damage numbers here. This is a lot of overwhelm damage being threatened. I'm not quite sure how much is going to go through exactly. This might be enough to already close up the game because Naimuel only has 4 HP to block with. It's exact OTK lethal, blowing up the Nexus from 20 HP. Wow.
Yeah, that was looking so good for Naimuel right up until the Scourge hit. It's just, it happens every time. It's Scourge or the elusive spell.
Okay, I will play devil's advocate here. I will criticize one line of play by Naimuel, which might have cost the game, and that was playing the Sunken Temple instead of keeping the Wizened Helmsman in hand. I'm not sure if it's just me being biased with caster vision. I want to hear your take on this, Gems, because Naimuel did have a Helmsman in hand, and could have pulled a third Divine Whirlwind the next turn if they would have not played the Sunken Temple to shuffle the Helmsman back into the deck.
Yeah, it's a very tough decision to make because you have to assume, I guess, that you're going to draw the perfect card to win, right? As well. Was the Wizened Helmsman wasn't enough on its own, or was it? I can't remember. They were at
No,
two.
it would have been because the Wizened Helmsman always pulls another Divine Whirlwind, right? Or at least has high odds of pulling another one.
Yeah, it's a tough call to make because of how much healing, I guess, Ghost
True.
Dex runs. That's kind of the point, I think, that Naimyo was struggling with. There's a lot of healing. It's 2-star shapings and triple guiding touch available. Obviously, we are unaware of how many of each of those have been played up until that point, so we can only guess and make assumptions. But from our side, we'll expect there to have been most of them still available.
Yeah, that is a good point. Also, you don't really expect that Targon deck to just OTK you out of nowhere with just on turn 8, right? With just 8 mana available, and go finding the line of play, finding the window of opportunity, and making perfect use of it with a perfect, precise Nexus Lethal, which leads us to game 3, another heavy Shadow Isles control pile on Go's side.
Yeah, this is a Karma set Shadow Isles
Sure.
version. Again, yeah, this is again, some spices being brought here in this tournament. From looking through their list, it is very much just a control deck. There's 2 Vengeances, 1 Ruination, triple Eradication. Looks to be very heavily trying to target Formidables, I would say, or Demacia-based decks.
Go seems to have tried to build an anti-Janna Nila lineup with all of this Eradicate spam. It's a very interesting and a very risky choice. The good thing is Eradicate also hits a lot of other parts of the meta, like this Formidable deck that just surged in popularity since yesterday, I would say, since the last 2 days or so.
Scouts as well, it hits that for the most
True.
part too. There's a number of board-based decks right now that it's really good into. The issue obviously becomes when you try to run such a sort of teched lineup as Go here, the unfortunate nature of depends on who your opponents are and whether or not you hit the decks you want to hit.
Yeah, Go needs to have a bit of fortune on this bracket run, basically, to run into the right lineups and to find those decks that Go wants to counter. But first, Naimyo is going to make another stand here with a pretty solid opening. Does have Nila already online, already generated some slipstreams. I'm a bit surprised to not see the Janna be played on turn 4 here.
Probably just worried about removal, right? Has got the Sunken Temple there. I don't believe there is an answer to the temple in this Karma list. I'm just having a look through. Oh no, they do. There is. Okay, there are a few options. They're running the Spectral Surveyor, so they can generate landmark.
That's actually
removal.
already in hand of Go. Yeah, maybe the Janna was not played because of the Eradicate threat. Of course, this day 2 is open deck lists. Both players know exactly which cards the other players are playing, which makes the game a lot more strategic in a way that you can more precisely estimate the chances of your opponent having certain cards and playing around them or not playing around them.
Yeah, a lot of the time you have to make sort of educated guesses as to what are the odds they have X card or Y card. In this case, you'll know there's 100% chance they won't have it, or there's an exact X% chance they've drawn it by whatever turn they're on.
Good for the risk-reward ratio fans among the card gamers.
Isn't that all we are? That's all card gamers. We're just risk-reward fans.
I guess
It's
we're all kind of numbers nerds in a way.
Yeah.
Whether we want to admit it or not. We see the delayed Janna development here, and that means that Eradicate is going to be symmetrical. That means that it affects both sides of the board pretty heavily if it does get played. But I think in this position, Go is perfectly fine with keeping the Eradicates for later. Oh, never mind what I said. Does want to remove both champions immediately.
I think it's completely fine. You're playing a control list. Your game plan, if you're on Ghost side, is to make it to turn 10 while still staying at a relatively healthy total. And once the 2 champions on board and Naimyo has tapped out quite a bit, I think it's fine, right? Your game plan is on and perfectly safe.
Yeah, it does actually make sense. Like you said, Go wants to grind Naimyo out of resources. You basically need to get rid of the 3 Nilas, Jannas, and Tempest, and then you'll be in a very stable position. Here, Go also had enough mana to redevelop a 3-3 blocker, while Naimiel only had 2 mana left to develop more attackers, so a very safe defensive turn. That is being followed up by the set here, another very good mid-game board control tool.
Yeah, and I love this pass as well, coming out from Go. Basically doesn't allow Naimiel to maybe put up another Janna or something similar. Does open up set to removal, as we can see here, though. That's the only downside, but there is a single copy of Notify in the deck. We don't know, we don't think that's not been played yet, right? We're assuming.
Yeah, no, I'm pretty sure we didn't see it be played yet. Naimiel does have a tough choice with, do I go for removal? Do I go for the Slipstream spam here? Does opt for the Slipstream to get the draw cycle going. Does draw 2 pretty perfect cards. The Exalted Cloudwinder to continue the draw cycle, while Divine Whirlwind discounted here also can threaten to remove this set super effectively.
Yeah, has to make sure to do it after combat because of Set's ability. Set's, if it hits below 1 HP during combat, will get barrier instead. Something a lot of players, when first playing, I know I've definitely made that mistake. And obviously we're at such a high level here, we're not all going to see that, but for the viewers, reminder to always play it after the attack.
Yeah, we've all been there. We do see the Gotcha coming out to take care of the Pit Profession, if I recall correctly. Is the name of the card. Notify does get drawn, eventually take care of the Gotcha, which means this effective blocker is going to stay online. Naimiel has 6 more mana to develop, but Go can just go with these control passes here and keep mana open for Eradication as well as Ruination.
Yeah, the pass in control matchups, especially control decks, is probably one of the most valuable tools a control deck has, right? It's not necessarily the removal spells, it's the usage and timings of when you just pass and leave loads of mana open. Recognizing that your opponent has to play into that and forcing them to play into that because you know you're not under any current threat.
The classic open pass, the control pass, used to be done a lot more back in the days when Shadow Isles control was more prevalent and Freljord control was a thing. That has been ages though, just because the Runeterra evolved so much as a game that most of these tempo-based, very fast decks are more favored, and AoE removal is not enough to take care of them. But Go is trying to prove the opposite here with a Shadow Isles control-based lineup. You see a significant swing coming out from Naimiel, but Go doesn't care too much about it. Heals back up with the Rejuvenating Breeze. And we're very close to those Karma pop-off turns.
Yeah, this is getting incredibly dangerous for Naimiel. Really, really getting close to the sort of the danger turns for the control list once Karma is down. Basically, all hell breaks loose. Doubling spells, doubling healing, doubling absolutely anything.
More draw comes out from Naimiel's side as well. Not going to run out of steam too soon. But it does look like Go is going to have firm control of this game, at least for another few rounds. One thing that does come into consideration here is if we look at the top left of the screen, the timer is running down more and more rapidly. These players will still have these 6.5 minutes. There will still be 5 minutes of overtime left after this. But we all know what Karma games can look like, especially against a deck like Janna Nila that has endless draw as well. This might take a while to end, and then the time control is going to come into consideration for both of these players.
Yeah, I'm just having a look through the Karma set list. It's very much a list that doesn't really have a win, like a proper win con outside of Karma. There's no sort of game-ending cards, game-winning cards. It is purely just removals. And Karma. So this can be ended up going right all the way up into timer or potential deck out from the Janna list, because the Janna list can happen in this type of match where they've drawn their entire deck.
Absolutely. Been there, done that, seen that. And the thing is, for Naimiel, it's also not that hard to remove the Karmas and remove the sets. So it's also hard for Go to keep the win conditions to stick, right? Because of all of the Howling Gales, the Gotchas, the Divine Whirlwinds. With that being said, let's get back to the action here. We did just see another Janna being removed. I believe that was the second one. And we do see the second Nila come down as well, I think. which will threaten the Nexus HP a little bit. Helmsman a great draw. Sunken Temple an amazing draw, but Go already has another landmark removal option in hand.
Yeah, so this is a tough turn because Naimyo can go for this open. This open pushes most likely 5 damage, but obviously the downside of it is you can potentially miss out on some other damage from going wide. Go instantly says it's turn 10, we're active, let's go. Just slams the Karma down.
We might see something like double concussive palm come out very soon if Naimuel does elect to keep on building the board. The good thing for Naimuel is no more Ruination mana. The bad thing is technically Eradication mana is still up.
Technically, we can get, how close can we get to Ruination mana with the place your bets?
Oh, right. I forgot about the coin in Go's hand. I'm not quite sure how stacked this coin is at this point. Place your bets is going to it's going to draw 4 cards and it's going to keep stacking
it's gonna
the
be
coin.
enough.
And Go still has perfect mana to refill the whole mana pool entirely.
Yeah, exactly. So Ruination is still on. Absolutely everything is still on here.
It was on 8. That's crazy. No, on 6. It does fill back up to 12 mana here, and all of a sudden Go basically press reset on the turn and has all resources available.
Yeah, this is very, very tough here for Daniel. Has to find a path here to trying to push damage. Has got the draw available, so maybe we see the draw coming out here first. See what Naimyo gets before making any more decisions.
Go needs to make sure to not take too much time on these decisions. The issue is Karma is a very cerebral deck to play. It's got a lot of tough decisions to make, and you would like to be able to chill and think things through to not get suddenly overrun by the Jananila deck, but you just don't have that luxury in this position with the game and set timer running down so quickly.
I like this palm. Just shuts down Nila completely. Generates 2 blockers, not just 1 thanks to Karma doubling up. And pretty much does the job for the turn.
Another thing to mention here for Go is there's more win conditions than just the Karmas. It's also Rekindlers, right? Go is technically playing with 6 Karmas in deck, or Karma/sets. And Tag Out will protect this Karma with a second one in hand, with also Rekindler in hand. There's going to be a lot of options for Go here. If Karma gets redeveloped, the coins can be played again for another, like, 2 turns in 1 kind of explosion later on. Go is still in firm control of this. Naimuel does have some draw available though, but can't rely on the Sunken Temple here.
Yeah, one thing to note, that Rekindler is a one-off in this list.
Oh.
So in theory, there's only 4 Karmas, but that doesn't stop Go from playing Karma into Karma Champion spell to put 2 more Karmas into the deck.
And this is a perfect window of opportunity for Naimuel. Realizing that Go just tapped out of mana and then dropping the Sunken Temple means at least 1 draw cycle and updraft cycle is going to come through. I really like this foresight and this play by Naimuel. Picking up some useful stuff and another Sunken Temple, which is more than Go can take care of.
Yeah, I think you have to just try and remove this Karma as soon as possible. Hope before because this is the advantage of the nerf as well from Coin. Coin in the past previously used to be burst, so there is no like play Coin here and then keep all your mana and then maybe play another Karma. This will probably be it for Karma for this turn, unless
Yeah. Oh, that doesn't help.
Oh,
Syncopation! Oh my goodness. How
no, it
juicy is
doesn't
this?
work. It doesn't work.
It double swaps. No, it doesn't because the targets are gone.
Yeah.
Wait, it does. Right.
It double swaps. It double swaps. It doesn't work.
Oh my goodness. I don't think I've ever seen this happen, but Go also just now realizing this and must be frustrated at wasting 2 mana and the card in hand and just giving Naimuel the opportunity here to stack up a gigantic board.
Yeah, you have to also remember the double up of Syncopation just swaps them back every time, completely negating it.
I gotta say, this is probably a bit of nerves coming through and also time pressure, right? Because our first instinct was also syncopation is gonna save the karma, but now, like, after thinking it through, of course it was not. She just gets back into that place. But these players don't have the luxury of thinking these things through anymore because the timers are running so low and you don't want to be at a big timer disadvantage. Nonetheless...
Yeah, you could see them sort of rushing their turns a little bit now. Playing faster but without thinking, which is the clock pressure you were mentioning, makes it very, very difficult to not make mistakes, especially in such a high-stakes situation here in the top.
Not only a high-stakes situation, but also a super high-skill matchup. Both of these players are playing true 5-head decks, and this is a very uncommon matchup. I don't think Go can have had that much time to practice these decks because they are so uncommon. It was probably just a day 2 tournament call. And Nymule, I'm pretty sure, also didn't play against a lot of Karma Shadow Isles control in preparation to this tournament. Wait, did we just see a pass and an end turn?
Yeah. Yeah, pass, nothing played from Ghost side, which is a decision I'm not too sure about. Probably had to play one of those Karma or Rekindle or something on the board. This is giving Nymule opportunity to rekindle the gotcha. I think you set it up as 2.
Yeah, this Karma is another goner. And Go just doesn't find the mana windows really to stay in this game, to stick a Karma on the board and go for this comeback. We will see what defensive measures Go takes here. The Spirit's Refuge only blocks the 1 damage by the tidal spawn, and Nymule is going to follow this up with the gotcha. That was a huge investment by Go, and the Karma is still gonzo, and there's a huge open attack coming from Nymule's side. This is looking so good for Nymule right now.
Do you consider playing Eye of the Storm here, potentially, just to draw 2 more cards to then give you another draw on the next turn?
Absolutely. I don't think the Sunken Temple is good here. You want to be drawing into more attackers or removal for this Rekindler, and I think Nymule with the Slipstream is going to be able to do both.
Oh, that's the Helmsman.
This should
Mystic
be...
as well. Mystic is huge too.
Oh, goes for the Temple.
Probably going to set up the Mystic this turn, while there's no mana to potentially deny it.
I mean, yeah, it does give you mana for Howling Gale and Mystic. I get it. I do think Helmsman would have just been the better option, though, for more aggression. But again, these players are on time pressure. It's like time pressure like crazy. You see the clock winding down more and more. And both of the players are trying to not put themselves in a position where they can get timer cheese. Nymule with a strong open attack here, and I don't think there's enough in Go's hand.
Another Helmsman. Yeah, I think you go for another Whirlwind. You go for this open, and then you have tons of burn available right after. You play around the Ruination by open attacking. This might just be game here for Nymule.
This should definitely end the series, and this should commence the round of 64. I will assume that this was about the longest series in this round of 64. Wow, that was a banger of a series. Going for an interesting strategy, high risk, high reward. It was so close to paying off by targeting this Janna Nila deck, but Nymule just showing why Janna Nila is still such a force to be reckoned with. We mentioned that at the very beginning of the broadcast. The deck is not really hard targetable because it allows the pilot so much flexibility. In the hands of the right players, it's such a high skill cap deck. It can still win the most absurd matchups in the most absurd ways.
Yeah, it was a fantastic match overall, and super happy to have been able to watch that match. And that's going to be it for the round of top 64. We're going to be heading to a short break, and when we're back, we're going to have our top 32 here, so don't go anywhere. And welcome back to everyone to the Fates Voyage Onward Worlds Open Qualifier. I am Jems. Joining me again for the next round of top 32 is obviously Fresh Lobster. And what a top 64 we just had. It was a fantastic scorcher of a matches in general. And super glad to have our top 32 now ready and waiting for you guys to see.
Yeah, some favorites already dropped out in the first round, but a lot of favorites are still inside this top 32, and the matches we're going to see are going to be amazing. Looking at the first half of, or rather the first quarter of this top 32, we do have another German versus German matchup, unfortunately, but still some very known names here. Smooth Swallow is still in this, Ragnar Rosic representing Russia. We have PVH, one of your fellow Great Britain representatives, also showing some success and knocking out Gouda in the first round.
Yeah, it's fantastic showing there. And on the next section here, we have our sort of featured match of the day, Ultraman versus Hipster Waldo in the top 32. At least they got the CS. Again, another fantastic ladder player and tournament player, consistently making it here to top 32, so the finals, doing fantastic. And Talpinator and Generog, again, some sort of old-timey players that have been around for ages as well, doing fantastically.
And we see, oh man, the Germans are really doing well in this tournament. Tilted, another name that has been there from pretty much day one, already qualified to this World Championship, but still playing for money and glory. We do see Sonic, who beat Pinas earlier on in very convincing fashion. Banger matches all around. What can I say? It's really hard to pick what to follow here. Do see the last segment of this bracket. Shihu is going to make it, go up against Boxer. We do Jin and Thunder Uncle, names that have been around for ages as well. Thunder Uncle was able to represent Croatia back in the LoR Masters Europe tournament, and a super high profile matchup in Sorry versus Mike Check.
Yeah, again, all these players, if you've been watching the tournament's history, they are players that have shown consistency and just tournament performances in general. Most of them are finalists. Most of them have made it all the way to top 64 on numerous occasions, have got loads of world points accumulated. And we're going to hop into our sort of our top 32 deck list here between
both previous Premier Tournament winners. I think Waldo won one of the first seasonals in EMEA. Ultraman won a recent seasonal or Open as well. We do see the first deck that is Jax Ornn coming out from Hipster Waldo. This has been very common previous season, did not quite see as much play this season because Darius Nar was the more favorable overwhelm option, but still a force to be reckoned with. Do you see any interesting or did any tech choices stand out to you?
Yeah, there was a single copy of Buried in Ice, which I think is the Bane one. Which was fantastic, brought there, which will help again with other like sort of Demacia lists. And obviously here, Nilajana, again, very straightforward list that we've been seeing across the board. Again, with the double aftershock that we mentioned earlier on in the day to help in sort of the mirror matchup. And also it's just a 3 damage removal should you need it to.
Most of these Jananila lists are going to be looking pretty similar. The list is pretty refined by now. Second copy of Eye of the Storm allows some more draw consistency, and the third deck is going to be another Scouts deck. Did see that before. This is a very straightforward list, not opting for the Chain Vest. Does play 2 copies of the Blocking Badger Bear. A bit of an uncommon choice is the Grumble Slug here.
Yeah, so Scouts has, I guess one of its biggest issues is finding turns to get spell mana in the early stages, so you can set up stuff like Inspiring Light. Grumble Slug and Shell Shocker sort of alleviate that a little bit, allowing you to develop while building up that spell mana for the Inspiring Light, so you can keep sort of the pressure building on. I really like the inclusion. And yeah, here is Seraphine Heimerting, a set Sunken Temple here from Ultraman. And we want to talk about tech choices, but everything's a tech choice in this list if you haven't seen these types of lists before.
Love how this graphic just barely fits on the screen because it plays so many different spells. One very important one that is common these days is Rocket Barrage, being able to take care of Giant and many of the supporting units like Windborne Marina on the Jananila side. This is Yumi, that deck that we saw earlier on by some other player, but we didn't quite get to see it in action. This is the Bandle City Freljord list. that seems to be making a bit of a splash here in the top cut.
Yeah, I believe JO1 was running something similar. I'm not sure if they were running the Freljord version, but they were running a Fizz Yumi list over in APAC. And obviously the third deck here, as we could see from Ultraman, not going for the Aftershocks, but instead going for the Tidal Invocation, which again is kind of like one of the main, I guess, tech choices. That's kind of, the list is very set in stone. There's only a few slots that you can really change.
I do think that gives us a valuable piece of information. Ultraman not opting for landmark removal means that he wants to ban Jananila most likely, or set Seraphim. He probably wants to ban the landmark decks instead of playing against them. And he does have the perfect opportunity here to get rid of Jananila on Hipster Waldo's side. But that does mean there are some rather tough matchups left if Ultraman does decide to ban the Jananila.
Yeah, it wouldn't surprise me if Jananila's banned from Ultraman's side. However, Waldo's side probably gonna ban. I mean, even Fizz Yumi could be a bit of a problem for Waldo to deal with. There isn't that much interaction on Scouts, and Jax Orn again has a couple of removal options, obviously with the fish fight and the challenging the lure, but could pose a huge
also
problem.
Jax Orn usually plays some Three Sisters or some freezes, and you mentioned the Buried in Ice earlier on. That can obliterate Bone Clubs, that can remove Yumi very effectively. Might come in handy, but yeah, Hipster Waldo probably has not the easiest choice what to ban on Ultraman side, and I'm not too certain if Ultraman is actually gonna go for the Jananila ban on his side. I do think so.
Could be Scouts as well.
It could be Scouts.
Because Scouts should do pretty well into both Fizz Yumi and Set, because can just go wide, can just then develop a big enough board for champion strength probably quicker than Fizz Yumi, I would say.
Yeah. It's a good point. I do think, though, that Ultraman tagged in the Tidal Invocations exactly to play against matchups like Scouts. We mentioned it earlier on, the key to beating Scouts is not letting their board go wide and not running out of blockers. And Tidal Invocation does two of those things in one card, right? Remove something like a Fleet Feather Tracker while spawning a 1/1 blocker on your side.
If that sounds familiar to you guys, it's because we've had to deal with that card for years. It was also known as Vile Feast.
Yep. Classic 2-for-1. Different region, same kind of vibe though.
Yeah,
okay,
exactly.
Both players
blocker plus removal.
Yeah. Both players taking a lot of time on the bans here, and I am not surprised. We do see Jax Orn be banned instead. One other thing which we could have highlighted and mentioned is that Ultraman's Jananila did not play heavy metal. It was not able to take care of weapons that effectively. We did see, I think, the Fizz Yumi get banned on Ultraman's side, which means there are now a couple of matchup options. We do see Scouts against Ultraman's Jananila, and I think that Ultraman prefers this matchup over the Mirror because of the lack of Aftershocks.
Yeah, and the card we were just talking about, Tidal Invocation, right there in Ultraman's starting hand, is going to play a huge role here in stabilizing the first couple of turns.
Nila as well. One thing that is interesting about Hipster Waldo's Grumble Slug as well is it is a great Nila blocker on turn 2. But the tech choice does not pay off here because Hipster Waldo did not find it. The Nila is going to smack Hipster Waldo's Nexus uncontested.
Yeah, it would have been fantastic, especially paired up with the form up. Would have had exactly the perfect mana to actually remove Nila. So unfortunate for Waldo there to not really have anything for the first 2 or 3 turns. Really what Waldo wants to find is pretty much just any units you can play, sort of develop a board. You don't necessarily have to block anything from Ultraman's side, but you do want to be able to, well, the John and Nila stuff is happening right now. We hit the draw, we hit double Marina, we have we've got the spell here,
even the
removal
slipstream
options.
wait, what is it called? It's not slipstream. The Nila champ spell, the whipping something is incredible here because it takes care of the Vanguard Sergeant. It forces Hipster Waldo to invest the card, to invest resources, and it makes sure that the Sergeant cannot block Nila anymore. Of course, we know Waldo has the second form up, but it's just incredible pressure being generated here by Ultraman with this Tidal Invocation tech.
Yeah, it's a fantastic turn. The problem is obviously for Waldo is this turn is very difficult. You can form up, But that stops you from developing Island Navigator, which kind of forces you into playing your second Sergeant and then Island Navigator on the following turn. Which means, again, also the next issue is Inspiring Light. You won't have enough mana for it, even though your board is gone white. It's very, very difficult decisions here from
Waldo has some answers, but it's just not enough. Like, it costs too much mana, it's not developing enough units, while Ultraman's deck just does the very unfair Neela Janna stuff with the perfect opening, right? Neela into Slipstream, double Mariner, following up with Janna to make sure you're not running out of resources later on. Double Howling Gale in hand to remove any blockers that Hipster Waldo might play. Could take care of a Quinn even, but here, like, Waldo's hand is just not offering enough. Waldo is probably going to try to go wide with the Vanguard Sergeant into the Marai Warden, but is it going to be enough to stop the onslaught of pressure by Ultraman?
Yeah, it's a bit unfortunate on Waldo's side that Ultraman managed to get sort of the tidal invocation right at the beginning. The double Marina turn was huge. The draw from the slipstreams from Neela as well, hitting at the perfect turn practically right away, makes this Inspiring Light very, very weak on the side of Waldo. Yes, is able to buff 2 units, but it's a little bit slow. It's a little bit too late in the game, and there's another invocation that's going to make that tentacle a 2/2. There is, however, 2 champion strength, which is going to be pretty big here for Waldo. Waldo probably forced to try and get some value. Yeah, the value blocks here is going to get punished for it, but
yeah,
they kind of have to, because otherwise I think their life total ends up going a little bit too low, and now you're in range of quite a few burn spells from the side of Ultraman.
I agree. Waldo has to go into desperation mode. Like, if you're Waldo, your thought process is, if my opponent has a good hand, I cannot win anymore. So I act as if they don't have a good hand and just try to make use of the only chances that present themselves to me. Just hope my opponent breaks. But here we see Ultraman does have the perfect refill in Helmsman or Slipstream with 7 mana available if Ultraman wants to refill the hand.
Yeah, that Helmsman is just going to provide so much removal, making it very difficult for scouts to really do anything. You might want to go for the Slipstream first, just to see if you need to develop it, but you can just slam that Helmsman down here too and be completely happy. You get a Howling Gale, you get a Formless Blade. You're quite chilling here.
Yeah. Could even go for the second Slipstream. I think you don't really have mana to play the other cards. Oh, never mind, Howling Gale. Tidal Invocation is also an option. We will see how this unfolds, what everyone goes for. Mystic Shot is still available for Ultraman. Like, Ultraman can still play the whole hand, all 4 cards technically. This is so crazy with this Janna Neela deck.
Yeah, this is extremely tough. This is the big issue I guess Scouts has in this matchup in general, is if you don't get that first couple of turns to try and set up before a lot of these discounted spells become available, you end up falling really far behind very quickly.
Yep, Scouts is the ultimate snowball deck, and we saw Waldo not being able to play anything on turns 1 and 2, and that was ultimately what really bit Hipster Waldo and allowed Ultraman to snowball instead. And we see the Shiny mode come out, and a quick and convincing 1-0 lead here for Ultraman.
Yeah, very, very convincing indeed. And Ultraman playing very straightforward Janna deck. Janna Neela gameplay, managed to hit the premium cards of Slipstream at the right turns, which is exactly what you want to be seeing here. And obviously, Ultraman, a veteran here, is going to be feeling very happy and confident getting that win right here in the top 32.
Next up, we have Set Seraphim with the Heimerdinger click going up against Scouts again. This is a matchup I think that's somewhat favored for Scouts. I'm going to try to look up ladder stats here in a second.
It should be favored for Scouts, yes. There's a lot of one-offs, obviously, in the side of Ultraman, so has to draw the removal one-offs in the early stages of the game. Potentially, the Notifiers go wild is going to be huge for denying stuff like Inspiring Light. Basically, the deck needs a lot of things to go right for it.
What's great opening hand, great techs on Ultraman's side so far for this matchup, because the Acorn discounting something like a Concussive Palm is enormous. It's such a good anti-Demacia card. The Deny for champion strength already in hand. The Pit Fighter, Pit Professional, I don't quite remember the name, but the 3/3 body is going to drop soon. It's going to be enormous. So amazing start here for Ultraman. Everything you could hope for in the opening hand. Outside of maybe a set for some mid-game board control. I also double-check ladder stats. Scouts are favored with a solid 60% in this matchup. But in this case, with Ultraman's techs and with Ultraman's piloting skills, I would say it's a bit closer.
Yeah, it will be closer. However, this is a pretty strong hand from Hipster Waldo. Does draw the Badger Bear, which is the card I coin as the most annoying for the Karma deck to deal with. At that 4 HP, makes it a very annoying card to deal with overall. Usually, most of the units that they're playing on Ultraman's side will trade unfavorably, forcing usually a 2-for-1 in this match, which can be huge.
Badger Bear does come out in time to stop Acorn from any further shenanigans. We do see the Pursuit of Perfection be picked up, but it's a bit late. What is taking your breath away here, Gems?
So there's two big options here for Waldo. So you've got sort of trying to set up a really wide board for a potential like Inspiring Light or on future turns, or maybe even an early champion strength potentially if you float enough the correct mana. The other option is you just go for Scout and then pass, I believe. I don't think you really want to attack in just yet.
Not an easy choice yet.
Yeah.
Waldo is also aware of the Wuju style tech in Ultraman's deck, knows that the Badger Bear could be threatened if he does decide to swing in. For Waldo, it's a bit awkward. He would prefer to have the attack token on the next turn to be able to play like Vanguard Sergeant, Shellshocker, and then for Demacia just go incredibly wide and strong. But yeah, Waldo is just going to build up the board here. Ultraman kept on passing. Not really any straightforward plays in hand. Do you want to really invest the Concussive Palm just to play basically a 3-mana 3-2? It does, however, make use of your mana. It's a tough choice to make.
Yeah, it's tough. It really depends on... There's also obviously the opportunity for Waldo, if there is a pass, to just kind of pass back. And just say, okay, I'm going to keep this big board. I'm going to play Sergeant, maybe set up like a 4 Demacia.
Okay. Ultraman elects to go for the Explorer spell here to prevent Patricide Broadwing from value trading. We do expect the other Broadwing to pull Acorn, and then we're going to see, well, a bit of a shootout of combo tricks. No, the form-up is going to pull the Pit Professional, and Acorn is left on his own. Is he going to go for a block? Is Ultraman going to invest the Wuju style? The answer seems to be yes.
Yeah, really valuing keeping any type of board presence alive for Ultraman, considering their hand is going to be very valuable. They only have the Concussive Palm at the moment. And we know, most likely, obviously the Deny that's in Ultraman's hand has only one target, by the way. It's literally only got one target, that is Champion
It's a huge target.
Yes, it's huge. It's basically game winning having that Deny at this point. But what a top deck draw here from Waldo. Hitting the Quinn. Elects not to go for the Quinn this turn, saving 2 mana to always have this form up available.
That is smart because there's a bit of a takeaway here. Ultraman did not play set on turn 5, although it would have clearly been the best play. So Waldo is not afraid of set coming on turn 6 neither. There's no reason to open attack. That gives us the time to develop this Quinn, build a super wide board, still have form up mana available, and now this is looking scary.
Yeah, the other option actually wasn't just form up they were playing around. They were playing around the opportunity to draw a champion strength by playing the Island Navigator. So that Island Navigator would have allowed them to play champion strength this turn if they'd drawn it.
This is something we're seeing very consistently in these top cuts by these world-class players. It's this super concise mana management, planning multiple turns ahead and just having enough mana bank for the big win condition cards to blow out the opponent.
Yeah, unfortunately, Hipster Waldo didn't draw it. Does have this form up as an option here, but as we can see on Ultraman's side, there is also a form up.
Form up does come out to make the Pit Professional survive the Valor attack. The Bark Beast was an incredibly good pull though by the Island Navigator. Nonetheless, Ultraman's 3/4 Smooth Mixologist is going to be able to take care of it with a very effective block. That being said, form up does come out. value trade in Hipster Waldo's favor, and this is gonna make it so hard for for Ultraman to come back into this game. Concussive Pump does get invested. The discount from Acorn is enormously impactful here.
Yeah, really, really trying to keep as many units alive as possible here on the side of Ultraman. Really trying to stem the damage, sort of delay the game as much as possible. But one thing's for certain, Ultraman should have a fairly solid read that there is potentially no champion strength in Waldo's hand at the moment.
That's a good point. Not only by the card not being played, but also Ultraman did check Waldo's hand earlier on with the Encore generated spell, and it did not show a champion strength, and Ultraman should feel pretty safe here. Time Trick is interesting. We saw earlier on in the graphic that Seraphine is almost leveled. Seraphine should now be at 8 out of 9 if I'm not mistaken, after the Time Trick does end its play, well, effect basically. What's the play here, Gems? What do you think? Is it time to pop in a Seraphine, or are we forced to pick remove it?
So the big problem, if you're Ultraman here, is that you can't actually tap down below 4. For the fear of champion strength, champion strength.
You just said the Ultraman should have a read of no champion strength in hand, right?
Should have, yes, but obviously there is for a top deck champion strength. It is sort of a play. Ultraman is playing into the risk, obviously, of that. We know this is a heads-up play. Ultraman is correct. There is no champion strength, and taking that risk-reward ratio we were talking about earlier on, when we know about the deck lists and what's available and the information Ultraman has been able to garner throughout this match, it is a correct decision here.
I do agree with Ultraman's play as well. It's just Waldo's opening was too strong. This is what we were mentioning earlier on when we were saying scouts just want to snowball. That's exactly what Waldo did so far. Might not even need a champion strength or inspiring light, which means that Ultraman has 2 dead cards in hand. The Notify and Deny have just been using up hand space. They've done nothing so far. And it also means Ultraman did not have that many opportunities to draw into the important cards for this matchup. Something like a Caustic Rift, a Divine Draft would be insane here. A High Note to remove the Quinn and maybe even the Badger Bear at the same time. Seraphine Swing does come in. I'm expecting Brother's Bond to come out, flip Seraphine,
and levels, gets a removal.
Seraphine.
But not the end of the world, because Sergeant's just going to come down to replace the Badger Bear.
And the Seraphine, the Seraphine is a bit of a sacrificial lamb here. Ultraman cannot afford to read with her, cannot afford to keep her alive for later value, but rather needs to make sure that the board doesn't spiral out of control. Tries to take out some of the attacking presence that Hipster Waldo has, but with the 4 Demacia, I think, well, the Deny is going to come in handy at least. Second Seraphine.
Yeah, that's huge as well. So you can Deny here, and then High Note that has yet to have been played, I believe, this match will double up and allow Ultraman to remove 2 units quite comfortably. It's just a question of, Island Navigator most likely, and Quinn.
It also can make sense to do it mid-combat to not give Waldo the opportunity to develop more scout units. We'll see what exactly Ultraman does here. It's also not bad to do it right now, because you see whether or not your opponent invests the 3rd form up.
So the downside, obviously, is if there's a misfortune being drawn, it would allow Waldo to develop here a lot more safely and get the scout with the damage that way as well, and clear out both blockers.
Another important graphic being shown here, the Pursuit of Perfection is close to completing, 16 out of 20. And as soon as that happens, it's probably going to win the game in the very next attack. The issue is Ultraman going to have enough mana to be able to get to those 20 cards and then play Pursuit? Because it looks like Ultraman might not survive another attack turn by Hipster Waldo.
Yeah, this is very close. 1
2 off, I think. But the issue is there's going to be another attack coming in with another 4 Demacia, and there's no Deny left anymore.
Oh, an Inspiring Light might come down. Obviously, we know that there's a Notify. But yeah, I like this, just playing the High Notes proactively before something like a Genevieve could come down and buff up the board. Allows them to remove 2 units. But unfortunately, this is looking very, very tough for Ultraman. the Notify doesn't really do that. It stops the Inspiring Light, but does not stop the open attack.
What can Ultraman even draw here? It would have to be specifically Rummage into, I don't even know, something like the Ionian Tailstones plus stopping an attacker. It's getting into desperation territory. And Ultraman just goes for the forfeit, knowing that this attack cannot be stopped. The series gets tied at 1 apiece. And this matchup, just as promised, is shaping out to be a banger. We see Set Seraphine against Janna Nila as the third match.
Yeah, and in general, Set Seraphine, it's a very skill dependent matchup, these two. But obviously, because the players are so high level, I could see this going very back and forth a lot of the time. We know there's some landmark removal on the side of Ultraman. I cannot remember if Waldo was running Aftershocks, I believe.
Yeah, Waldo was running 2 Aftershocks, and that is huge in this matchup. This is very much like, there's 2 ways this matchup can really go. Either one player really out-tempos the other one. That is usually going to be the Janna Nila deck. If they find an explosive Windborn Mariner opening on turn 2 or 3 or 4, it can sometimes just overrun Ultraman's deck. On the flip side, whoever sticks a Sunken Temple without the other player having a Sunken Temple is probably going to win the long game.
Yeah, it really depends though, because obviously when you get to like the turn 10 onwards, when Seraphine's like leveled up, or when we get to the point in the game where Seraphine, like turn 7, 8, 9, Seraphine's close to leveling up, and you've drawn like a Caustic Rift, and you've hit Flow, and now Caustic Rift removes the entirety of the board. It can get very dangerous even without the Sunken Temples. It's a very, very close matchup, depending on skill. I think at some points in the game, I think we're gonna have to be very picky about the decisions on both players' sides, because even one slight mistake could start swinging it into the other person's favor.
Yeah, true. It's a very close and a very swingy matchup. Here we see the Mariam making use of the fleeting Janna deck drawn by Pool Shark, a very common opening. For those of you who might be newer to the Janna Nila deck, if you have a Mariam and Pool Shark in hand, you can easily draw 2 cards in 1 turn without risking to not be able to play the fleeting card, because the Mariam can just reshuffle the fleeting card. And that allows for stuff like this Windborn Mariner to be discounted to 0, and the Divine Whirlwind that we just saw being discounted to 3, for a good solid opening from Hipster Waldo's side.
I love just the use of the Whirlwind straight up. There aren't that many units in the deck until that one of Heimerdinger comes out. And also later on allows for your Wizened unit to generate it, and you don't have to worry about it, and it fits it in quite nicely. So again, by the way, this is the turn 4 sort of this can happen in the Janna decks where it's like, should I play Janna, should I play not? Right, it's the yes or no. Can I play? Obviously, in this scenario, you can, because Ultraman is tapped down to 3. I don't think there's an answer here without. Oh yeah, you have to go for this room. Oh yep, there we go.
Wait, but Waldo just threw away an Aftershock. I am wildly surprised by this, because the Sunken Temple turn is coming up. Maybe Waldo was thinking, okay, I'm just gonna out-tempo my opponent if they play Sunken Temple. Is fortunate enough to find the discounted Aftershock again here, so not gonna get punished in any way. But I am a bit surprised that that Waldo elected to keep Mystic Shot and Howling Gale, but decided to get rid of the Aftershock.
Maybe keeping up Howling Gale for Set.
You're not playing enough cards, though. I guess with Mystic Shot and Howling Gale you can remove Set, but you could do the same with Aftershock. Yeah. Just seems more flexible to me. But okay, going back to the game, I'm sure Waldo did have a good reason to keep those 2 cards specifically. Another Pool Shark comes down. Right now, Waldo does not have the greatest of plays unless Ultraman does invest the mana to play Sunken Temple. Ultraman is staying calm though, not investing in the temple yet, because of the threat of Waldo being able to develop a lot more units with the 5 mana left.
Yeah, it's the threat of it. As we can see both players' hands, that threat isn't really there at the moment. But you have to remember, these players are playing at such a high level that they're consistently thinking about, okay, what's the worst case scenario that can happen to me if I play Sunken Temple here, right? Well, they could play X, Y, Z, can play 3 or 4 cards, can remove it and develop quite comfortably. And it's a very risk-averse strategy. Which is fine when you're playing a deck like Seraphine, because you're fine taking the slow game.
Exactly. You are going to get rewarded eventually by having bigger mana pools in a turn later on. And Seraphine is kind of like a mini Karma in a lot of ways. Once you do get her to level up, no matter how long it did take you, she can easily swing the tides into your favor and make you run away with the game into your hands.
Heavy Metal, okay, good option from Seraphine. It's just a straight up removal. There's a number of cards that can be hit, like the Marinas that we can see on the board. There's basically loads of the units in the deck. So I like this option from Seraphine. At 4 HP as well, Seraphine is a unit that requires either 2 cards or a Howling Gale.
If Waldo does invest 2 cards here, he's going to tap under Aftershock mana. This is a very good position for Ultraman. I really like the Seraphine investment here because it does force a bait out removal. At the same time, you are still threatening the Sunken Temple. And even if you just get 1 or 2 draw cycles off, it's already gonna have done a lot in the long run because all of your cards get discounted, you'll draw them eventually, and you're forcing your opponent to invest a removal spell and mana into getting rid of Sunken Temple. So even if it just pops once or twice, it's already gonna have been worth it.
The coin, I believe. Do you know how many coins we currently have?
Not quite sure. Okay.
You can do obviously it's not really sneaky, but like the coin into the temple potentially was an option.
Yeah, good point. I think it's just 1 or 2 coins so far. There's not a lot of coin generating spells. We did not see Place Your Bets be played yet. I think it was just the 1 coin from the Smooth Mixologist. Ultraman did elect to not develop the Pit Professional and to just burn 3 mana on his side, but also not investing into the Sunken Temple landmark, not giving Waldo any opportunity to remove anything.
Also, we now have the Notified draw from Ultraman, which means that Ultraman's going to be feeling a lot more comfortable to probably throw the Sunken Temple down, having that as a backup for Aftershock.
True. Helmsman does get deployed. Also, thank you to the production team here. We do see how many coins are in hand. The second coin just got added. It's not big enough of a stack yet. Sunken Temple does get deployed. Perfect opportunity. Hipster Waldo does not have enough mana to play the Aftershock. Just needs to take care now to not take too much Nexus damage because this Wizened Helmsman is scary.
Yes, so 5 damage most likely was going to come down this turn on the side of Waldo. I do like the usage of the ordering of the spells, plays around the Notify from Waldo's side, but Ultraman does get to keep a singular Explorer blocker, saving the life total, and now we see the power of the Sunken Temple kick in. One thing to note, Ultraman, because of the RNG, does lose their landmark removal unless they redraw it.
That is true. I think Ultraman still has another Aftershock in deck, though. Probably also Piltover and Hellstones. There's plenty of options of landmark removal. Waldo also just does not have it. Does not have Janna. Does not have an Exalted Cloudwinder. And very important, Waldo did not play Eye of the Storm yet. So the Helmsman can also not pick that draw-heavy option, which is often super worth it in these situations. Pool Shark is a delayed draw, and Waldo is going to have to hope to get the draw cycle going. What do you think? Do we deny this?
You could just play the second one. I think that's fine too.
Good point. And Ultraman does go for it. Keeps the deny for a later Whirlwind, probably, to be able to save the Nexus HP later on. It is 1 mana more expensive than just denying, but I get the idea.
You have to also consider the temples in the deck are actually kind of a dead draw as well, once you already have 1 on board. So just playing that second one means you're less likely to just keep redrawing into it.
Is a very good point. Concussive Palm gets picked up. That's a very good defensive option here. And Waldo did find the Cloudwinder. But all of these draws are delayed draws, right? They happen at the start of next turn. which does cost Hipster Waldo some momentum and some tempo and some pressure, and gives Ultraman Sankel Temple more time to get more and more draw cycles going. Pursuit of Perfection is still fairly far from completion, so we don't really mind this being shuffled back into our deck and popping up into our hand later on at a discounted cost.
Yeah, this is looking very, very difficult here for Waldo. It really needs to see what Waldo's able to draw in this turn, whereas I've seen Ultraman has had plenty of turns. And also one thing to note is the reduction in pursuit. If the game goes on long enough, can set up for a double.
Gems. I spot lethal. Long spinner, 4 cards, coin, encore, Pursuit of Perfection.
Ooh, does Ultraman see it?
I'm pretty sure Ultraman is going to go for this. Already started it with the Sputtering Song Spinner playing 3 spells. What? I don't know. What? Retreat pick? There's no units here? Not quite sure about this one. But
it might have just been a dead option.
Right. It was a bit too fast. I didn't fully see it. But
Yeah.
Ultraman, Ultraman should be able to get everything rolling here. The coin cost 0, is going to regenerate 2 mana. And I think you started mentioning this earlier on, but in this matchup, the Janna Nila deck does not have a single option to deal with a 30-30 overwhelm unit to stop it from one-shotting you.
Yeah, none. Once it's played, that's usually the game. It's pretty much a race. Janna Nila is pretty much racing to beat the Pursuit of Perfection most of the time, and unfortunately, Waldo's been unable to really achieve that. All this burn in hand, while it's great at the Nexus, really requires some chip damage to have happened in the earlier stages, and hasn't been able to really do that, only pushing 5 damage this entire game. I don't even think we've seen a Nilo on the side of Waldo, right? And that's no slipstreams available either, and the additional draw there, it's been very, very rough.
Janna coming out kind of late here. Interestingly enough, with the knowledge we have, like Ultraman's Song Spinner pulls were a bit garbage because 2 of these spells required a unit to be on the board. But now that the Concussive Palm went through, even though Waldo is going to try to remove it and put stuff on the stack, the spells have already been played. They already count towards Pursuit of Perfection. And with the coin in hand and the tag out in hand, as well as the 0-cost removal spell, it's for sure going to be enough fuel to get Pursuit of Perfection to activation. What a chain of spells.
Yeah, this is such a silly stat. Waldo committing all their removal on a 3-2, only to unfortunately find out that this Pursuit of Perfection is going to be coming down.
And with the coin generating enough mana to be playing the giant cat, the Catastrophe, 30-30 is going to smack in Waldo's net. This Shiny mode comes out. There's nothing left to do for Hipster Waldo, and Ultraman takes this nail biter off his series with a crushing blow.
Yeah, fantastic play from Ultraman. Waldo tried their best. Unfortunately, today they had to hit Ultraman on a good day.
And on good draws as well. I'll be honest, it was a bit unfortunate for Hipster Waldo. The first game on Scouts, really not finding the necessary draws. The Grumble Slug draw would have been great, but just not finding any early units. And kind of the same happening in this game 3. Like, Waldo had an okay start, but in the mid games, turn 4, 5, 6, 7, really didn't find the board width. Didn't find enough units, but was only stuck with a bunch of removal spell options in hand. And Ultraman was able to take this in some very close matchups, but with some premier piloting skills.
Yeah, it's Scouts has been up for debate lately on whether that deck is a mid-range deck or a combo deck. You can see the combo nature of it, requiring to sort of do a couple of turns of setup, leading up to sort of managing your units, managing the health of those units, leading up to a big champion strength. And you could see the good players today who are playing up against it have been saying, no, basically, you cannot at any point go wide. We're going to preemptively start dealing with your units as soon as possible, even just throwing out removal left, right, and center. Just minimizing the risk of that champion strength.
Ooh, I think the Scouts deck can be considered both a mid-range deck and a combo deck, depending on the matchup and depending on the draw.
Yeah.
When playing against decks that run Deny, you have to rely more on the mid-range game plan, and we did see that in Hipster Waldo's win, really just running over Ultraman in that one successful game. But in the other two games, just not finding the right pieces. The first game, Waldo would have also liked to snowball in a mid-rangey fashion, but just didn't find it. And yeah, I'm pretty impressed by Ultraman's piloting. Both players were very precise with mana management, but especially on the Set Seraphine deck, Ultraman was very effective with like not overcommitting, not tapping under mana, and always just keeping the board in a well enough of a state that you're comfortable to keep on passing.
Yeah, one thing to note is obviously Scouts has been around for a very, very long time. The lists haven't changed that much. However, obviously, it's lost access to quite a few number of key cards in Standard compared to Eternal, right? So there's one thing to note is obviously board wipes, especially not being in the meta right now, helps it quite a bit, because doesn't the lack of Rangers Resolve in Standard means that you don't have to worry about board, and the lack of board wipes in the meta means that you don't have to worry about having to run it because you can't. Which is one of the reasons why it's been doing so well. It's a lot of direct damage removal.
Yeah, Chain Vest kind of tries to imitate a low budget Rangers Resolve sometimes, but it doesn't quite get there. So Scouts is a strong deck right now, but definitely beatable, and Ultraman showed that to us. And with that being said, we are done with this round of 32. There are no more games left, which also speaks to the pace of the current meta. A lot of faster decks currently dominate everything. There's not too many super drawn out matches anymore. And we are going to be bringing you the top 16 right after a little bit of a break. Welcome back, everyone, to the Fates Voyage Onward World Championship Qualifier Tournament. Gems and Fresh Lobster here to bring you all of the action. And we just had some very intense rounds of 64, rounds of 32, and we're now left with a top 16. A lot of top caliber players already parted from us, but I would say there's still a lot of great names and a lot of great matchups left in the top 16 here, Gems.
Yeah, we still have a whole host of fantastic matches here left for you guys. And as we have a look here at our brackets, we can have a look here. Ultraman, as we saw, just won in the top 32 the round before. We have Barcode still in here. At least I got the CS, another fantastic player. Some UK representation just dotted around, as we see in some of the opens of PVH up against Lulu Flippy. And Namiel still in here in the tournament, making it through after their victory that we saw in the round of 64.
And what I find interesting to see is there are many long-term tournament grinders, but also some newer names that, at least to me, are not that familiar yet, making a strong showing here, making it all the way to top 16, and already getting into those positions where the World Championship Runeterra qualifier points are very, very important and valuable.
Yeah, super valuable. They start becoming really relevant at sort of the top 8 amount. The number of points really helps you get into the qualifiers for this season's points, as well as total points amount qualifying spots. So there's a differentiation between the two sets of qualifying spots.
And just as a reminder, the first place qualifies to the World Championship. The second and third also have very good chances because they amass so many Runeterra points. If they also do well in the ladder or some of the other tournaments this season, they should be able to make it. With that being said, we have the decks ready for our next decks. First, we see a Demacia Freljord pile, which I am expecting to be a formidable deck. This time, Udyr as the champion supporting Galio.
Yeah, this is one of the other variants that have been dotted around. We've seen the sort of the Garen Javan variant, and this is the other one with the Udyr. Very similar shell. This runs more formidable units. You got like the Balan in there, the Putrefied Charger. There's, in this case, you can also see the Laurent Protege in there too.
Well, valuing interaction very highly. I also saw 3 copies of Single Combat and 3 copies of Gentleman's Duel. So a lot of removal for those Jannas, Neelas, and elusive units and Heimerdingers. Mic check here with the second less. Set Seraphim with the one Heimerdinger attack has gotten incredibly popular recently. We're not going to go through all of the tech choices here again. There's just too many to take care of. We do see 2 Nopifies though, and do see a copy of Deny, so can be prepared for like Champion Strength, Inspiring Light, and that kind of stuff. Third deck rounding out the lineup is Jax Ornn. Most interesting part of this lineup is there's no Janna Neela.
Right, we a very distinct lack of Janna Neela here. From Mike Check, probably either straight up banning it or trying to aim into it. Most likely, I would suspect they're trying to target it a little bit here.
Could imagine that is the idea. It's a very flexible lineup though, can have a very flexible ban. As we switch over to Jin's decks that look somewhat familiar, we're starting off with a Jax Ornn pile. Some different tech choices, but mostly a very similar deck. What is a bit unusual is just seeing 1 copy of Omen Hawk. That card rather has been very, very popular recently, ever since it gained the ability to block elusive units.
I mean, the card's always been sort of a staple in Freljord practically since the start of the game. It's had its ups and downs, but it's just a fantastically strong card, especially with the buff. And we see the next Demacia style deck. I like to call Jax Ornn basically a Demacia style deck because it basically has a similar game plan to most Demacia decks. And here we have the other version, the Garen Javan Galio, with obviously we've got Balan in there. We've got 3 weapons in this version here.
Dark Aegis is also a very uncommon one. Of course, summoning Jarl, I think is the name, when attacking for a 5 cost, just good against spell-based decks, because that Darken, when it attacks, makes all of your opponent's spells cost 2 more, which can really stop the removal of a deck like Janna Neela or Set Seraphim. And the third deck, no big surprise here, is Janna Neela. 1 copy of Eye of the Storm, 1 copy of Tidal Invocation, 2 copies of Aftershock, so still comfortable to be playing against landmark-based decks. We do see only 2 Wizened Helmsmen, a bit uncommon, but Jin's a lot of success with the list so far.
Yeah,
Going into the picks and bans.
There was an additional Vic crash in there for a 2-2 that gives you a slipstream, which can be helpful and also just provide an additional little bit of chip damage. So yeah, ban-wise, we've got Nyla Jana on one side, but on the opponent's side, I suspect you're most likely going to ban the Ugia Galio.
This is actually pretty interesting because both bans depend a bit on what each player thinks their opponent is going to ban. I mean, you said yourself, right? Like the Jax Ornn and the Galio deck don't hate to play against Janna Nila. But it's also, there's a lot of mirror-ish kind of situations going on. Of course, the Demacia lists are very differently built. It's really hard to say what's going on through these players' minds. Do you have any like early favorites for bans? What do you expect to see from these players?
Well, I suspect Mike Check to have most likely either his Jax Ornn or his Ugia ban, depending on the threat level on both sides. There isn't much weapon removal, so I could see either one being banned because there are 3 weapons in the Ugia Galio version, if I remember correctly. It's a really tough decision because the lineups are very, very closely mirrored. I'm curious to know which version is favored in the Demacia Freljord style mirror, right? The Ugia version or the Garen Jarvan version?
Yeah, since these decks just popped up very, very recently, we don't really have a lot of matchup stats and experience and so on these decks, so it's a bit up in the air knowing what exactly is going to fare how well into what. We do see the Udyr being banned. Who would have thought Udyr actually pulling a ban? Janna Nila does stay open, and the first matchup we see is Janna Nila into Jax Ornn.
Yeah, if I remember correctly, there were no heavy metals being run in Jin's version here, so that means no weapon removal options. Has to just go straight up regular removal, which allows Mike Check to keep those weapons in hand and use them later on.
Yeah, and I would say Mike Check's deck is probably slightly favored here. Jin can pull it out of this Janna Nila deck, also with premier piloting skills, but there are just some things that Jin's deck does not really have an answer to. For example, the Wild Claw's Ferocity that we already see in Mike Check's hand. Jin's deck, like Janna Nila's, often struggles to take care of very tall units. And that is why the Jax Ornn deck, once you get a big Ornn, a big Jax, a big Alpha Wild Claw, can just hit the Nexus super hard, very effectively.
Yeah, that Wild Claw's Ferocity can come in huge later on. And just the big 0-for-1 with the weapon equipped can be fantastic. We see the Explorer coming down, the Scholarly Pioneer from Mike Check. Instant picking, obviously, the landmark removal, because Mike Check recognizes the only real other options, I guess, healing, which you don't need right now, and I guess keyword removal, which again shouldn't be too much of a big issue, because in general you're going to have bigger statted units, and landmarks perfect for stopping Jin getting that big temple turn.
Interestingly enough, we did not see the Pool Shark get played last turn, but do see it shuffled away now with the Janna. Not quite sure. Do you get the thought process behind it?
It looks like they're just trying to set up a big, cheap turn, most likely, with the Marina and the 5-drop, just to set up, I guess, quick, fast Janna level up. But again, that's could end up backfiring a little.
Possibly. Aftershock does take pretty good care of this combat cook, but Mike Check really found the perfect weapon here. The buffed and forged scout weapon is going to turn this challenger, the Scholarly Pioneer, into a 4-4. Oh, Pool Shark.
Just draw the zero-cost Pool Shark anyway. Oh, yeah, we're going.
That's what we were mentioning earlier on. This Wild Claw's Ferocity at focus speed is so hard to take care of. If it was, I don't know, slow speed or whatever, if Jin would have any chance to answer with something like a Howling Gale, they could maybe take care of it. But here, Jin is going to just take 2 giant hits from this Wild Claw's Ferocity and going to be playing the rest of the game on the back of their feet rather, because of the constant threat that these Overwhelm units provide.
Do you just go double Cloudwinder here? Yeah, I think you do, right? I don't think the other option is Gale, yeah, and instead of Cloudwinder next turn. But there was a line just to play double Cloudwinder this turn.
Yeah, but I think Yeah, I get it. I get it. I do think you really want to get rid of this White Claw so that it also sets up this beautiful open attack. The issue is now you are in a position where you have to take care of pretty much all overwhelm units as fast as possible. Because as soon as they get HP buffs like Sky Splitter or Fury of the North, they're easy to get out of reach, right? And we already saw one
close to leveling here too as well. So
true. And plenty of resources in Jin's hand that allow doing so. Cheap Mystic Shot, more card draw. I don't think we ever have the time to play Temple, at least in the near future. But we also do need to cycle and find more Howling Gales to make sure that no overwhelm units stick. Thanks to production, we do see that Janna is currently at 4 out of 6, so there is definitely an option to level up Janna this turn and do so very effectively with a Mystic Shot into the Exalted Cloudbinder.
Yeah, still needs one more, which it really depends. But yeah, you were talking about Overwhelm. Jax is coming down this turn, has the leveled up weapon available to him, as well as Ornn coming down on the following turn. We know Ornn is leveled up thanks to the big scout attacks from the previous turn.
Yeah, that White Claw really carried everything, and even in deck leveled up Jax and Ornn really set up the win condition for Mike Check. So very astute play. I really liked seeing that very aggressive line of play. Jin is a bit in desperation mode, drawing through a bunch of cards, making use of the discounted Eye of the Storm. I'm also expecting this Cloudbinder because the only chance to survive here is to find a ton of removal.
Yeah, the big problem is obviously Ornn is leveled up. Ornn has got tough, which makes it incredibly difficult for you to remove.
Yeah. Pretty much would have to be some insane gotcha plus Howling Gale sequence.
Triple gotcha. Howling Gale.
This is so strong, the Jax here with a hugely threatening keywords here.
Let this draft guide your hand.
And the Ornn can also copy the scout weapon. We do see the level up come through. Let's double check Mike Check's hand, Jin's hand in a second, but I don't think this is enough. Did find a Whirlwind, did find a Gotcha, but that is not enough to take care of these two giants. They're just gonna slam in Jin's Nexus here in a second, and we do see the quick surrender come out. The Jax Ornn with a perfect start, and Mike Check also perfectly playing into this matchup, finding the weaknesses of the Janna Nila deck, and great mulligan. Great execution of the game plan.
Yes. Now, Jin has obviously a few options. Can stick with the Janna Nila, can choose to just say, okay, let's play it again. Some play, I mean, it's kind of irrelevant. It's more of a nerves thing. What are you feeling more comfortable on? Which deck are you thinking you're more likely to get a win on? Maybe try even the score out to 1 apiece. So we could see the switch over to the Galio list. Wouldn't surprise me, but nope, staying with the same one.
I do think that Jin probably even has higher odds of winning on this deck because of the inclusion of 2 Aftershocks. And Jin is probably very comfortable playing this Janna Nila deck in the first place. This is the most common, most popular, and most played deck almost since it got released. Took players just a little bit of time to figure out the true strengths of this archetype and how to build it.
Oh, Mike Check going for the Aftershock here. Losing one of their landmark removal options here to remove the Nila. I don't mind it. However, they don't have a second backup for Temple currently. So that could end up becoming a problem later on.
Yeah, it's interesting. This similar situation came up in my prep for this tournament weekend. And Brad Chitkata, a shout out, was mentioning that in this situation, it is often correct to remove the Nila if you already have your landmark, and Mike Check can protect his own landmark with double Notify. Because if the landmark gets mirrored, if both people have the landmark down, it's usually going to be the Set Seraphim deck that gets a bit more value out of it total, long term. So as long as you don't get overrun immediately, the longer the game goes, like both players having a landmark should slightly favor the Set Seraphim player.
Yeah, and there's double Marina in hand from Jin.
So much for not being overrun. Jin has an enormous hand size here. Did pick up an Aftershock, which is at least going to force an Notify. But Mike Check finding the Rocket Barrage. That might come in huge against the 2 Marinas.
Oh, that's fantastic, right? I don't think there's a better option here outside of Caustic Rift, but Rocket Barrage, what's fantastic about it is it can remove also Miriam as well, the 2-3.
And maybe even, I don't know, the title invocation that we do see trying to take out the Acorn. Of course, it's very hard for Jhin to play around a one-off like Rocket Barrage. What Jhin has got going for them is that they still have a decent Reaper here. They can still play 3 units, they can still hit the Nexus significantly. But you would have hoped to get more out of this turn, especially now that your hand size is rather low in Jin's shoes, while Mike Check is going to be shuffling an enormous amount of cards.
Or maybe not shuffling in this case, because we see the Aftershock coming down here to remove
And
the temple.
no Nopify.
They'd lost. Yeah, they didn't draw it again, so that is no protection available for Mike Check. Temple's going down, and hopefully Jhin will be able to draw something decent on the following couple of turns to try and snowball this. Again, even though Mike Check's lost the temple, managed to get a big hand's worth of reductions in the updraft available, and has a decent hand of removal available to them.
Time trick is going to be very, very important here. Mike Check is going to try to find something like a Seraphim set. Oh, that being said, what is being found on the top of the deck? A second Sunken Temple, of course, would also be an amazing find. Wow. Great options here. Seraphim, Divine Draft can be super huge in this matchup, but we already saw a bunch of Mariners taken care of. And Portal Pioneer, I think, was the third option. Comes down for some very clutch landmark removal here. And again, we're in this mirrored situation where both players lose their landmarks, and I would personally say this is looking like a comfortable situation for the Set Seraphim player right now, because you have the game state under control and you're just going to be playing and drawing the more impactful cards at this point.
I just like Jhin now recognizing, okay, I need to actually kind of play these fleeting spells, otherwise they will be lost because they're losing the landmark. I love that landmark interaction with the temple. If you have the temple will trigger first, so if you do have fleeting cards in hand, you effectively don't have fleeting cards in hand.
True. Now that the temple, the landmark is gone, but Janna is being found, and that is just in the nick of time because Jhin is about to run out of resources, but can maybe get the draw cycle going again with this Janna updrafting and drawing a bunch of cards.
Yes, while that is true, there isn't actually a big answer for Mike Check to deal with Janna either. So Janna here will be able to stick. Question is, what do we updraft? Okay, we're going to get that gotcha down to potentially a 0 cost very quickly.
And I think, I didn't quite see it. I'm not sure if it was a Howling Gale or a Whirlwind in Jin's hand. But if it is a Howling Gale, that's also an option to take care of the set. I'm sure Mike Check is going to try to play the set to take care of the Janna. Oh, and there's another Sunken Temple popping up in Mike Check's hand, which is perfect. It's like the next few turns are going to present some perfect opportunities because Jhin does not have a very threatening board, which means Mike Check can eventually take a breather and develop that Sunken Temple.
Yeah, most likely losing Janna here. I don't think it's a great option. You could try and draw, but then that's another Janna, I believe, in hand too. So it's a tough decision.
It's a tough decision indeed. I do very much like the lines of play here from Mike Check. Those sets could technically also level up and generate a showstopper this turn, because Mike Check started the turn with 9+3 mana. For those who are not too familiar with Set, he is, even if he's not leveled yet, the mana already counts towards the showstopper progression. So if he does spend another 7 mana this turn, and that should be pretty easy to do with the coin in hand, the second showstopper can get generated, or rather the level up and the showstopper can get generated.
Yeah, we're just seeing the second Sunken Temple here coming down. Set's gonna level up. No showstopper yet.
Mystic Shot. Will we see it though? I think it's worth
Tag
it.
out, probably.
Oh, yeah, tag out is even better. That's a good point. And as mentioned, the showstopper does get generated. The coin did not even have to be invested, I think.
What's great about tag out is obviously with Sunken Temple on the board, not only do you essentially don't lose cards in your hand because you get a coin as well back in your hand and the unit, you get the additional draw now because of that, because you essentially aren't losing cards. So you get 2 more draw than you would normally.
It's a bit sad.
So fantastic there.
Flash bomb, and it whiffs on all of the pool sharks. It was a bit sad for Mike Check to shuffle that level set back into the deck. Nonetheless, does get rewarded with a bunch of other good finds. Jin was very patient with developing the Janna. I loved to see it, and that did pay off big time, right? Because the showstopper was already played. Janna was able to stick around here. The card draw was already ensured by the Exalted Clownwinder. And now leveled Neela is finally going to join the battle. Probably going to be met by a stun here, though.
Yeah, that concussive palm is most likely going to shut the Neela down. It's going to generate a turret, the fearsome turret, which is, again, going to make this very, very tough because Jin right now has no way of dealing with Heimerdinger.
Heimerdinger is going to stick around, but Jin does have a wide board and does threaten to remove some of the blockers. The Nopify coming in very clutch here, though.
Wind need not be seen to
Jin does have the Mariner in hand, but is now entirely out of steam. The Neela is still stunned. This attack does not look threatening at all because of all of the defensive capabilities that Mike Check just built here this turn.
Yeah, this is kind of the danger zone here for Jin. Hasn't been able to push nearly enough damage in the earlier stages of the game. Mike Check is now stabilized, has got Sunken Temple on the board. Just generating more cards in hand, reduction in the healing. I love that option from Mike Check. And now, as we can see, there is Seraphine. There's another Mystic. There's a Caustic Rift.
The surrender does come out from Jin, just realizing that the Sunken Temple engine is too much to take care of right now. Mike Check with a super convincing 2-0 victory, and Jin not being able to get a victory through with that Janna Neela deck.
Yeah, super unfortunate there for Jin. This is the thing, is I think Mike Check was hoping to try and beat this deck and paid off, and that's probably why they're making it all the way now here to our top 8.
And Mike Check with some super impressive play, in my opinion. The first game was super duper clean, playing exactly to the win condition and the weaknesses of the Janna Neela deck. And the second game, investing this early aftershock and still always being in a situation where your opponent did not have a Sunken Temple advantage, right? By finding that Portal Pioneer, by finding the Sunken Temple of their own. What was also interesting, that very, very final sequence, which also was a sign of a very good player. Sunken Temple was online, Heimerdinger was on board. Mike Check just played the Tellstones without even playing the bots and without using the generated Ritual of Renewal. The only reason to do so is to increase your hand size, shuffle all of that stuff back into your deck so that Sunken Temple draws you more cards. That is something that many newer players don't often see as an availability, as a possibility rather, and that is usually the sign of a very strong player. Just perfect use of the resources.
Not only that, is I believe they had a zero cost Tellstone anyway, so getting the Ritual Renewal, which is pretty much the only option you're really going to be using in that matchup, into the deck, getting updrafted and getting a reduced cost as well can help in later on should you draw it in the future.
So impressive showing from Mike Check, making it into top 8. We have our next featured match here, and that is German long-term tournament grinder Schlulu Flippy versus PVH. We just saw the end of the game with Schlulu Flippy taking a W. I'm not quite sure what the score is. Let's see if we're going to jump into a game 3. We will see that in a second. A bit of an unfortunate timing to jump in right as the game ends. And here we are.
Yeah, unfortunately, we don't know exactly what the score was there, but we shall hopefully find out soon enough. Very well played from both of those two players. And we've been told it is 2-0 to Schlulu Flippy.
Okay, so another quick and convincing game. I did manage to catch that I think Schlulu Flippy was playing Demacia and Freljord as well, so with another aggressive strategy, some type of formidable build, most likely. That is a bit unfortunate that PVH is out, the only representative of Great Britain. But the Germans continue the dominance over the EMEA circuit, and another strong showing by a long-term tournament veteran in Schlulu Flippy going into top 8.
Yeah, a lot of quick games here in our top 16 and also our top 32. So hopefully, if we're lucky, we can get one more match going. But if not, how have you been feeling about this Meta Lobster? How have you been enjoying what you've been seeing today? Because I know you're back now in Ruterra officially. This is your return. Casting. So how have you been feeling it?
For me, the biggest difference is how much quicker Legends of Runeterra has gotten. There is a definite, like, tempo-based decks have gotten so much stronger that most decks, even, like, pure aggro doesn't exist that often anymore, but there's a lot of this mid-rangey slash combo stuff. And Nila Jana just perfectly embodies this. A super high APM deck to play, like a super... You have a lot of decisions and actions in every turn, and that is a very fun deck to play. Sometimes also frustrating to play against because it's kind of like a miracle out of nowhere in some turns and you just get overrun. But it is a great addition to the game. And with that being said, we run into another super high profile match actually. Ultraman, who we saw earlier on, still duking it out here against Talpinator.
This is a very interesting sort of decision here, I guess, from Talpinator, because Pytos... oh, okay, it's from Ultraman, okay. Sorry, I got that the wrong way around. Ultraman hitting the Whirlwind there with the skip.
Yeah, this is a matchup we don't see too often. Two elusive decks fighting against each other, two Bandle City-based elusive decks. We see one PNZ version against a Freljord version. I would say the Freljord version intrinsically packs more power, it has more value because of the inclusion of Bone Clubs as well as cards like Glacial Saurian.
Yeah, we see the Pioneer coming down, most likely going to either be like the remove keyword or the healing. Those are sort of the main two options. And also we've seen Ultraman's hand, 2 copies of Sharesies here. Wonder if any of those were generated or how many were in the main list.
Great question. I do assume 1 or 2 are probably going to be played just to share Bone Clubs around. Ooh, the Teemo is getting pulled here. Defensive Eye of the Storm coming out to ensure a little bit of a trade. Talpinator can keep the draw chain going here with the augmented clock link, but it does look like Ultraman is currently just pulling away value-wise, just having some sturdy and tall units on the board, having more elusives than Talpinator, and being in a comfortable position here.
Taking a look over at Talpinator's list here, it seems to be running, it is very much the sort of elusive span. It's Teemo Yumi, as we know, and pretty much running sort of the draw package. It's got Clock Link, it's got the Eye of the Storms, it's got triple blowback as well.
Yeah.
So a much more aggro-oriented version.
And I think for Talpinator it was a bit unfortunate to find all 3 Teemos early on in the game. It's not really the card that you're looking for in this type of matchup. If your opponent also has elusives, Teemo is usually gonna down trade into most stuff. It is because cards like Skip have a 1-2 stat line. Teemo does not trade into that very effectively unless leveled, but he doesn't find an opportunity to get leveled. So a low value hand on Talpinator's side, trying to make the most out of it here with the augmented clock link being juiced up by the Yumi, but Ultraman might be too far ahead already.
I suspect this Bandle Commander is leveling. Oh, Yumi's not leveled up yet. Okay, so 1 attack off most likely. It was looking to be very, very close.
Saurian also representing some serious overwhelm damage, and Talpinator can take care of this attack quite effectively with the Heroic Refrain. Going to stop the Yumi from leveling, most likely. You were right, she's a 2 out of 3. I don't see... Well, Sharesies is going to get swapped over to the Saurian here, making sure that that unit survives, while the Bandle Commando still retains a ton of buffs, and that is going to be some very favorable trades here for Ultraman. Talpinator is going to have to follow up with some burn removal here, which is always a bit of an unfortunate thing, because you're going to have to invest the burn that you would prefer to send towards the Nexus to take care of the board.
Yeah, I don't know how Talpinator claws back from this point in the game. Yeah, the Skip just hitting removal options as well has made it very, very difficult for Talpinator. I believe one of them's got the Whirlwind, another one's got a Mystic. Again, just making this a very tough spot for Talpinator to claw back from. The stats on the Ultraman side of the board are just a bit too large, and this Shazi has just been coming in huge.
Yeah, this has been making sure that the board keeps snowballing for Ultraman, and we see a quick surrender here. The Freljord version is reigning supreme and getting a much-deserved victory. I think it's 1-1 right now. The last matchup we are going to see is going to be this PNZ Yumi Elusives deck versus Jana Nila. What's your experience in this matchup so far?
I don't think I've really ever played this specific version personally. I've played a lot of John Nila, but I've not really played against the PNZ version of Teemo Yumi. In general, I would say the first couple of turns are going to be pretty crucial for the Teemo side. If they get like an Acorn or a Teemo hitting a couple of times, get those discounts going as soon as possible, it sets them up to be in a really good position, because a lot of the removal options in Seraphine Nila they cost the cheapest is just Mystic, right? Everything else you have to get some type of reductions on to deal with 1/1 elusives.
Talpinator showing, well, you wanted 1 acorn, how about 2 acorns? Another very important thing here, though, is that I think in this specific situation, both players would have preferred to attack on odd turns. And Ultraman is going to get the Nida online, get some Slipstream shuffled right away, while Talpinator's doublet, the duo of the 2 acorns, is going to have to wait before they can really start hitting and generating these mana discards on the spells. Ooh.
Yeah, and we're going to see most likely double Acorn on the next turn as well. Just go as wide as they can. There's not many elusive options, if any, I think, in Ultraman's list. So we'll have to commit Mystic shots.
Both players with kind of a banger start, to be honest. Both players can go, well, mostly Talpinator can go pretty wide, but Ultraman with the early Nila shuffle, as well as the Mystic shot options in hand. Talpinator electing to go for an open attack with a Vandal Commando, it seems. I'm wondering if that is to keep Heroic Refrain mana open and just neglecting the 2 discounts from the Acorn.
Double Mystic shot here coming up from Ultraman. Really scared of the value being generated here from Vandal Commando with the Alcats and just potentially snowballing with the Spell Shield units.
Talpinator does have decent refill here with the Acorns. Also can get a draw cycle going with the Augmented Clockling next turn. Ultraman is now in a bit of a tricky position, though really wants to find a Slipstream here. Let's see if he can get it, and it is being top-decked.
Wow. Okay. So this is probably one of the scariest. Okay, Ultraman. Okay, Ultraman.
The marks of a good player, right? Just top deck the right cards when you need them. Mariam can take care of these fleeting cards and convert them into some good value, some good power. Mariam, I could definitely see Mariam be played for spell mana refill here. Instead, Ultraman elects to go for the... Yeah, okay, this makes a lot more sense. Takes care of the Yumi as well, prevents her from buffing up this Acorn, and just keeps the pressure low, basically, while Ultraman does have a very good swing himself.
Yeah, this is, I guess, a point in the match where I think Talpinator maybe should have gone for the Acorns the turn before. Would have gotten some more cost reductions available to them. They may have been able to push 2 more damage. We don't know where the Mystics would have gotten, obviously, from Ultraman, but would have potentially put them in a more favorable position, forcing Ultraman to make a bit more tougher choices.
Yeah, just like if Talpinator would have been able to play the Heroic Refrain defensively on that turn, would have been very interesting. But here we are with 1 Acorn, X-Technician, still standing, going for the Clockling instead. Could be a second Acorn, could be a skip, which is very, very interesting here because it can find some super high value cards like Sunken Temple and Wizened
If it hits
Talisman.
Temple right here.
It does hit the temple. That's huge, right? Like, we have caster vision. We know that Ultraman cannot draw effectively besides this. So we're not sure if that's actually going to be the pick, but it is the pick after all. There's no removal. There's not a ton of draw here on Ultraman's side. Do you play the Mariam here for some cycle?
Probably, right? I don't think there's any reason not to. The Helmsman doesn't really go... Okay.
That's replaced with another Helmsman, but at least we're drawing deeper into our deck, and the Pool Shark is going to find another Helmsman, but it's discounted and updrafted.
Well, well, what spells have we played? We've played Slipstream, and that's it.
Yeah, right. We didn't find any Howling Gale, we didn't find Whirlwind, we didn't find Eye of the Storm. Good point, actually, Gems. The Helmsman does not do that much, but it is still a solid stat line. Oh, the
With
Formless
Tidal-
Bait and
yeah.
Tidal Invocation, some
Yeah.
of the more uncommon things that you don't see too often popping up from Helmsman. But of course, Ultraman, that's the reason why he's playing in the top, this top 16, and we're just casting, is that he, of course,
I
paid
think that's
attention.
why you still. I think you still always play it because it's just a 5/5 body no matter what.
Exactly.
But this point for Talpinator is going to be really, really tough. Yumi will allow for additional defense here. Probably play it on skip, most likely, to avoid any removal. But I don't even think you care that much about Temple going back anyway. So it's going to be a tough decision.
Yeah, even the Formless Blade is kind of good here, though, right? Just pinging some
Yeah,
target
it's
off.
huge.
The question is, where does Yumi go? Ultraman could pop the Temple back out. I don't think it's that important anymore at this state of the game, because Ultraman is already has such a board and threatening so much pressure that there's not that much draw needed anymore. Well, Talpinate, well, the issue for Ultraman is he still can't take care of elusives very effectively.
While he can't take care of elusives very effectively, but he's putting a ton of pressure on his attack, which will force Talpinator to have to block some of it. Probably the minimum amount, probably just the Helmsman, I suspect.
Yeah, probably Acorn going to be blocking the Helpsman here. Would you agree with Ultraman swinging in now? Would you have preferred to see some removal first? Maybe the Tidal Invocation on the Acorn?
It's a tough decision. I mean, you can still play the Tidal Invocation here for 1 more damage as well, by the way.
True, good point actually. Formless Bay comes out. I do think we are going to see the Tidal Invocation here. And what we mentioned earlier on, Ultraman does not care about the Sunken Temple at this point anymore. The game is not going to last that long anymore. For Ultraman, the most important thing to accomplish here is to keep the Nexus HP as high as possible, like Ultraman's own Nexus HP, while pressuring Talpinator and potentially getting into burn reach.
Oh,
The Helmsman does get picked. No, the Slipstream does get picked up. Okay. The next Helmsman, again, is not going to be finding any burn. That is some very heads-up play here by Talpinator. These skips are coming in huge so far. And a very aggressive hand to push out a lot of damage this turn.
Yeah, I actually really love that choosing the Slipstream there. It denies any sort of draw into Whirlwinds. It denies the... I mean, we already know what Ultraman can get from Helmsman, which is the Invocation and the Blade. And we know, obviously, with Heroic, a Refrain in hand can play around that quite comfortably if you're Talpinator. So you have a pretty strong attack here no matter what. From Talpinator's side, that you can handle pretty much anything Ultraman will do.
Yeah, it's so good for Talpinator because the Heroic Refrain is just going to negate the combo of Slipstream and, Formless Blade and Tidal Invocation, right? It's going to probably try to take out Teemo, but then Talpinator can just give it +1 HP, and the Bandit Scout is still going to connect with the Nexus. That's most likely what's going to happen. Is Ultraman going to have enough defensive resources here to fend off these
I think
attacks?
that's game. I think Talpinator wins right here. I think this is just lethal.
With the Mystic Shot and the Refrain, that's 6 damage in hand. It is 9
just
damage
it.
on board.
Yeah.
And that is a total of 15. So as long as Talpinator is... Well, there's still a decision to be made here, right?
Ultraman could hit
Pre-commit.
okay. Ultraman could hit okay. That's the
Exactly. Unlikely to happen, but that would be one theoretically possible line of action through which Ultraman can survive this attack here. And Talpinator is considering whether or not to play the Refrain here. I'll be honest, this is also a bit of a tell, right? This taking this much time, Ultraman can use that as a read that Talpinator is considering whether or not to pre-commit a Refrain.
So let's do the maths. If there's a pre-commit,
And pre-commit does come through.
you can remove 3 damage here, which is enough to survive on
Yeah.
Ultraman's side.
It's a tough decision to make. Wow. I'm actually not sure if I like the pre-commit.
Was there a commit option which would have? I mean, you could have kept Teemo alive, I guess, if you committed on Teemo, and that would have been 1 more damage.
No, it's still the same because then a skip dies and the Kelp Maiden dies. No, you're right. The skip
No,
doesn't
only
die.
one of them, yeah. Yeah.
It's actually a good point. but then a skip would have died and Ultraman would have got... No, it would not have died. But there's no slipstream. Yeah, I think I agree with you. It would have probably been slightly better to pick Teemo as the target. Not that it matters too much here. The big thing was whether or not to pre-commit in the first place or not. And now that gives Ultraman an opportunity to go for another big swing here and force Talpinator to use all of these elusives as blockers.
Yeah, most likely all of them going to be blocked. Obviously, we know one of the skips is going to be retrieving more draw. The other one's going to be retrieving a temple.
Mystic Shot does come out defensively, and that means that Talpinator is going to be put down to 1 HP. On the flip side, if this Teemo survives with the Yumi buff, that would also be lethal. This game is so incredibly close. It's
might
amazing.
just be over this turn if the slipstream hits a whirlwind.
Yup, if the slipstream hits any type of burn, any Mystic Shot, Mariam for an additional draw as well. Ultraman has so many options here. It's another slipstream.
What terrorizes you?
That's what we're gonna see here from this draw chain that's being unleashed. Outwinder is not it. And the second slipstream does get played. There are 3 potential draws left as of right now. Another slipstream. Still 3 draws left potentially.
Ultraman just really going for it.
I have to start typing invocation. There are whiffs.
They're all whiffs. Oh boy. Okay.
The thing is, if Ultraman now passes or only plays the Mariner, he can still remove the Teemo. He can take care of the only elusive threat, right? With Formless Blades, Tidal Invocation, there's still some elusive, some removal on Ultraman's side. Oh, this game is so incredibly close. That must be nerve-wracking for both of these players. I think neither of them is qualified to the World Championship yet. So, like, now going into, what is it? Going into top 8, right? This is a huge bump in Runeterra points and getting closer to that direct invite as well.
Oh, the pass comes out here.
I love it. It's so good because Ultraman still has the Howling Gale available.
Second
We do see second Teemo, and Ultraman is still going to be desperately fishing for removal. The thing is, the Teemo plus Yumi is only 3 damage, and then it's going to come down to Puff Cap and Draw RNG. Oh, this is incredible. I love this.
This is such a tough spot as well. Do you Howling Gale this Teemo now to play around the Yumi?
Honestly, probably.
Or do you just play Mariam and then Howling Gale afterwards? Because Teemo hitting for 1 will put you down to 3. You're now in blowback range with 5 shrooms in the deck.
There's only 1 top decked card left that we don't have info on Ultraman's side. Talpinator played the
fear
Teemo
of
from the left.
blowback, isn't it? It's the fear of blowback.
I think so. The fear of blowback is the fear of maybe a second elusive, like, no, not really.
It's just blowback. It's just Teemo hitting for 1 and then blowback.
That makes perfect sense, actually.
Because you haven't seen a single one this game.
This is so tense. Because then, if it would have been Sting Officer instead, that card kills you, right? Sting Officer with a Yumi buff. Can't take care of it properly. What?
Oh, valuing. Oh, they're hoping Ultraman draws a single shroom into blowback on the following turn.
But why not go for the second Teemo with a Yumi buff?
I don't know, but I think that was it.
Ultraman does go for the enormous open attack. There's nothing to be found here, and does take away the series. Wow, okay. There's a lot to unravel here. That was...
There is... Yeah, it's very tough
felt
decisions
for a
being made
long
from both
time
sides.
like Talpinator had this game secured. Right? Then there was this
Yes,
tough
it did.
decision on whether or not to pre-commit the Heroic Refrain, which was already very debatable. Because, like, okay, it's easier for us to say with caster vision, but I think Ultraman would have kind of had to commit the 2 removal spells even on the first swing because of the threat of burn on Talpinator's side, right? Because he could easily represent something like Blowback plus Mystic Shot or so to finish out the game. It's a very tough decision to make, though. It's also a bit of a read what you think how your opponent is going to react. On this very final turn, I was a bit surprised to not see the second Teemo be played and swing in with the Yumi. I think that has a much higher likelihood of working because then your Mystic Shot also becomes an out. I don't remember how many copies were left, though. that was a very tough, like some very niche situations that were really hard to calculate and to really find the best place here. Incredible series though. I was like, this was so tense to watch even. I can't even imagine what the players have been going through.
Yeah, that was, I don't even know where to begin there. That was incredibly tough and well played to both sides there. Ultraman will be making his way all the way through to the quarterfinals, and we're going to be hopping to a short break very quickly. And when we're back, we'll be having the rest of our matches for today. So stay tuned, don't go anywhere. Welcome back, everybody, to the Fates Voyage Onward Worlds Open Qualifier. You guys just saw the round of top 16 where we had some fantastic matches, especially our prior match that we just saw at the end. Lobster, would you like to dig into that match a little bit?
Absolutely would. It was a nail-biter of a series which came down to this very, very clutch moment. The last big attack from Talpinator and choosing whether or not to pre-commit the heroic refrain and also where to put it. And after a bit of thinking and analyzing, Gems, what you said earlier on was right. The heroic refrain buff, one of them should have hit the Teemo. Where the second buff goes, doesn't really matter as long as that unit connects. If the Teemo survives, it's one more damage because only the Kelp Maidens gets removed by the Tidal Invocation. And that means that, imagine Ultraman's Nexus is at 3 HP right now. This Teemo gets removed. Instead of playing the mushrooms, we just play the second Teemo, play the Yuumi on top, and it could have been lethal because it's an exact 3 damage hit to the Nexus. Of course, for us, it's easy to say with caster vision, we knew that Ultraman didn't have counterplay in hand, but I think at that point, Talpinator might have been able to have those reads as well, because Ultraman's hand was very small. The skip continuously gave information about the hand, stole the draw cards away, and Talpinator also kind of knew what options the Wizened Helpsman has given, and it was only Formless Blade and Tidal Invocation, so not the right removal that Ultraman needed. Arguably, could have taken this series here with some slightly more precise play, but this is the beauty of Legends of Runeterra. Some small inefficiencies can really just cost you the whole tournament run, and that's why so very often the better player actually prevails, or the one that currently plays better in that series.
Yeah, I mean, that's what it always comes down to, and that is what is determining the rest of this bracket here. As you guys can see, everyone can see on the board, we have our top 8, Shlulu Flippy versus Enzo Lekoko, which is our featured match here for the top 8. Sonic Holic versus Jokerage. Sonic we saw a little bit earlier on in the day against Painus, doing fantastically there. Ultraman, seen plenty of Ultraman's plays. He's been also doing fantastically, and obviously Boxer versus Mike Check, a country match off at the bottom there.
A lot of interesting matchups here. What I love to see again is some of these lesser known names actually made it very far, and I'm going to be curious to see what they have been cooking up in the kitchen, what kind of lineups we will see that maybe hit the meta very effectively. Our featured matchup is going to be the very top one, Shlulu Flippy against Enzo Lekoko, the two with the lovely names. And we did see a glimpse of Shlulu Flippy earlier on. That was the series that ended right away when we joined the Spectate. So I'm actually going to be curious to see Shlulu Flippy in full action. A bit surprising to me, the last standing German representative. Just so many stacked players, stacked people already got kicked out in this incredibly dense tournament filled with high-skill players.
Yeah, I don't. That's for quality of play has been fantastic. And Enzo Lekoko, we see here with the Nora Heimerdinger, the first one of the day. We've seen some other Heimerdinger earlier on with Barcode playing it. Again, another one of those decks that's really trying to prey, I think, on the sort of mid-range Demacia lists, outvalue them, constantly generate tons of blockers with the Eclectic Collection, with Portapalooza, with Nora, with Junk Construct, consistent blockers, has options, obviously Hate Spike, Soul Harvest is fantastic into Formidables. Just, I think, a very solid deck.
And it's a deck that we haven't seen in action yet, but I love to see it. It's very fun to play. It's very frustrating to play against. We'll see what the case is going to be here. Second deck is another elusive-based deck. Teemo, Yuumi, Bandle City with Piltover and Zaun. And at first sight, I'm not really seeing any very surprising tech choices. 2 Octo Adventurers to be able to take care of a lot of landmarks.
Yeah. Again, very straightforward list that we saw in the previous round. And Shen Jarvan, again, one of those decks that has been doing fantastically, especially in the open rounds, but we've yet to see today, really.
Yeah, Shen Jarvan, a lot of people were high on this deck going into the tournament. I'm not sure if it underperformed in the open rounds or people just thought it would not be that good of a bring in the top cut. But at least one player here, Enzo, taking it all the way to the top 8 so far. And let's see if the dominance can prevail. Again, another lineup not playing Janna Nila, but instead playing some off-meta choices like the Nora deck.
Speaking of Jan and Ela, Shlulu Flippy here, bringing the Jan and Ela as one of their 3 decks, has got a copy of Heavy Metal in their version and 1 copy of Aftershock. The rest of the list looking fairly straightforward, very similar to what we've been seeing in the past couple of rounds. Very strong deck, one of the strongest in the meta right now, and it's been doing very well for them.
Shlulu Flippy also a great pilot on this deck list, getting very far with this. Scouts is the second choice. So arguably the 2 strongest or most winning decks going into this tournament are part of Shlulu Flippy's lineup. Kind of the philosophy of just play 2 or 3 good decks, bring it to the tournament, be comfortable with them, and you're gonna get somewhere eventually if fortune is on your side.
Yeah, Scouts, as we've seen time and time again, all the way going back to Rising Tides. I mean, the deck's evolved since then. It's now more champion strength board based, but again, fantastically strong deck. And obviously, then the final deck is the Ujier Galio version. So going for the heavier, formidable version, we see the Petricide Charger, the Balan, Duran Sculptor, Petricide Hound, and a lot of spells.
That's the spicy version that I think... Well, it's similar to the spicy version that we saw a glimpse of earlier on, playing 2 Darken Aegis as a weapon that can give your unit tough, or that can be played for 5 mana to summon a challenger that increases the cost of your opponent's spell while attacking, which is great in many of the current meta matchups. We also saw a fair amount of removal, 3 Gentleman's Duels and 1 single combat, so quite a bit of interaction. I think that deck should be fine to face the likes of Elusives and so on. Do you have any idea on what kind of bans to expect here?
It's gonna, if you're on Shlulu Flippy's side looking at Enzo Lococo, it's gonna be very tough decision. You're gonna be slightly torn between Shen Jarvan, I think, and the Nora Heimerdinger. I think you're most likely leaving the Teemo Yumi up. I think your mid-range decks should do okay into it. You run a lot of challenges. It's not fantastic. They can still do a lot of elusive damage to you, but it's going to be tough in general. I think you're really going to struggle against potentially the SI deck, I think, with your Scouts and your Ujier Galio.
Again, another situation where there's no super obvious bans, and both players are taking the time here and probably thinking, if my opponent bans this, I should ban this. My opponent plays the other bans the other deck, I should ban the other deck. A lot of mind games going on, a bit rock paper scissors like. We'll see who comes out ahead and which matchups are going to be played in a second.
Yeah, I think looking at this lineup, I would favor Enzo Lococo overall. I feel like they're in a prime position to take a lot of these matches. I feel like Teemo Yumi should do great into like something like Scouts, should do pretty well into Ujier Galio, as long as you have all those elusives constantly attacking. I don't think they have a great answer to those a lot of the time.
Yeah, and even Nora Heimer is so effective at refilling the board, right? That you have so many blockers, you don't care that much about champion strength coming down as long as you can just chump block all of those huge units winging at you. There, if we see that matchup, the biggest question is going to be, can Shlulu Flippy find enough challengers to take care of key units like Nora and Heimerdinger?
You have to also consider the Nora Heimerdinger list is running a puzzling signpost as well as a ruination.
And we do see the Nora Heimerdinger list come through, going up against the Formidables list of Shlulu Flippy. We're not quite sure what the bans were yet. We will probably see that soon. But Enzo Lococo has an absolutely gorgeous opening hand for this matchup.
Yeah, I would suspect that potentially the Shen list was the ban, most likely. There is an option that it was the Yumi deck as well. There is a slight possibility, but we'll find out hopefully afterwards. And I mean, it's a pretty good opening hand for kind of both sides.
We do have an elusive blocker here in the blocking Badger Bear on Shlulu Flippy's side. Can take care of the Nora later on, should that ever become a problem. And we were talking about challengers earlier on. The Patricide Broadwing is just the most effective way of doing though. Doubling down on the Badger Bear, but Shlulu Flippy still needs a bit more of combat tricks, maybe a Balin and a bit more mid-game units.
Yeah, unfortunately this Broadwing, if Shlulu decides to play it here, is going to be just dealt with via the Quietus, which is a bit unfortunate. Enzo's going to be super happy here. They're going to get pretty good value removal there.
So the board is even at this point, and Enzo Coco has some very effective units as well as very effective removal options in hand. Now Shlulu Flippy is going to start to run away on stat lines a little bit with the 3 mana 4/4s coming down, another Petricide Hound being drawn. Shlulu Flippy is now getting more and more desperate to draw these mid-game cards, while Mark of the Isles is a perfect defensive option here, allowing the Conchologist to take care of the blocking Badger Bear.
Yeah, 3 mana for 3 mana as well works out perfectly, as you mentioned. Junk construct here, fantastic. It's going to just 2/2 drops that. Again, after they trade, will then summon future units at some point to block more of the units from Shlulu Flippy. Again, a lot of the deck is formidable, so all these blocks actually reduce the damage output from Shlulu Flippy's side too.
And it's great for Enzo Coco that Shlulu Flippy cannot or was not able to build a wide board yet, because Shlulu Flippy is heavily going to rely on this Galio, buff all of those units to insane HP values, but more importantly to get the Galio level up, which also implies a bunch of rallies. That is Shlulu Flippy's best chance at punching through and breaking the line of defense of Enzo Coco, which is going to consist of a ton of small blockers soon.
Yeah, I mean, this hand again has the Vengeance on Enzo Coco's side, and has the Hate Spike, has even a Pytos. The Pytos, by the way, being huge on the Galio turn because you can just pop the Spell Shield. And if you've set up enough mana, you have enough for hopefully Pytos plus Ruination.
That is actually a great spot. On turn 7, on the Galio turn, Enzo Coco can just destroy the whole board right away in one action, right? You put Ruination and Pytos on the stack, and everything is going to be gone.
Yeah, we've already seen, by the way, Quietus used earlier on. Quietus, again, one of those key cards here, as well as Soul Harvest, as we see now at the top, in destroying either weapons or removing a lot of these sort of the cheaper formidable units.
How is Shlulu going to develop? It looks like Petricide Charger into the weapon again, would be my guess, and then just setting up a Galio for next turn. Enzo Coco doesn't really have plays. Looks like they are actually setting up this Pytos Ruination play.
Not against... Oh, is that...
This is tricky. Oh, maybe it's just mind games? I really think Enzo Coco is going to be setting up this Pytos Ruination. Maybe putting something on the stack just to get Shlulu Flippy thinking. I do expect a Galio Slam here.
Yeah, it's super tough because you know that Ruination, even without the additional spell, is going to spell trouble in general for you. But Ruination plus Pytos is going to be probably game ending here for Shlulu.
True, but the attack is also not good enough, right? You also know your opponent plays cards like Hate Spike, Pytos, Vengeance, so they can also respond to your open attack at fast speed. I think you kind of just have to bite down, hope they don't have the perfect Ruination Pytos combo, and just go develop the Galio, and that's exactly what Shlulu Flippy does, and it's going to be met with just the Pytos for now. Maybe the Ruination is going to get saved and the Vengeance is going to come down to take care of Galio instead. I am mildly confused here.
Yeah,
Do you get why we're not just saving the 9 HP? Are we forgetting something about spell ordering? It would have worked, right? Ruination and then
Ruination
Pytos
is
is fast speed.
Yeah.
Well, okay. I mean, we still got the job done. I guess we sacrificed 9 Nexus HP to the old gods for better luck later down the line. And the portals are starting to come down. Rebuild Enzo Coco's board, which is a luxury.
Instant draw the 2 portals as well.
Yeah, that was lovely. And that is going to be a very effective... Oh, the 0-5 blocker is actually juicy, because Shlulu Flippy can threaten some big overwhelm hits later on with the stances of Udyr, but we now have a high HP blocker in that Bone Scryer, and we have a Vengeance to take care of potential attackers.
Do we just Spirits Unleashed here?
I'll be honest, I forgot what that spell does.
I think it's the if I'm correct, it's the +1/+1 to everything.
True.
Deal 1 to everything.
Yeah, there would be an option to develop your own game plan here. The weapon to keep Udyr alive also kind of makes sense. We're probably going to have to be playing off of those big stance switches. The second Galio in hand is nice. Put more fuel onto the board. We see that Enzo Le Coco, at least with the Vengeance, can take care of one of those big threats. And I think at this point, Shlulu Flippy needs multiple big threats to eventually punch through and finish Enzo Le Coco.
Yeah, the issue right now is obviously we can see in Enzo Le Coco's hand there is both the Wallop and a Vengeance, making it incredibly difficult for Shlulu to ever really achieve the big overwhelm goal at any point. And there's a second Vengeance here too.
Galio does buff up Udyr. The tag team is online, but the Pythos is going to remove the spell shield and open the way for the second, for one Vengeance. And the second Vengeance is eventually going to take care of the Udyr. So like you mentioned, the top deck coming in super clutch. Not necessarily right now, but it's so nice to have that security in hand and know that you can take care of the other big threat as well.
Yeah, you're most likely get a Vengeance to hit Udyr to just stop any mana discount or generation. Depending on what Shlulu Flippy does here.
Yeah, good point. Yeah.
And then you can deal with Galio on the future turn.
That's actually a very good point, just shutting down any value that Udyr can generate here, especially if that stance gets committed. I think you can even just put the Vengeance on the stack. You see how exactly Enzo Le Coco is going to elect to do that. You can also wait for the Udyr to swing in.
I think you wait for the Udyr to swing in to play around the weapon, I guess, being re-equipped on Galio.
Good. Yeah, that weapon was played earlier on.
It's
yeah.
very minor.
Enzo being patient here. Playing the top decked Vengeance on the right side of the hand. Glimpse Beyond to keep the draw engine rolling. Prevent that Galio from inflicting any damage. And we see more portals popping off. Elusives do come out onto the board. Soothsayer is kind of useless. But the Eclectic Collection, one of the interesting power plays and like, let's call it a delayed finisher. And it's gonna find pretty, like, some serious value here very soon with 4 units already being on the board.
Yeah, and this is turning to be a really, really tough game. Yes, we see the champion strength here on Shlulu Flippy, but we already know there is a puzzling signpost on the opposition side of Enzo Le Coco, which will just shut that down at any point in the game too.
Eclectic Collection does get played. I'm a bit surprised to not see the Junk Construct be played first, just for more triggers, but it's fine. Maybe we want to keep Puzzling Signpost mana up, although I'm not quite sure if we would ever be afraid of Champion Strength there. This is the thing, like, Champion Strength is easily one of the best spells, if not the best spell in the game, but it's situational, it's conditional, it's only good if you already have a board, and it's pretty useless if your opponent just has the line of blockers.
Yeah, it's also, again, as you mentioned, situational, because the only time it will become useful is if you can have Overwhelm, I guess, with a single unit. But again, you need a lot of like conditions to be right for that card to have its full effect.
Yeah, and Enzo Le Coco effectively negated most of those conditions under which Champion Strength is a good spell. The Galio gets buffed up, but we already know that Enzo Le Coco has an answer here with the Vengeance. And even for the next attack that might come at some point, the Wallop will be able to take care of the card like Udyr. Most of these champions close to leveling up. Udyr here 2 out of 3 stance swaps, but I don't think it's going to matter. The puff cap's already starting to rain in and pop damage. You can see the traps and boom counters on the right side of your screens right here. Flash bombs can be very nice against formidable units as well. But here we see Glimpse Beyond again denying a stance swap generation. Enzo Le Coco making great use of those kinds of things so far. Gentleman's Duel coming in though with a reverse denial, let's call it.
Yeah, I really like this gentleman. So it just obviously denies, will give you a stance swap, and also on top of that denies the draw, which I think is the more crucial moment here. If you're Shlulu, you're on the back foot for most of this game. You need to take any little bit of sort of advantage where you can. And yeah, I think it's a fine play here, especially since they don't really have much else to do.
Yeah, the hand from Shlulu Flippy is not allowing for a lot of options. It does feel good though to shut down the draw, don't get me wrong. We're technically now in a situation where if Enzo just has a few bricked top decks in a row, Cthulhu Flippy can outvalue them. If they find some, I don't know, like Balin, third Galio into some stances and so on, and then a big... I mean, Dark and Spear would also be a sick top deck here. Just playing Annika, swinging in, pulling out another unit. So it's not over yet.
And then, yeah.
But it's close.
Yeah, because you could play Annika next turn and then get potentially Annika plus champion
It would
strength.
be juicy. The thing is,
Obviously, we know there's a signpost, right? So we know there's a deny available.
it's only going to delay the champion strength by 1 turn because it gets bounced back into hand instead of completely denied. But the other thing is Wallop can also deny Annika's attack very effectively, prevent it from pulling further units out of the deck. Udyr does level up. First time we see that this tournament on the main broadcast. I think it's too little too late with all of the options that Enzo Coco has available though.
Yeah, just considering playing Joral as a unit as opposed to the weapon. I think it's fine. This screams like it's trying to set up champion strength from Shuli on this turn.
It would.
And just trying to push for lethal. But we know, obviously, there's a ton of there's enough answers on the side
There's
of Enzo.
Wallop, there's Signpost. I mean, Cthulhu Flippy is doing well playing to their win conditions here, especially with the Sky Splitter in hand. Udyr would go up all the way to, what, 16 attack? And that would be exact lethal, even punching through the Bone Scryer, even though it would be punching through the high HP blocker. But we do see the Wallop
I love this.
shutting down.
I love this. I love the Wallop way more than the puzzling side post. It removes the champion strength as a problem.
It also sets up
And
an
it's gone.
attack, interestingly enough. It also makes sure that Cthulhu Flippy has 1 less blocker here. So maybe Enzo Coco with this Wallop is setting up a lethal right away. Glimpse Beyond probably going to come out here.
Yeah, gonna try to search through the deck a little bit more. It is an expensive Glimpse Beyond thanks to Joral's ability. Hits some healing, which is gonna be potentially really helpful here, considering how big Uchi's getting.
And Noro should be leveled at this point and can... Well, the attack already did go through earlier on. And Cthulhu Flippy now left in the same position trying to set up a big attack. Now, it was not the easiest of plays to make, right? Now you're missing the Wallop. You could have had a Wallop in hand instead of a puzzling signpost, but then your opponent would still have had the champion strength in hand. It's an interesting trade-off. Both have some big ups and downs.
You would have had an additional draw as well from the signposts.
True.
So that's something to consider. Oh.
Cthulhu Flippy did not find any further attack buffs, did not find any other champion strength or any other shenanigans.
Doesn't need to, can just develop Nora here, can just develop more portals and hope to try and see what the portal randomness is going to provide.
8 Spike also not a bad option to get rid of that Joral as a blocker. Of course, we know though Cthulhu Flippy has Sky Splitters for defensive reinforcement. Nora's level up animation coming through, also something we haven't seen this tournament yet. But this is gonna really snowball the pressure of Enzo Coco, boosting all of those portal generated units in mana cost and making them stronger, beefier, and more threatening.
Okay, this is a very, very tough turn because obviously Nora and the Subworth works are going to push for 4 as well, just pure inducive damage. So it's something to consider. Oh, just going. They tapped out under the champion strength, right? So they just realized they can play the eclectic. again.
Exactly. I really like this. I don't think we need Puzzling Signpost mana anymore. We don't care if our opponent plays single combat or another Gentleman's Duel. And it is being rewarded right away, spawning 2 units and putting a third one into the hand. Funny enough, more puff caps going into hand, and we already know there's a bunch of puff caps in Cthulhu Flippy's deck. This attack is wide. This attack is threatening. Is this attack going to be lethal?
So you have to block absolutely everything. Technically, wait, you can push. How much? No, hate spike, double hate spike.
Double hate spike the Udyr, but then Sky Splitter is dangerous. I think that would be a very risky play. I think Enzo Coco doesn't. Well, but
Me
Enzo
too.
Coco is in a position where they want to remove Udyr at this point because they're not going to survive another Udyr swing. does let it go through, and then it probably is going to follow up with the hate spikes, but we know that the double sky splitter plus the stance swap is going to have... Wow, wait. Shulu Flippy is back in this game just because there was no lethal threatened.
I mean, we have to see what portals also appear as well, right? There's still quite a few other portals. There's a chance of how many Vengeances were in the deck? So we've seen, there are 3 Vengeances, we've seen 2. That's an 8/8 blocker as well. You can also just play the shrooms. Yeah, you can just play the shrooms. There are a lot of shrooms in Shuli Flippy's side now, especially with the Eclectic. It's going to be so draw dependent.
I mean, how many cards does Shulu Flippy have left? It's probably like 25-ish. So on average, they're only going to draw like 1.5 damage. It's very unlikely that this is lethal. It's very unlikely for Nora deck to top deck any lethal here. I'm not sure if there is even any option. And now the Udyr is punching through, even finds the 3 sisters. Only 1 puff cap drawn. Shulu Flippy is sitting comfortably at 2 HP. And the portal only pulls a 5 HP blocker. I think this is game.
That's
Wait,
game.
no. If Shulu Flippy goes for Fury of the North.
It's game without it, right?
All right, it's already pushing 7.
It's more than enough. That is just it. There's no answers on Enzo's side. And you see... Yeah, I think this goes back to there was a turn, I think they Vengeance Galio instead of Udyr, right?
True. That was one of the key reasons, but also I cannot help but think that the last turn was a strategic misplay. Because if you're not threatening lethal that turn, like Enzo Lecoco already kind of knew their deck just doesn't run any finishers anymore, right? They're not going to get the win anymore until their next attack. And they could have also known they can't stop the next Udyr attack. I think you kind of had to commit those hate spikes on the attack, or at least after the attack, to finish off Udyr. Of course, we knew, like in hindsight, double Sky Splitter would have saved Udyr anyway. It would have not made a difference. But at least, like, I feel like Enzo Lecoco could have at least played to their outs a bit better. And also, going back to one of the, to turn 7, right? Remember when we sacrificed 9 HP for the Old Gods and it didn't really pay off? It did not give us the luck we needed.
Yeah, I think that was also a huge turning point because they probably would have still been alive that turn.
Yes, the Udyr would not have been able to OTK. Like, yeah, it was just an overkill by 2 here. Imagine we had 9 more HP, we would have been chilling. It's a close game. We are far into the tournament. Nerfs are kicking in. Both players are probably a bit mentally fatigued. Us casters surely are a bit mentally fatigued with all of the high-level Runeterra action that's been going on. So it's normal to make mistakes, but it does feel like Enzo Lecoco had a fair fighting chance. It was... They kind of had the game in their hands, but Shulu Flippy just barely edging it out and slipping through with a win here.
Yeah, and this is, again, now we have scouts up against the same deck we saw previously, the Heimerdinger and Nora.
But you look at that bottom right.
I don't like that trade. Oh, Ultraman won. Okay.
Yeah. First of all, congrats to Ultraman making it into another top 4. I think that should already assure a World Championship spot if he didn't have any yet. He might have been qualified before already, right? Ultraman has been widely successful in this year of Legends of Runeterra. But congrats to Ultraman making it into the top 4. Further into the prize money and into the points. Going back to this game, strong Nora start after Bird.
Yeah, this is a very, very interesting turn. So Shulu Flippy, I think one of the first things I noticed was the block with the Fleet Feather Tracker. Wasn't a huge fan of it because you have Inspiring Light. You also lose your Challenger unit for Nora. That's kind of one of your only ways to really deal with it. Did get Misfortune here. Unfortunately, you can't really play Misfortune here because Soul Harvest just kind of removes it. And, well, Pablo's huge here. From the portal hitting from Nora after the first hit.
Yeah.
Setting up a prize fight.
Mirai Warden instead, and still keeping mana for Inspiring Light. I very much like this. Like, Misfortune being removed would cost a lot of tempo. But here, this just makes the board so wide that it's very hard to take care of on Enzo Lecoco's side.
Yeah, the only issue I have is, again, if we go back to that previous turn, they would have kept that Fleet Feather Tracker here, which would have posed a threat for Nora.
I was just going to touch up on that as well. I totally agree. on that assumption. I think we can take the 2 damage. I think we're not scared of an unbuffed Bird the Bellringer. We did lose a challenger here. I think part of the thought process might have been like Enzo Lococo plays a bunch of pie tosses and other effective removal spells. I think we can take that risk, but either way, now the Nora will generate a bunch of portals unchecked.
Yeah, and there's a pretty favorable blocks here as well from Enzo Lococo. The Pablo here is fantastic. And Nora as well. This is the thing, Nora is free to block, right? There is no like direct damage coming out from scouts outside of 2 MFs. 2 misfortunes on the board generating like a make it rain. So I think you're super safe to block there, take the value blocks, generate another portal here. Looking really, really good for Enzo. Heimerdinger can come down really freely. This is going to spiral very out of control very quickly.
Yeah, but the Broadwing does take care of Heimerdinger very effectively with MF support. But we do know that Hate Spike is here. Nora does get sacrificed because she is eventually going to die anyway. It's just too important to get rid of the MF and to keep Heimerdinger alive. I love that play by Enzo Lococo.
Yeah, recognizing Nora's kind of done her job at that point in the game, right? Nora's not really going to get that much more value. It's probably going to block on the next turn. Might as well just remove MF.
Oh, and Quiet is being found taking out the Petricide Broadwing. And just like that, the Skull Stack is running out of steam. Enzo Lococo finding a bunch of early cards and just grinding the Skull Stack out of units.
Yeah, this is looking very, very tough now for Schlulu. I think a couple of key decisions in the first early game. I think it goes back to the discussion I've seen going around on social media where you have the, is it a control deck or is it an aggro deck or mid-range deck? And that mindset of playing it more like more of a combo deck, not control, would really have helped Schlulu here in terms of building that effective board. Inspiring Light would have been way more threatening. Nora wouldn't have had a chance to potentially be as much of an issue. It would have forced Enzo, I think, into more difficult decisions later on.
Maybe there wouldn't even have been a Hate Spike target to take care of the MF. But here we are now. Schlulu Flippy does go for a valiant effort here to put some pressure out on the board, but it looks like the Heimerdinger is just going to be creating some runaway value. Mark of the Ice does get popped onto this hyper buffed turret, which means it's going to sacrifice its life, but gonna take out the Island Navigator in return. And Schlulu Flippy, just 3 units on the board, no cards in hand, and we know Enzo Lococo is holding a Ruination, plus additional refill here with a Glimpse Beyond. This looks over.
Yeah, which is exactly what Enzo wants, right? So Enzo had that first sort of more rough match. Really probably happy to see this happen. This turn hits the assassin to draw an additional card off the portal. So this is looking fantastic.
This is a redemption, getting that win on the Heimerdinger back. Aitos taking care of the elusive, the only threat left that can actually kind of punch through Enzo's defense here. Although the Shadow Assassin was also an amazing find off the board. Galactic Collection, adding insult.
You're not
to
scared
injury.
of champion strength at all at this point. You just block a few times with all your
Exactly,
units.
that's the board state that we mentioned while we looked at the deck list earlier on. You don't care about champion strength anymore, and also Schlulu's board is just not wide enough for that to matter.
Yep, can see the elusive damage now coming out. Is going to try and finish off the game in one more attack turn. Really sort of rush this down. There is champion strength, but again, one turn too late. If we even see a committal of champion strength, you can either just choose to either block or just play Ruination and get an 8/8.
Yep.
The Scouts has no interaction, no way of stopping it, and it would be an open attack on the next turn.
Yeah, there's unfortunately just no win condition left for Schlulu Flippy that can still punch through everything that Enzo has already put up. This Heimerdinger has put in some work.
So many 1/1s. It's just Scouts hates it. Without MF on the board, it's just they're just stopping so much damage, and that's kind of all you really need to do for these matchups. And it's really frustrating to deal with as a Scouts player because you're basically trying to set up that big champion strength turn, so you really can't afford to make even the slightest sort of misplay in the first like 3 to 5
Yeah,
turns.
you do need to snowball your board and maybe some slight mismaneuvering on Shlulu Flippy's side here, giving up the tracker. But Enzo Lococo also just completely dominating this, running away with this game. And the last matchup we are gonna see is the elusive aggro deck on Enzo's side versus Shlulu Flippy's scouts. Do you have any experience on this matchup, Gems?
I've played similar matchups in previous metas. It's a very close matchup. Again, if you have like your couple of challenger units earlier, your Broadwing, a couple of other Fleet Feather Tracker,
Nice.
you can hope to try and remove some of it, but sometimes you can just overrun them. If you just go wide, play Inspiring Light, they might have only one big tall unit right on their side, but the rest of them not going to be so much. They're going to be very small 1/1s and 2/1s and 1/2s.
Exactly. Like, basically both decks are gonna try to go very wide. But because Enzo's deck plays elusive units, they're gonna be slightly understated, right? The keyword comes at a bit of a cost. And that means Shlulu Flippy is gonna have a higher damage output if both decks just develop effectively. And that means that Shlulu Flippy is gonna threaten to close out the game earlier and gonna make Enzo Lococo basically force blocks out of the elusive decks. And then you don't even need Challenger anymore, right?
Yeah, I love this turn here. What if you're Shlulu, you have a couple of options. What you really want is to set up that Inspiring Light for the following turn. So your options really are just Shell Shocker, and then you would have the 3 mana from that you float with Island Navigator on 4, which is looking to be a big turning point here in this matchup.
That is so big. Skip whiffing on the Island Navigator as well as the Aspiring Light. Pretty big. And the card that Skip pulled can be returned very soon here once that Fleet Feather Tracker does get buffed. Can trade into the Skip. I would
You
say
also
this
no
looks...
hurry. You're no hurry for Genevieve, right? That's the thing. There was Genevieve that got taken. You're in no rush because you can't play Genevieve yet at this point. Oh,
Overfit the board.
unit. Yeah, a bit unfortunate there with the scout unit hit. Could have maybe gotten like even a 2/2 would have been nice.
Oh, the second Skip takes care of the Inspiring Light, and all of a sudden, this looks much closer than it just did. But still, the Fleet Feather Tracker can take care of this Skip because it's unbuffed. But it does take a lot of steam and a lot of power out of this very attack turn.
Yeah, it completely removes what would have been a very scary attack turn from Shlulu happening this turn to pretty sort of average attack turn, I would say.
Yeah. I'm a bit surprised to not see a full swing here. I think what Shlulu could go for is to just trade 1 or 2 units out and then play Quinn, summon the Valor, and then play the Inspiring Light, just to have some slightly higher value targets. But here,
Yeah,
right?
not against that. You would have to probably keep your scout units, maybe attack with the Shell Shocker. Yeah.
I mean, we could have attacked with the Scout unit. The only value block that Enzo Lococo can do is to block with the 2/3 Skip. And that means that, again, we can target that one with the Fleet Feather Tracker as well, get the Genevieve out. It's also not bad. But this line of play from Enzo Lococo also makes a ton of sense, putting some pressure out and clearing out some space so that Quinn can summon Valor, and all of those can be buffed by the Inspiring Light. We will also have 4 Scout units available, and we did find the Champion Strength off the top of the deck.
Yeah, that's going to be a huge next turn. So so if you want a Champion Strength, can you play? You can't play Inspiring Light this turn, can you?
Yeah, but I think we're not in a rush. We would rather play Champion Strength in our opponent's turn anyway. So I think we could even not play Inspiring Light. We could go Sergeant for Demacia, but then we don't have Champion Strength mana on turn 7 either.
I think you have to pressure blocks here from Enzo Lococo in some fashion.
Absolutely. Another Champion Strength. That is overkill. Just going for the Champion Strength before.
I mean,
the
most
swing.
of the units have Scout
Yeah.
already. Most of the units have Scout, so you get 2 attacks with this big ass wide board. So I don't know. The top deck blowback though will actually be a big problem.
1 unit
Can choose to remove the Valor, right?
Exactly.
So that stops the value trades.
coming in very clutch. The blowback only discarded. I didn't quite see if it was 1 or 2 cards. 1 card discarded. 2 damage is gonna be put onto the playing field here. The 3 scout units swing in. Enzo Coco can take some damage. They can comfortably go down to like 1 or 2 Nexus HP, knowing that only MF can directly damage the Nexus in the scout deck. Sending off some of these weaker scout elusive units here on blocking duty, and now the full swing comes in.
Yeah, you have to block 3 of? No,
Technically only 2. The question is, are you fine with staying on 1 Nexus HP?
Yeah, completely fine, I think, right?
I would agree.
In this matchup?
Because if you're Enzo Coco, you're looking to win the very next turn, right?
There's no answers for the elusives. There's no Badger Bears that we've seen. There's no interactivity in scouts at all.
Yep.
There's no like combat tricks that you're scared of.
I mean, I will say
just swing it.
This was pretty slick by Schlulu Flippy. Banking 1 spell mana. They set up another champion strength turn for this very turn, but Enzo Coco just realizing there's no interaction, like you said, buffing up the elusive, swinging in immediately, not giving any chance to play the second champion strength. And that means that Enzo Coco, on just 1 Nexus HP, does defeat Schlulu Flippy and make it into the top 4.
Yeah, the only punish would have been maybe if there wasn't an open attack and somehow scouts managed to get 2 MFs. And that was never going to happen with a single with a single draw and no MFs in hand, right? And make it rain for lethal. But yeah, I don't know. There was no real like scary answer there at all on the side of scouts. That's the big downside of scouts, is the lack of like strong interaction with your opponent's game plan.
Yeah. In this very last game, I really like the play of Enzo Coco, realizing that it is perfectly fine to dip down to 1 HP because you are threatening the lethal on the very next swing, and also playing to that win condition and just not giving your opponent any opportunity to come back into the game. And with that top 4 player already having advanced, we jump over to Sonic Holic versus Jokerj, and we finally see the Shen Jarvan deck in action.
And we see a leveled up Jarvan with a Cataclysm available too. So this is, if you're on Sonic's side, this is not looking pretty good, especially since your hand is pretty unvaluable. It's just a Durand and turn 8 and maybe a Dural.
We are coming in at a very interesting time point of this game, already having seen this level Jarvan. And again, the champion's strength in Sonic Holic's hand, technically enough mana to play it, but it's just not effective here because all of the units on the side have been taken out. Only a Balin rallying does not do enough, and we do see the surrender come out. And that was already the 3rd game. Sonic Holic, unfortunately, is going to part ways with us here. Drops out in top 8. Nonetheless, a strong showing. Made it into the prize money and also collected some important Runeterra points.
Yeah, unfortunately, we didn't see how the game got to that state, so we can only make assumptions. But again, congratulations to Jokerj for winning that matchup against Sonic. Sonic is a fantastic player who we've been seeing time and time again doing fantastically in tournaments. So they should be super excited about this result and getting as far as they have in the tournament.
And interesting to see which kind of decks both players played. The first round was again an elusive mirror, right? Because one was playing Bandle City Freljord elusives, the other one Bandle City PNZ elusives. Here, PNZ version actually won. I think that is rather a bit uncommon, but if you get a very good tempo start, if you annoy your opponent with skips, and if you find that burn lethal, that is definitely very doable. You just go under your opponent and you try to overrun them quickly, basically.
Yeah, fantastic showing from all those players. We are going to be hopping to just another break very shortly, and when we're back, we'll have more Runeterra action, so don't go anywhere.
Welcome back to the Fates Voyage Onward World Qualifier Open. After some incredibly tense action, we have our final 4 players of the tournament who are going to be competing for that World Championship spot. And with the next game that is going to be coming up in a second, we have a very interesting dynamic. It's going to be Ultraman versus Boxer, and Ultraman is already qualified for the World Championship because he won the last seasonal tournament ever, the worst World Ender seasonal tournament, while Boxer is in a bit of a do-or-die situation at 0 Runeterra points and could really, really use that World Championship invite.
Yeah, it's going to be a very tough matchup. But on the other side of the semi-finals, we have Enzo Lococo, who we saw a bit earlier on today, and Jokeridge, both players we haven't been following for that long, and very interested to see the winner of those two as well, who will make it to the grand finals.
Yeah, 2 rather newer players in the tournament circuit, and both of them in a prime position to secure a World Championship invite right away, making a splash into the tournament scene. Another interesting dynamic is that if Ultraman wins the whole tournament, because he already has a World Championship spot, the World's invite is going to move down to the 2nd place. So both of those players should really be rooting for Ultraman to win the other semi-final.
Yeah, that would allow them, as you mentioned, that spot guaranteed. Ultraman will, however, take the prize money, so he'll be very happy there, taking a nice 5k there for himself. And we're going to be hopping into the first set of the decks here for our match between Ultraman and Boxer. Ultraman, we've seen a couple of times today, has brought a very strong lineup with the Seraphine Heimerdinger set. You can see this is a very heavy one-off list. It's very common here with the Seraphine. Try to get as many of those new spells being played.
Yeah, notably 2 Nopifies and 2 Concussive Palms, the only spells that are doubled. One card we didn't touch up on yet is called Shot. A very interesting addition, not the most common in these set Seraphine decks, but does allow for some explosive finishing power. The next deck, a much more innovative one that really just made its splashes on day 2 of this EMEA tournament series, and that is Fizz Yuumi Freljord with the inclusion of Crippled Bone Club.
Yeah, we have to specifically mention Freljord because there is a PNZ Fizz Yuumi going about throughout this tournament, as we've seen earlier on today. Such a fantastic deck. The use of Skip has been one of the key deciding factors in the win conditions because of how much of an interesting card it is overall. And our final deck, obviously, the Nyla Jana, we've seen this time and time again. This is one without the Aftershocks, with double title invocation.
Again, we're assuming that Ultraman is perfectly fine playing into other Jana Nila decks and rather tacked in those title invocations to deal with elusive decks, to deal with Demacia decks like Scouts, and just get better matchups in those regards. Now we're going to walk over to Boxer's decks, which we haven't seen yet, and this is some serious spice.
Yeah, we haven't seen anything like this throughout the entire tournament. This is a mono Seraphine back alley bar deck. Tons of one-offs running SI, so no access to set and stuff, I think. And yeah, look at this. It's double Aftershock, Undergrowths, Vengeance, Song Spinner, Pursuit of Perfection, and Eradication there too.
Not in my wildest dreams would I have imagined a back alley bar deck in the top 4 of the EMEA finals, but Boxer somehow pulling it off. Second deck, the Teemo Yuumi deck that you just mentioned earlier on. Interestingly enough, I do think that Ultraman's elusive version is very favored into this one. We saw Ultraman also play Scholarly Pioneer, which is not only a challenger for removal, but also can pick the Explorer spell that removes keywords. And that can also take some tempo out of Boxer's sails. Speaking about sails, we do have a Nila Jana deck with Tide Dancer included as the tech choice, something that has fallen out of favor a long time ago. And generally speaking, this list is very differently built than what we've seen before. Talk us through this, Jem. So how is this build different?
So this was the first sort of stack, I guess, for Nyla Jana. You'd run the Tide Dancer, but it also has cards like Vic Crash, usually as the 3 of it. It's a very more aggressive, low back as well for a potential finisher. It's essentially a way more aggressive variant. trying to really get the elusive damage, the chip damage, the early draw. There's no temple, there's no sort of discounts there. There's no
No wise enhancement. That's also huge.
there's loads. Yeah,
Very different approaches to the Nila Jana deck. So Boxer, it's such an interesting lineup because you have two hyper aggro decks in Elusives and Nila Jana, and then you have the polar opposite with this Seraphine back Ali Bar deck. So I'll be honest, I have no idea what the ban strategies are. I don't even know what the matchup spread is of a deck like back Ali Bar Mono Seraphine. I don't know what to expect from the bans.
yeah. I don't know if your Boxer what you choose. You might just get rid of the Seraphine list on the opponent's side. You've got tons of removal, so maybe you're banking on just being able to deal with units in the Jana list and as well as the Fizz Yumi. But again, Fizz can be a huge problem in that regard. Haven't seen the power of Fizz much this tournament, but for those of you guys that don't know, it has that way of Fizz's ability allows you to dodge spells if you play your own spell.
Exactly, just negates the spell stack and everything targeting Fizz basically. Well, not the whole spell stack, only whatever is targeting Fizz. So a bit of an invincibility shield in a weird way. I can see the Fizz Yumi deck being banned here. I think it does present the most problems to most decks on Boxer's side. If you're Ultraman, what do you ban though? Because Ultraman, keep in mind, does not play the Aftershock version of Nila Jana, probably is generally fine with the mirror, but now you are facing a very different Nila Jana build.
Yeah, I don't know. It is very tough. I'm not sure who wins in that mirror. I would like to believe that the Temple version should in theory do better. You have a lot more with Wizened Helmsman, and if you can manage to get the landmark down, you have a ton of ways of just removing most of the board. John Neela doesn't have very high HP sort of statted units, so as long as you get a little bit of that removal, you should be able to keep it clear.
Mm-hmm. Also, the tidal invocation tags are actually huge in that matchup. So nice to be able to remove some Windborne Mariners while developing your own blockers. Also to remove something like the lookouts, the 1-drop lookouts before they get buffed and get the +1/+1 and Brash. On the flip side, Ultraman's deck, like Jana Nila, can struggle against the Brash keyword.
Yep.
And having that additional offensive firepower on Boxer's side can come in super clutch.
Yeah, it's very, very tough. I suspect this is the issue right now both players are facing and why the bans are taking so long. There's a lot of decks which are running different versions of cards. They're going to have to sit down and figure out, especially the Seraphine list, I would say, what they are scared of, what are they worried about, and which deck is going to pose the biggest threat.
I would be so curious to see the Seraphine decks play against each other. I'm like... What? Who's even favored?
I would say the Ionia one is right because you have access to
Deny to Nopifies. You can protect your landmark better.
The Pursuit of Perfection as well. You can't
stop it, but you
side.
can Vengeance the big boy, right? The Catastrophe.
Yeah.
So I don't think that win condition
that's
exists.
true.
The Sets and Heimerdingers can also be taken care of. It's really weird, but I feel like the Shadow Ice version should be favored, as long as you...
It's a single Vengeance, by the way, so it's also...
Okay, does change things. Man.
Yeah, it makes it way more
I would be
difficult.
so interested to see that matchup.
Because if you commit that Vengeance earlier on in the game, where you're forced to for whatever reason, you're now practically locked out from dealing with Pursuit of Perfection. It's super, super tough.
Yeah, if you got to pop a Heimerdinger set with the Vengeance instead. But then that also opens up the opportunities for random card generation, right? Triple back Ali Bar. There's so much RNG in that matchup. The Seraphines, who knows what they're going to pull? Maybe some, I don't know, some random silence spell. Maybe some Hush can come on clutch.
Yeah, it's going to be way too close to call. And I mean, you can see even in the deck, there's cards like Station, Archivist, which could hit. Which in theory could hit one of the spells that you need, that sort of thing, give you an extra copy that you wouldn't normally be able to play. I don't know. You could generate some stuns by accident from random generation, which gives you the one extra turn. Yeah, it's overall a very difficult sort of matchup to analyze in terms of the bans, what you want to ban, especially when you're faced with a deck like this that you haven't got any or even many stats of at all.
Such a weird clash of lineups here. There's so many uncommon decks on both sides that, or at least an uncommon build of Janna Nila, for example. We do see the Seraphine deck get banned. A bit heartbroken over this. Fizz Yumi on the other side. Good read there, Gems. And we do see two of the most dominant meta decks being available on Ultraman side, which is Seraphine Set, as well as Janna Nila. Boxer electing to open up with Janna Nila of their own.
This more aggressive variant could work out in favor as well for Boxer, because it is able to just spam a lot more units onto that board, go wide quicker, and try and push that damage. However, as I heard your reaction there, yeah, Rocket Barrage is one of those few cards that can kind of end the game.
Yeah, what a mulligan by Ultraman. Rocket Barrage and Divine Draft to stop Boxer from going wide. Also having Howling Gale to take care of a Janna very soon. All the necessary removal, but no real early units. That's a bit unfortunate for Ultraman, which means this Nila is just gonna swing in uncontested and generate that very crucial slipstream. But Boxer has a sick opening here with the Nila into the Janna, into Tide Dancer already in hand.
Yeah, the question more becomes is, oh, okay, so we do see the Howling Gale pre-committed here onto the Nila. Does not want to deal with it at all. However, though, Nila has managed to do her job, right? Hit perfectly the attack, generated a slipstream. That's realistically the main thing you want from Nila, is to generate that slipstream to be available.
Yeah, Nila did her job, and she also gets replaced with the second Nila straight from hand. Of course, for Ultraman, the Howling Gale expenditure makes perfect sense because you already have a Rocket Barrage for the Janna later on. You have perfect mana banked to take care of a Janna before those draw discounts apply. Again, very precise mana management of by Ultraman, which was all set up by passing turn 2 instead of playing that Disciple of Doran curve.
Yeah, this Rocket Barrage is going to be happy. Boxer's not going to be too upset about seeing that. Yes, Janna is removed, but now your Marinas are going to be more likely to be safe. The only punishments are exactly what Ultraman has, which is the divine draft, and on top of it, the Caustic Rift.
But still, Boxer has so much steam right now, and Ultraman does not quite have the mana to take care of everything. If Ultraman had one more mana for that Caustic Rift, this board would be efficiently taken care of. But right now, Ultraman just keeping the options open. We do see, yeah, that makes perfect sense actually. Disciple does get removed for a bigger hit, and the Windborne Marina is going to come out very soon as well. Going for the Mystic Shot instead, just more effective, well, investment of damage, let's say. Although I will say that the Mystic Shot could have also gone face later on, so it's not an easy call to make. But this,
yeah, you have to remember this does not run the Helmsman, so your that is it for Whirlwinds, right? So you don't get sort of that extra Whirlwinds from playing them early later on in the match, because Boxer's not running that variant.
What an enormous swing here though by Ultraman. Divine Draft did not get played, which means it's a bit of an awkward situation. You either have to Concussive Palm now, or you play Caustic Rift, only removing the Windborne Mariner. What are we looking for here? Tag out is useless.
None of those.
Heimer is good in this matchup, but it might be too little too late, because Heimer is going to get met with a bunch of removal here. Nonetheless, Heimerdinger gets picked up. We do, Ultraman sacks a lot of Nexus HP here to be able to play Heimerdinger with some mana backup. The preparation gets activated to discount Divine Draft and to discount the Caustic Rift next turn. Flow activated. Very good setup here by Ultraman. Heimerdinger into the Caustic Rift into Divine Draft is coming up.
Yeah, now we'll remove the entirety of the board here from Boxer, depending on what draws are available.
This is so big for Boxer, though. Could just go double Slipstream into the Howling Gale to remove Heimerdinger before Divine Draft can be played. That also takes care of a blocker for free if you go for the tempo version. And Janna has been drawn, so we can shuffle those fleeting cards back into our deck. Instead, Boxer goes for a slower line of play, doesn't want to invest the second Slipstream yet, but we are expecting Howling Gale to come down very soon.
Yeah, I like this sort of slow burn from Ultraman a little bit. Giving Boxer basically another action to maybe play another Marina or
Yeah.
something.
I think Boxer was also playing around Nopify, very aware of that threat of 2 Nopifies being in deck. That's exactly why we see this pass. But Ultraman is perfectly fine here, right? Ultraman is not going to play the Rift this turn, I'm pretty sure. Falling Gale does come out.
I think you don't want Nyla to get really close to leveling up or generate another slipstream, right?
How close
you are a
is
little scared of that.
How close is Nyla here? Actually, is it Nyla or Nila? Have I just been mispronouncing the name this whole game?
I've been flipping between the two,
Yeah,
so it could be either.
I stick with Nila. Just my German intuition. Well, the slipstream apparently does not level Nila, or it does not get invested here. And Ultraman stabilizes on the board while generating a turret, electing to let the Heimerdinger die, not playing the Nopify, but also grinding Boxer out of resources.
Leveled up. I believe she's leveled up.
And after this slipstream, after this next turn draw, it might be enough for the level up. And Boxer can also one card off. That is so close, but it's so important that the Nila is not leveled yet, because that would just represent additional Nexus damage.
Probably just play the other Whirlwind here.
I sense such joy within you, but also pain.
Can I probably see Concussive Palm coming down here from Ultraman? We cannot afford any more slipstreams at all.
Yeah, and also can't afford the Nila to level up with something like an Eye of the Storm and then just go for a huge hit. This Howling Gale is going to be taking care of another defender, so is this Mystic Shot potentially. But Boxer is very low on fuel now. Same can be said for Ultraman though, they're both running out of resources.
Yeah, you can see Boxer considering just playing the Mystic to try and get this genre as close to leveling up as possible.
And also to make space for this Pool Shark. Like to just threaten a bit more Nexus damage. I kind of like the Mystic Shot. Not quite sure what the reasoning for keeping it is.
Probably just face damage, right? There's 9 HP left.
I mean, we would have turned the Mystic Shot into face damage here though, right? If we remove another unit, it allows us to swing.
One more, technically. You would have pushed 1 instead of 2, I believe, because push... If they wanted, Janna could be blocked by the 1/1, right?
Yeah, but the 1/1 I think blocks the Pool Shark. It's still 2 face damage. It's, I mean, I guess you can go either way. Not that it matters too much. Maybe Boxer wants to keep this Pool Shark on board in case of drawing it a Tight Dancer. That is also a consideration. And that might have been another reason. Maybe Boxer just thought Ultraman had Seraphine in hand. Seraphine, we saw earlier on, is almost level. She's at 8 out of 9. And maybe Boxer just wanted to keep removal for this one threat that can completely swing this matchup back around.
Yeah, so this is an interesting also decision from Ultraman. If Boxer does commit both of these spells, Ultraman doesn't necessarily need to deny them. Will probably deny the Whirlwind for the damage, but could also, in theory, will their own Seraphine to get another random spell.
That is an interesting line of play, because Ultraman is so low on resources, it actually makes sense. Like, you don't really want to level Seraphine with the Encore. You want to play Encore after Seraphine is leveled to generate more spells. Deny or Will is going to be used to level Seraphine for sure. I do agree with the Deny because it also prevents our Nexus from taking Whirlwind damage. And we keep the Will as a defensive option, because the name of the game for Ultraman right now is just staying alive.
Yeah, the Encore probably going to be played this turn just to see what we get from Ultraman, and nothing usable.
Challenger? Does that? I mean, Challenger at least allows us to take out the 1/1. It's better than nothing. The Falling Star is entirely trolling us right here.
Yeah, it's good. Yeah, you can remove a 1/1 here, and that's it.
So a bit of a low roll for Ultraman on the random card generation. Actually, arguably a lot of a low roll. And not having many cards left in hand doesn't... Janna flips, and the elusive keyword comes in super clutch here, because now there are 2 champions representing a significant amount of damage here, and only one can be taken care of with that Will of Ionia. Tight Dancer. Oh my goodness, what a top deck, and it's discounted to only 4.
Yes, but in theory, I think
Wow, because even if it would have gotten willed.
Your faith in me has
Boxer could have replayed the Tide Dancer because of the double updraft discount. Or no, one updraft discount, one Janna discount. Wow, that was convincing. That was actually very solid piloting by Boxer, keeping the resources, keeping the removal to threaten the Seraphine, which was the only way how Ultraman could have bounced back into this game. Finding just the right amount of draw, and then also finding the boat to close out the game. Pretty solid draw, but also pretty solid play by Boxer. And now Ultraman having to fend off this elusive aggression twice in a row.
Yes. However, this is a Teemo Yumi, so the possibilities of being able to do that are high. And as we've seen, there's a lot of AoE removal type options here. With the Seraphine list, the Janna list as well has tons of removal options. It's whether the Ultraman is able to get those early enough. Advanced Intel, huge as well, because you can set up flash bombs which cannot be interacted with and can potentially hit some of these sort of one elusives that are run on Boxer's side.
Advanced Intel is an interesting delayed removal. You'd prefer to have control over your removal, but it's still going to be effective here. Ultraman's mulligan was very interesting. We just managed to catch that. Kept Caustic Rift and Advanced Intel and High Note. So just as much removal as possible, as much wide removal as possible. And the last card that got added to hand was Sunken Temple. And
we see Acorn on 1.
With Eye of the Storm, one of the premier cards to get discounted.
Yeah, and most likely skip on 2 from Boxer. It's going to be very interesting to see what the options are. Because there's some high value options there. High Note, Deny, Caustic. Pretty much all of them are going to be super happy to be hit.
Intel gets played super early, which is interesting because it could have been used like next turn to set up flow for Caustic Rift a bit later down the pipe. But the bomb already does get drawn, does hit the wrong target. That was a pretty significant RNG moment that Acorn did not get sniped out, and the skip just tanks it instead, bodyguards the Acorn, and does grow in power here.
Yeah, Boxer basically valuing no High Note available for Ultraman, right? Really, really recognizing at this point in this match, those 2 damage spells can completely potentially lose them the game. So just very much valuing delaying those High Notes till later on.
Another brick generated by Seraphine here. That discard card is not something that's going to be very useful unless you're finishing out the game. Ultraman is just trying to set up as much removal as possible to deal with this elusive pressure from Boxer.
Probably going to see another skip this turn and see what that hits. This will is going to be huge. It's going to send both the skip back in hand, going to give the High Note back to Ultraman yet again, and set up a fantastic turn here for Ultraman to delay sort of the match as much as possible.
Yes, Seraphine does hit for 1 chip damage. Ultraman was hoping to bait Boxer into a block here and then pop off with the Wuju style and the Meditate and just trade out an elusive unit for free. Boxer does not fall for the bait, plays the second skip, and can retake this High Note right away.
So no High Notes being played this match at all. Not allowed.
And maybe if another Seraphine gets drawn, then it gets tough for Skip to interact with that. But the double skip hand could spell disaster for Ultraman because they can just take out so much removal from Ultraman's side, and you can't get rid of skips without removal. This one whiffs though. Deny and Sunken Temple don't matter that much in this position. Deny does get taken out so that Ultraman has less options to prevent the Nexus from being burnt down by cards like Blowback.
Yeah, this is a very interesting turn because obviously Boxer could develop Teemo, but then Caustic Rift gets a little bit of value at least. But it's still an overall very strong attack here from Boxer.
This board is starting to look intimidating. Man, Ultraman found so much removal in the early hand, but Boxer just found a way to completely pick that removal apart, right? Not really giving any opportunities to use the removal effectively, and to Skip being the annoying little elusive that he is, constantly taking those high notes out of hand.
Yeah, so mana-wise, it's a bit unfortunate, I think, for Ultraman. He can play Mystic Shot plus Caustic Rift, and get High Note back.
Rift does come out, at least takes care of 2 of those bodies, but they're both small elusives. Does set up further removal. Mystic Shot, you are right, can now take care of this skip. The other skip can now be threatened by Divine Draft if it will be found. Nonetheless, Boxer pushing in some significant damage, hitting for 5, and the 3rd Acorn discount coming in.
Unfortunately, hits the champion spell, I think, of the Yuumi, the second Yuumi, which isn't ideal. Really wants the draw to be even cheaper here.
It can still come in very clutch, though. Prodding Projectile can also represent 1 Nexus damage on an attack, maybe even more if it does take out a blocker. Seraphim swings in again. Ultraman trying to bait Boxer into the block here. Boxer thinking about accepting it because it forces Ultraman to invest a lot of cards here, right? And the Seraphim
only really would you, right? You don't have to play the meditate.
Well, if you want your Seraphim to stay alive, I do like this. My point is rather that High will also have to be used to take care of the Acorn. And then you're still only killing the Acorn while the Yuumi bounces back into hand.
Get some extra draw here from the Eye of the Storm.
Liking this. Oh, it does snipe out the skip. Does get deny back into hand, which is not hugely impactful yet, but might come in clutch later down the line. Interesting standoff here.
Do you remove the Acorn this turn or next turn and wait for the +1?
This is tricky because you know your opponent runs Heroic Refrains.
Yeah.
Ultraman does elect to go for the activated High Note and take care of both elusive units. Gonna be sad to see that there's another Bandle Commando in the hands of Boxer. The question, there's actually a bit of a case to be made for just popping out Yuumi now, because Ultraman is almost out of units. But I do think the more straightforward play does make more sense. Develop the Bandle Commando while Ultraman probably doesn't have removal left, and immediately protect it with a Yuumi.
Does hit the time trick here, which will allow Ultraman to search for an answer. Let's see what they get. There is... Gotcha's not enough, unfortunately. Set is 1 turn too late.
It's such a tough decision.
And Pursuit is not ideal.
I think it has to be set, right? It's the only way to regain control of this game. You have to either play set or Sunken Temple this round. And, I guess Mixologist is also an idea, of course. As a...
Yeah, the extra healing. I wouldn't mind seeing some maybe committal here on the damage from Boxer. Maybe try to search through the deck a little bit more.
Eye of the Storm. Yeah.
With the draw. Yeah, the Eye of the Storm.
That's a pretty darn good pull, because Boxer was just about to run out of resources, and the Augmented Clockling is not only a well-statted elusive, but can also dig deeper into the deck.
Yeah, the Chime also landed on it, so it's not just a 2-2, it is a 3-3 now as well, which when you're sitting at 8 HP as Ultraman, each point makes the hell of a difference.
Clutch draw coming in from Ultraman, though. This Unworthy Soul is going to be able to take care of the Bandle Commando later on the next swing. It's going to negate a ton of damage. Nonetheless, Boxer has the Augmented Clockling, will have a Heroic Refrain backup, as well as multiple land-based units that can swing in for an attack soon. Set is at 30 out of 40 mana. I don't think he can be leveled this turn and generate a showstopper, because if I'm not mistaken, the coin is just at 1 stack. So Ultraman is gonna have to survive another attack turn before he can fully stabilize.
Probably just gonna pass here if you're Ultraman. You could, in theory, attack.
Oh. Interesting. I mean...
Setting up flow?
Maybe setting up flow. Also, the Sunken Temple is of no use to you in this game unless you find a Rummage. Like the second Sunken Temple, you're never playing that. Off screen, we do see Jokerage against Enzo looks like a banger match as well, being tied up at 1-1. Gonna be pretty important to see who is gonna win the third one, but we are focusing on this intense game now.
Ooh, another Eye of the Storm. We'd like to draw 2 more. It costs 3.
I think that's the pick, isn't it? Does elect to go wide instead and just wants to set up lethal pressure on this turn already. That actually makes a lot of sense, because you can play almost your whole hand here. You have 9 Like you have 8 mana available, your whole hand would cost 9 plus 2 from the Perilous Pastry, so you can delay that into the next turn. But you can play everything except for the Mystic Shot, for example, to just put out ridiculous pressure on the board.
Question is,
Man,
do you even care about attacking with the non-elusives, right? You're only really going to attack with the elusives.
yeah, you could try to bait your opponent. Like, you could force the set block, you could remove him with the Heroic Refrain commitment plus Pythos. I don't think it's worth it. I think you want to direct all of your resources to Ultraman's Nexus here. And that seems to be what Boxer is setting up.
Yeah, this is looking very dangerous. However, as we can see, there is a... Oh, going full...
Okay, the same dilemma that we just mentioned. Is it worth it? Boxer agrees with us and says no. Just sets up as much Nexus pressure as possible. And do you commit both spells right away? I do think you have to.
You might have to, yeah. And then Heroic Refrain will end up going on the units that aren't
And the sad
targeted.
thing...
Ooh,
Okay, I think Ultraman
okay.
wants to keep denying mana, or does read the Heroic Refrain, expects Heroic Refrain or the third Eye of the Storm to come down, and that's why Ultraman is keeping the Concussive Palm.
Yeah, the scary part is obviously you have with Mystic Shot and Pythos enough.
Oh, it did pay off, because Boxer did not buff the Elusive Poro with the second part of Heroic Refrain. So the Concussive Palm prevents 5 damage instead of 3 it would have prevented otherwise. Good call by Ultraman here, reading the opponent nicely. Nonetheless, Boxer can still get 1 additional damage with Yumi's Prowling Projectile, what we mentioned earlier on. Send the Mystic Shot to the Nexus as long as Ultraman is under deny mana, and then set him to 1 HP, which will open up the door for the Perilous Pastry finish later on.
Yes, however, obviously we know that there's a deny opportunity available there for Ultraman, but you're never going to feel good about denying the second half of the Pythos.
Imagine losing to a cake being thrown at you. That must be humiliating. Nonetheless, Boxer with the pressure provided here. So Boxer needs to find 1 more burn spell to pretty much secure the game. Ultraman is looking for healing. Ultraman is looking for removal. Whirlwind is removal, so still a bit of a fighting chance in this game.
It is. However, it can be potentially a little bit too slow. Really probably needs to get this temple down. Actually, these temples that have been sitting in Ultraman's hand, being a bit too slow to play, unfortunately, might be the only thing that saves him.
Yeah, I do think you might have to cycle through your deck here and find those, well, Seraphim into Ionian Tellstones kind of miracle lines to heal your Nexus back up. Boxer having a firm grip of this game so far. The Nexus HP tells the whole story, 19-1, and it's desperation time for Ultraman right now.
Yeah, I mean, Boxer doesn't have to go for the Pythos play at any point. It's not really forced to. Can wait a turn, can just sway in and say, Ultraman, do you have answers to all the elusives and the wide board?
It's tough for Ultraman. He kind of would like to play the Divine Whirlwind to get rid of 1 elusive attacker, but also kind of doesn't want to tap below deny mana. On the bottom right, we do see that Jokerich took out Enzo Lecoco, which means that we won't see the spicy decks, the spicy Heimer Nora anymore in the Grand Finals.
Will Sputtering save the day? That's
Will
what we've
Sputtering...
come...
Oh, okay.
Two
this
slow
is gonna...
spells, not useful.
Break.
Disintegrate could have been good, but there's nothing in hand. Guiding touch. That's the only really option. And then we have to see what Ultraman can draw.
And it's a whiff. It's a whiff. Ultraman can block these hungry Owlcats, but cannot stop these elusive units from hitting the Nexus for 2. Ultraman is still technically alive at 1 HP, does have the Nopify for the Perilous Pastry. So holding onto a threat here. But it is so tight. This might be an absolutely mind-blowing miracle comeback though, because we see the Seraphins in hand and they should be leveled by now.
But they get reshuffled into the deck.
Oh, it's just 1 HP? 1 mana left, but the coin should be at 2 or 3 at this point. 2 it is. Seraphim can get played.
But Nopify needs to be held to deal with it.
Oh, good point. Good
They
point.
have to keep the Nopify.
Ultraman
manner available.
literally. Yeah, I cannot afford to play the Seraphim. That really hurts. And Boxer does commit the Perilous Pastry, which will get met with a negation spell.
1 HP and a dream here for Ultraman. Can he find a way to survive the onslaught from Boxer? This is turning up to be an insane match. Boxer's out of direct damage right now, unless they're able to draw.
Mystic shot off the top, and there's no healing on Ultraman's side. There is no Nopify, there is no deny, and Boxer somehow manages to keep the grip of this game.
He's not committing. Boxer's not
I mean, I
committing
think-
yet. We obviously have caster vision, so we know.
I think he's
But-
gonna send it this round. I do think he's gonna develop the Bandit Commander onto Teemo first, hoping for Ultraman to tap under Nopify and deny. But we don't know this. We don't know if Boxer might be thinking, okay, I'll let Ultraman shuffle the hand first.
But shuffling the hand could provide
More
the deny on the
odds,
next
yeah.
turn, yeah.
I think he's going to go for it this round. Let's see if Boxer can pull the trigger here, quite literally, to close out the series.
The thing is,
also
Ultraman
Max-
doesn't have enough for lethal. Yeah, we see the committal from
Locks
Boxer,
in.
locks it in, will seal their place in the grand finals for this Worlds Open qualifier.
What a banger of a series. Huge respect to both players for their piloting skills here. Wow. I'm a bit left for words because I'm so surprised that Boxer's super offbeat lineup is performing so incredibly well. This might just be the genius meta read, especially with a deck like Seraph and Back Alley Bar forcing a ban. Who would have expected to say that today?
I mean, it's one of those lists where you are just scared of it. If you're your opponent's side, so maybe a lot of it's been just the unknown factor, or the hidden factor of not knowing whether or not your lists are going to be good into it, just stealing bans that might not necessarily have been needed, and that just allowing Boxer to make it through. Who knows? But there's that element of uncertainty that's put onto the opposing player, which is just, I think, fantastic from the side of Boxer.
Absolutely. Totally agree with you, because I think a lot of players facing this deck are going to be like, okay, I don't know my matchup odds into that deck. And I'm kind of okay against the other two decks. I'm kind of familiar with playing against the other two decks. But this Seraphim Back Alley Bar deck is such a big question mark. And I hope we do get to see it in the grand finals, which will be coming up shortly. We do have another break for you because the other semifinals have already concluded. And that means we'll take a little break and see you soon for the grand finals of EMEA. Welcome back to the Fates Voyage Onward World Championship qualifying tournament. We are approaching the grand finals. They're about to start very soon. But before we jump into that action, we do have some replays from the previous semifinals. Let's dig a bit deeper on what went down here and how we got to the grand finals in the first place.
So in our previous match, we had Boxor versus Ultraman, a fantastic match, a nail biter of a series here between the two, where we had Ultraman sitting at 1 HP, which what seemed like forever in terms of real life time, but for only a short couple of turns, it looked as if he was able to just about stabilize. But as we saw, unfortunately, we can see like the Nopify coming out here, just surviving, just stabilizing, surviving on 1 HP for turn after turn, until unfortunately Ultraman was knocked out due to this Mystic shot here from Boxor. What a series that we had, which landed Boxor in their grand final position for themselves.
Some crazy lineup calls, some solid piloting, and that resulted in a dominating victory over Ultraman. Ultraman, of course, already has the World Championship qualifying spot secured. Like, he can take that loss, that is fine. But we are about to enter the Grand Finals bracket in a second. We know that it is going to be Boxer against Jokerich. Okay, now that the graphics calmed down a little bit. And we actually have a huge reveal to make here. Boxer versus Jokerich. In this break, we and the production team did a bit of research on who Jokerich actually is, because we didn't really know the name before. And we found out that there have been multiple name changes to that account previously. Before Jokerich, it was FM Pack Yourself. Before that, Adiposis Momentum. And before that, it was Enophiles, which is the winner of the Glory in Navori World Championship Qualification Tournament. That means Jokerich already secured their World's qualification spot, and that means by default the second place of this tournament, Boxer, is also guaranteed to make it into the World Championship of Legends of Runeterra.
Yes, so what is at stake right now is that prize pool for these two players, with a hefty sum difference between first and second place. Still all to play for these two players to get that extra bit of cash.
This is so crazy. We had a semifinals where 2 out of the 4 players already had their world qualification spots, and Boxer, just by sliding in this grand finals, also secures that prestigious spot in the World Championship. With that being said, they're still duking it out for glory, for the victory, and for a bunch of prize money. And Jokerich going in with that Shen Jarvan list that carried them all the way to the grand finals.
Yeah, it's the list, as we mentioned a little bit earlier on in the day, fell out of favor for a lot of people who signed up. And Jokerich has proven everyone wrong and shown them, yes, this is a list worth bringing. It's made them all the way to the grand finals here and performing extremely well.
The second list that we did not see in action yet. I have been wondering what this Freljord Freljord Shadow Isles control list actually is. It is a zombie Ash list, which is the nightmare of many Demacia and mid-range type of decks. We have not seen that at all yet today. I would be so excited to see this deck in action.
Yeah, it's a fantastic list that's kind of been existing in Runeterra as like a tier 3, sometimes tier 4 deck for like the last 3 years, and it kind of shows its way every now and again and shows its face. It's like, look, I exist, I beat these decks, and it's been doing fantastically for Jokerich. And the final deck here, as we can see, is this Kennen Jinx. Again, a discard aggro deck. Again, a deck that's been doing pretty well overall on ladder, historically being brought back again here by Jokerich.
Yeah, interesting to see, because Kennen Jinx is past its glory days. Some of the cards got nerfed from that archetype, but it's still a very effective pilot. Such an off-meta pick, and I am so surprised to see 2 super off-beat lineups in this grand finals here of the EMEA tournament. On the other hand, we again see Boxer's list, the Seraphim back alley bar deck. I hope this one can evade the ban this time around. I really want to see this in action.
Yeah, I mean, it's going to be a tough call because I'm not sure this one will get necessarily hit in this matchup, right? There's no big board removal type things. There's no way of stopping an Ash Harrowing that I can see of and stuff like that. And here's the team of Yuumi. We saw Boxer playing this to some great success up against Ultraman just previously. Very aggressive, sort of elusive base deck with Yuumi. It's got 2 copies of Blowback in there, 3 copies of Heroic Refrain, and even 2 copies of that Band or Tailstones. It's been doing great. And also, one thing to note, a single copy of Octo Adventurer, we haven't spoken about that, can help in matches where there are landmarks.
Yeah, it's a bit more light on the Octo Adventurer. Most other decks do play 2 copies, but Boxer has been either dodging the landmark matchups very well or just running them over, playing another Daring Poro instead for more tempo at the same power value, both pushing similar damage. But Boxer's third deck is one of the more interesting ones here, actually. Neela Janna with a very different touch than most of the other decks that we have seen previously.
Yeah, I cannot wait to see how these two play out, these matches. And what an exciting finals. We've got how many new decks, I guess, for the grand finals? So we've seen Boxers, but essentially 3 new on the side of Jokerich from today's broadcast.
There's also 3 decks that you just didn't expect to see pop up. Like Cannon Jinx has kind of seen play in the meta, but not too much. Zombie Ash has been a zombie deck for a while, just hasn't shown up. Seraphine Bar just hasn't seen play in ages. And even the 3 decks that are more common all have a bit of spice to them, right? The only somewhat standard list here is Teemo Yumi and I guess the Jarvan deck as well. But here the bans already come through. Both players very quick and decisive in what they want to see banned. Cannon Jinx has to go. Neela Jana has to go. And that means we see both of these Shadow Isles control decks in action. And the first matchup is going to be exactly that. Both Shadow Isles control decks facing off.
Yeah, I'm just thinking. I'm looking through these deck lists at the moment, and I'm not sure how the Seraphine list deals with Harrowing. I feel like Harrowing potentially is going to be game ending for the most part.
That's a great point. You can't really... I mean, you have your own Ruination, I assume? Probably a one-off and maybe some more... Okay.
There's no Ruination. Damn. There's an Eradication, but that's not going to be enough. That's not going to do. That's not going to do anything against Ashe.
Okay, that means that the win condition for Jokerich is pretty clear. That also probably means that Jokerich should be favored in this matchup. But of course, I've never seen this matchup in play. I don't know the specific dynamics. We'll figure it out as we go. I'm just here to watch a great game of Legends.
We're already on turn 4. Just in that quick chat, we're already on turn 4. This has gone by very, very quickly with both players just passing turn after turn.
Is this vintage 2020 War Mother control playstyle?
Oh man, don't bring back the flashbacks. I'm getting flashbacks of the hitting turn 30 in the game.
We might be in for
never
a
ending.
Ride. We might be in for a ride here. But this is where I expect the people to start making some plays, and it does happen. Clockling does come down on the attack turn of Boxer. Jokerich does have enough mana to be able to play those wolves. And both players need to start worrying about hand size because they don't want to overdraw.
Yeah, so at some point you will just have to start playing stuff, right? It doesn't really matter. I think Jokerich should be potentially being a little bit more aggressive on the units and just playing them out and forcing Boxer to respond, because that Boxer's deck is pretty reactive in general. And I guess the other option is if you don't play stuff, Boxer then has to play stuff inefficiently. So that's also, I guess, a bit of a game plan potential from Jokerich's side.
Jokerich is probably going to be able to pull ahead on these next couple of turns. Interestingly enough, the Quietus can take care of this pack very, very effectively. Does force a Glimpse Beyond, which fills up Jokerich's hand up to 9 again. Still can draw, but... Oh man, this is such an interesting matchup. I'm just expecting the second Wolves to be dropped here. Ashe does get top deck as well. It's an interesting line of play.
Ashe, I think, is huge, right? You want Ashe in the death pool in this matchup quite a bit. You're not too upset if Ashe gets removed. You have Rekindlers, you have Harrowings, and now it's guaranteed to be in the death pool.
And to the death pool she goes. Boxer sends her straight into the Shadow Realm, where she is going to wait until a Harrowing pulls her back. The Wolf is easy to block with the Augmented Clockling. Both players cannot put out a lot of pressure yet. We're going to have to wait a bit longer for those huge combo turns later on.
So we have Bar in Boxer's hand, which is where the game starts getting super spicy. We have most likely Seraphine as well available, and Seraphine level up can now pretty much speed up very, very quickly. I don't think there's an answer to Bar in the deck either from Boxer's side.
I don't remember if Jokerich played any Pioneers. I think not.
No, there are none that I can see.
But yeah, I also think that Jokerich is fine ignoring the Bar. Like, it's not that big of a threat, is it?
Well, I mean, when you have hand size issues relatively quickly the size of Boxer, having everything being reduced is going to be kind of handy in making sure your management on your hand size is going to be all right. It also just back alley Bar will develop a 3/3 in general, which is an additional blocker as well here for Boxer.
The back alley Barman does spawn the Barkeep, rather, a card that has not seen play for the biggest majority of Runeterra's existence, did get revived with that landmark being printed, but then at some point again nerfed to almost unplayability.
Is that
Faster than
wait?
my
Is that a
arrow?
deluge
Think not.
from Boxer at the bottom right?
I will say yes. I have no idea. Again, another card that doesn't really see play. That might have been generated by the barman. And does it have any targets? Elemental spells? Probably somewhere in this deck.
No, it's not. It's not a deluge. It's the one that summons the 2/1.
Oh, the one
I
that
think-
summons the bird, yeah.
Yeah.
And these cards see so little play that we're not even fully aware of all of the names here. So bear with us while we do see a more common and known card be played. Vengeance taking care of another Ash, stopping these wolves, these overwhelm packs from growing. And that will take some wind out of the sails of Jokerage and slow down the aggression here.
Yes, however, that's now 2 ashes in the death pool. We'll have to start keeping track. I don't mind this Icefield Archer at all from Jokerage. This is not a matchup where you're really worried about freezing stuff. You only really have one target that you're extremely scared of in this matchup, that being the Pursuit of Perfection. And you've got more than enough freeze options in hand to deal with that for multiple turns already.
Yeah, it's going to be very hard for Boxer to push through with any win condition, while Jokerage with the Harrowing can very burstily close out the game. And Boxer should not have proper answers to the Harrowing. What Boxer has going for them is, as you mentioned earlier on, the back alley bar discount. And maybe, just maybe, this is going to allow Boxer to snowball in tempo, to maybe clear out Jokerage's board effectively and still push a lot of damage on the same turn. But right now, Jokerage has the pedal to the metal, the foot on the gas, and pushing the pressure here.
Yeah, there's also, by the way, a consideration to leave a lot of the board available on Boxer's side, just to limit the harrowing spawns, right? So if you've got a full board of 5 units, there's only 1 unit going to come out from harrowing. So there's a consideration there to do something along those lines from Boxer until you can set up on the side of Boxer an answer or a win condition of your own.
Such an interesting matchup. Like, what are we watching here, Gems? What is going on?
I mean, this is
I'm-
fantastic for the
I'm
grand finals,
loving
right?
this.
This is what we want to see.
So much creativity, and it's so cool to, like, so many people complained about the meta being so, like, one-sided and solved and blah blah blah, clear best decks, and here we are seeing such a variety and showcase of innovation making it to the grand finals of EMEA after there has already been a lot of spice on the Apex server as well. So I'm very glad to see that this kind of deck building creativity and lineup building is still a skill that can be super valuable and that does pay off very much here in the grand finals of EMEA.
Gale Song Flock being kept in hand from the Station Archivist. It's just going to generate a 2/1 unit, I believe. I don't think that many elemental spells have been played. Yep.
Another flock popping into the hand, just trying to make some use of this.
It's just blockers, right? At this point, Boxer's fine to just take their time, try and play random spells until Seraphine is available, and Jokerage really all they can do is keep attacking until their units are gone, and then play Harrowing. So it's a bit of a weird scenario.
I'm very impressed with how Boxer is piloting this so far, keeping all of these units alive, like keeping Jokerage's board clogged, right? That means that Harrowing is never going to get a lot of value. This currently also means that Avalanche is an incredibly dead card on Jokerage's side.
However, Jokerage could play Avalanche to clear
And
their own
then
board.
follow up with a Harrowing, but that would require some setup.
Yeah.
The other thing is the death pool is not quite where you want it to be yet. There are 2 dead ashes, and it would respawn 2 Rhymefang Den Mothers, I think, which would spawn 2 more wolves, packs rather, Rhymefang packs. But I don't think it's enough
But
to
that's
punch
not enough
through.
yet. Yeah, I agree. It's far from enough. Ash is only at 2, so you need maybe a few more freezes as well to allow the full swing to stop any blockers.
Interestingly enough, this is something you could set up. Like, in this attack turn, Jokerage could go for Harsh Winds, get close to the Ash level up. In Boxer's next turn, Jokerage could play the Avalanche, clear out their own board, and clear out a bunch of blockers. And then on Jokerage's next attack token, they would have the setup for the Harrowing with the leveled Ash. That
At the
could be
moment-
a game plan.
at the moment, it doesn't look like they even need to worry about that much. They can play Glimpse this turn. They can try and draw a couple cards. They're losing a lot of their units, which is kind of what Joker really wants here. The only thing is, there's double bar on Boxer's side, so even if a Harrowing comes down, there's a very real possibility with how cheap everything is for Boxer to just be able to remove every single unit from the Harrowing.
With such cheap removal and so many options, this is going to be interesting to see. Harsh Winds does come out. I do feel like this is actually what Jokerich is going for. I think this is a setup for an Avalanche a bit later on. I like what Boxer is doing here. It's super important to shut down the draw of the Ash deck, because you know that if both players draw all of their key cards, the Harrowing just cannot be stopped, right? Jokerich should be favored. But Boxer realizing that if you don't let this Harrowing-centric deck draw into too many of their win conditions, there's a chance to outgrind them.
Yeah, there is a definite real chance of that. Boxer, again, just going out for the birds, trying to get a bit more draw. There's 2 Seraphines available now. They both cost 0. The downside, obviously, Boxer pretty much has to wait until Seraphine is leveled up before considering playing, because we know that obviously Soul Harvest is a card that's an easy way to remove Seraphine in this matchup.
Oh. Ooh. Soul Cleave does come out onto the Den Mother. And after seeing 2, what was it, Mystic shots already being played last round, Jokerich just did not think there would be more removal options on Boxer's side. Boxer does let this go through, maybe with the thought of clogging the board so Harrowing is not an option. Not quite sure what the idea here was, but does find the opportunity to develop the own Seraphine, and she should be very close to leveling here.
Yeah, the issue obviously is there's enough removal on Jokerich's side to do with both Seraphines, and because this is an SI version, there's not practically any way really for Boxer to defend and protect the Seraphine.
And thanks to the lovely production team, we do see that Seraphine is at 6 out of 9 spells played. With the Aftershock, I think it should go up to 7 and can easily level up this turn. And there are a bunch of cards that really benefit from being doubled here. Eradication does come out to take care of Seraphine. But Brothers Bond, oh, this is huge. If Seraphine can be flipped in this very instant, she survives the Eradication, for now at least.
Yeah, it's up to 7, so can easily be done, I think, right? Some Fumes, High Note.
The thing is,
Peacemaker.
Jokerich still has another Harsh Winds that can set both of these blockers back down to 0 attack, and they're both gonna get murdered by this Eradication.
Going for the draw here with Seraphine. Going for Pogger's Day.
I like it. I mean, Boxer's win condition, in my opinion, really is outgrinding Jokerich and hoping they don't have Harrowing. And we do see the Harsh Winds come out, and that is going to make sure that the Eradicate takes care of this board. And now it's a very iffy situation for Boxer, but did find at least one blocker in the Zonite Urchin, and does have a lot of super duper cheap removal options available. Can even replay the Seraphine.
Let's change the world.
Yeah, I like this. You don't have to necessarily remove these units until the following turn. You're not in a rush. If you try to remove them now, you allow Jokerich to just play the Harrowing.
Yeah, I love this actually. This does prevent Harrowing from getting a lot of value. Right now, I think it would respawn 2 Rhymefang Den Mothers, which means it would only...
It would respawn Ashes first, right?
Let's see what's gonna happen. I think Boxer would not mind a Harrowing right now. I think Boxer has enough defensive capabilities to take care of this. Instead, Jokerich goes for Frozen and Fear, a card that almost never saw play, and now it's popping off here in the Grand Finals, buffing up all of these packs. Scary board to face right now.
It seems scary, yes. However, the amount of removal on Boxer's side, in theory, can handle most of this.
This double bar setup with the Seraphine is really popping off right now. What are we going to see from Jokerich? How are they going to react trying to take care of Seraphine? And the Seraphine generated Quicken.
Remember when Remember when I said there isn't much removal for Seraphine? I mean, safety protection for Seraphine. Well, I guess randomly generated technically counts. Seraphine generates her road protection.
Sometimes Seraphine can just take care of herself and also easily detriment the opponent's board. Oh, some pretty solid finds. Exobliterator and Shock Blast are still double discounted, but I do agree with the formula pick. Keep in mind what we've said earlier on. Boxer's win condition is outgrinding the opponent, and I do expect to see some removal here onto those two packs. It's not an easy call to make because then Jokeridge's board is going to be entirely cleared, which means the next Harrowing is going to be incredibly scary, but we still have time until then.
Yeah, the unfortunate part is this second Seraphine that does, well, if Boxer does decide to play it, actually, it's probably fine, actually, yeah.
What do you make of keeping the Sump Fumes instead of saving 6 Nexus damage, 6 Nexus HP?
So you need that 3 damage threshold, most likely to deal with an Ash from an Harrowing, right?
Yeah, I think
Ash,
she's
no,
already
Ash,
leveled.
oh, she's leveled, yeah, okay, so that doesn't even, okay. So that means Ash is at 4, so you need that plus another spell. I don't know.
Well, we'll see what Boxer's ideas here were. So far, they have been very, very proficient at piloting this deck. Must be some ideas behind it. Augmented Clockling goes with the target to draw Pursuit of Perfection.
They win this turn. they can win this turn.
Icefell Archer. Icefell Archer can stop. Oh, but it's gonna get double casted because it's discounted from the Augmented Clockling and from the 2 black.
Board
blowing
space.
my mind.
Board space.
It's
no board space
Boxer
for
can
2.
Boxer can kill their own unit. They can kill their Zonite Urchin.
No, they should do that first, right?
Probably, yeah, to not let the Seraphim be removed. What a brilliant line of play. Jokeridge takes care of the board space, and we're gonna see a double Pursuit of Perfection finish here in the European Grand Finals. What is going on? This is madness.
The form up should trigger the pursuit, and then 60 worth of damage coming down here. And no freeze available because Jokeridge had used all their freeze for the last couple of turns.
For the formula first, I think Boxer wants to just kind of bait Jokeridge into tapping out of mana, into like tapping out of Harsh Wind's mana, basically.
Oh, okay. But now you don't have.
Oh, and under Ruination
space.
mana. Yeah, but you can still always take care of your units, right? With the Sump Fumes, with the what's it called, the Soul Harvest.
Yeah.
I think this is just some. Like, Boxer is so aware of the threat of Ruination, and I think now Boxer is going to pop off. I think this, like, tapping under 9 mana, you're not scared anymore, you're just going to go for your win con. Seraphim gets removed! And the Icefell Archer saves him again. The Icefell Archer saves Jokeridge.
For one more turn into a Harrowing on the following turn. This line of play.
What is this game?
Obviously, Boxer is playing to their outs, right? They're playing around freezes, they're playing around
Ruination.
substitutions. Yeah, which there is a single copy of. But hindsight, we have cast division, and it's... Oh, man.
Still, I'm so impressed, but now the Harrowing is a huge...
There's the
Ruination gets picked up!
Wait, is Harrowing enough, though? That's the thing. You might consider ruinating this turn and then Harrowing. Because
you might have to wait until your next attack turn. But yeah, I am with you on this. I don't know if the Harrowing is enough.
You could be scared that Harrowing from Jokeridge's side isn't enough to actually end the match. There might still, if you're worried about if there's enough removal on the side of Boxer's, and you might still be worried and not do it. Yeah.
And popping in the Ruination, taking care of the catastrophe before it can cause disaster. Boxer here looking for any spells to be generated by this sputtering Song Spinner. Nothing useful here, if I'm not mistaken. No safety options, not a lot of good board refill. So Jokeridge needs to survive another attack turn from Boxer and then can wreak mayhem with the Harrowing. We have to assume that the Harrowing is going to be lethal if it gets played on an attack turn. Now it's on Boxer to put out enough pressure.
Ruination!
What?
Boxer doesn't run that in their deck, so now there's a Harrowing Guts on the side of Boxer.
This is literally unbelievable. What are we witnessing here?
there was no ruination in the default list from Boxer, so Djokovic for the most part probably isn't going to be playing around that at all.
Okay, third back alley bar spawns, randomly generated card spawns. The thing is, Boxer also does not have enough finishing power yet. Djokovic goes for the Rekindler as defense that levels up the Ash. The arrow is going to be drawn like the very next round. The crystal arrow from Ash, the signature card. But mostly it's all about this ruination that's going to about this harrowing that will be met with a ruination soon. And it's on Boxer to put out enough pressure to eventually close out the game before Djokovic finds another ruination. Another harrowing.
I don't mind this recall. It just kind of sets back this turn. Djokovic, Boxer does need to kind of just play stuff and put a little bit of pressure
Boxer
down.
is just trying to apply Nexus damage as much as possible. That's why I also really like the recall. Allows to push some additional stuff. This monkey makes perfect sense.
It's 2 more damage effectively.
Djokovic is eventually...
It's really, really close for Boxer just to have damage as well for lethal.
Crystal Arrow does get drawn. How do we sequence this?
Probably Crystal Arrow first, just to see what your options are.
I think you can also use Crystal Arrow on defense next turn, though. But Djokovic probably isn't playing around Ruination. It is randomly generated from the Pharaoh's Financier. It was not main deck. Oh, that's even good for Djokovic. Maybe that was the idea. The 5-head foresight taking out the own Rekindler so that more ashes can spawn. The Rekindler gets respawned. It's 2 ashes as 1 big overwhelm unit. And it will be met with Ruination, which is just soul crushing here for Djokovic.
Yeah, I have not sure how Djokovic really gets back into this outside of maybe another harrowing.
He has time. Like, Boxer currently has no pressure in hand. Time Trick needs to find something important.
Time Trick will do it.
But Djokovic is chilling, right? It's another Ash. It's another Flash Freeze. The second Ash.
Seraphine. That's 3rd Seraphine from Boxer.
3 bars.
Oh
my god! Are you kidding me?
Why?
Are you kidding me? The Cosmic Call out of nowhere. Are we a Targon deck now or what?
Let's see what we hit. No, okay.
Oh
at least,
my goodness, the Great
least
Beyond, it can't be frozen. It has a spell shield.
Living Legends.
It gets double casted. This is so stupid.
Double half costed as well. Oh,
I
they didn't go for the half. No,
believe
they didn't go for the half cost. Okay.
I mean, there's just no answer to this, right? What a game! Boxer takes game 1 in the most absurd fashion I've ever seen.
Whew. Need to catch my breath after that one. That was
I am lost for words.
That was a fantastic match of Runeterra.
That was peak Runeterra. That was exactly what the game was designed for.
And now Boxer has 1 more deck left. This Teemo Yumi up against most likely the Ash. Or, I mean, yeah, Djokovic's probably going to stick with the Ash, I suspect.
Yeah, the Ash... I mean, it runs 2 Eradicates. It runs an Avalanche.
Just freeze for the elusives.
Triple Brittle Steel, triple Quietus. Oh my goodness. Quietus is so good at taking care of skips.
Soul Harvest as well, triple. So there's a good way, a good number of ways of dealing with the elusives.
Wow. So Djokovic is on track to win the 2nd World Qualifying Championship within a year. What a legend.
Yeah, and Boxer's here trying to secure their spot. I mean, we know they've secured their spot, but their prize money. Prize money.
The thing is, I would be surprised if Boxer is aware of this. I think, like, it took us some serious research to find out who Djokovic really was and go through all of those name changes. For those who just tuned in a bit late, Djokovic already won a qualifier under another name, under Anopheles. Already guaranteed to make it to the World Championship, which means the 2nd place of this tournament, which is guaranteed to be Boxer, is already qualified. But I don't think they know it yet. And they must be so sweaty right now. Man, this is so absurd. And the game we just saw, it's mind-blowing. Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure. So Soul Harvest here is going to be huge, but I like this open because nearly most of the answers, I guess, from Jokeridge's side are slow speed. You just get a couple of hits in quite comfortably.
Exactly, some good pressure. Acorn discounts. A 0 mana Mystic Shot is quite nasty. Also, Yuumi is maybe going to get developed here. The Jokeridge pass was quite cute. It does keep the eradication option open. Boxer is aware of it, just ends the turn, makes Jokeridge burn more mana. Basically, Jokeridge wasted 3 mana here, Boxer only wasted 1. It's a bit of a tempo win technically for Boxer.
Yeah, tempo win, but they potentially lose out on a little bit of potential damage. But again, Boxer was playing out of his mind in this match, playing fantastically. Just taking the damage where they can in this matchup is going to be huge because you have burn, you have options later on. And Jokeridge, again, recognizing, look, I kind of have to play this a little bit on the safer side. I need to pass a little bit, force Boxer to develop.
This is so slick. Like, the delayed Yuumi, now that Eye of the Storm is in hand, does mean that Boxer can protect Teemo from eradication. But we, with Caster Vision, know that that can be met with a Brittle Steel. Boxer already knows there's 3 Brittle Steels in Jokeridge's deck, so I'm not sure if Boxer is even gonna commit the Eye of the Storm because it's such a heavy mana investment. Crucial turns here, crucial early turns for both players. I'm curious to see what lines of play they'll elect to go for. I really like the Soul Harvest as a removal option on the Teemo. It elects to go for Ash as an offensive option instead.
Yeah, and from what I've looked at, Boxer has brought the same lineup now, by the way, consistently for 2 opens.
Huh?
And only changed 4 cards.
That is bonkers. What is this person doing? Actually, going back to the action here, I really like Jokeridge's line of play. Getting the secured freeze with Ash first, also developing a very sturdy unit, still freezing the Teemo and setting up that safe Soul Harvest removal. Boxer does have plenty of opportunities to redevelop on this turn though. Skip comes down, does whiff on the Eradicate, but does find 2 other high priority targets. Soul Harvest does get picked up.
Yeah, do you go for Soul Harvest there or the freeze? It's a really tough call. They both functionally do the same thing, but Soul Harvest obviously removes the unit. But you've got, I guess, answers to buff your units back up after they've been frozen. So I guess that it makes sense on the side of Boxer.
I really just like Yuumi on Skip and turn him into unkillable demon Skip. It's not happening here though. Boxer prioritizing going wide and also keeping mana open to play this Eye of the Storm. The issue is, if we do it on Kent's Maiden, Brittle Steel is gonna crush our soul here. That's
Not
why I
enough
really
mana
would
for
have.
this turn though, so we'll hit in for 4.
Actually, slick play by Boxer then. I did not keep track of the mana count. Solid 4 attack hit.
Yeah, and all these points of damage are going to add up. It's going to be super relevant. Every single hit from Boxer's side is going to be super relevant as to try and close out the game. There's so much removal on Jokeridge's side. It's very much a matchup of trying to sneak in damage and try and then finish off with the burn at the end.
And this is a tough choice. What do we pick? I do agree with the blowback here. We would prefer to have more discard fodder here because we're still going to need to play a bunch of units to threaten the Nexus a bit more. But if I'm not mistaken, there's no HP gain on the Ash deck, which is very uncommon for a Freljord Shadow Isles control list. But they play no... Well, they do play... No, they don't play Spectre Surveyor, right? That was a different match. They play absolutely 0 life gain, actually. I just double check. And that means that all of this damage is going to stick. Boxer knows that. And Jokeridge is almost in burn range already, with Boxer having 8 burn in hand.
Yeah, probably going to see the Harsh Winds out on this turn. Jokeridge really can't afford to take anything. And then you have the Brittle Steel for the backup if there's any attack
I like
buffs.
it. I also like the open attack from Boxer here, just playing around any kind of eradication, around Ice Veil Archer. There's so many punishes at slow speed. So going for the open attack, Brittle Steel does come out. Does keep the Harsh Winds, probably trying to bait Boxer into committing something like a Heroic Refrain. And that might be exactly what's going to come out of those Bandle Tellstones.
Yeah, the issue is just even taking 2 right now is extremely scary.
And Boxer is considering it because if 2 damage does get pushed in, that does mean that Jokerich is almost in burn range, and Boxer does play a ton of burn in their deck. Does go for
Do we
the-
not do we not go for the blowback after combat? Yeah, you hit okay.
I
take the-
agree. But I think... Oh, it's tough to say. Yeah, well, after combat seems to make more sense. I will say, I actually would have liked Eye of the Storm on the Cat Maiden. Then you kind of force a Harsh Winds, and then you can still... I think you would still have enough mana to play Bandit Test on Heroic Refrain. And then you for sure would have had enough burn in hand to close out the game. One thing to keep in mind, though, is that Boxer also needs to make sure to not die to the next attack from Jokerich. So it's not that easy of a decision to make. It's not as straightforward. Jokerich has also been putting out a lot of pressure in this game.
This screams harrowing if I've ever seen it.
Harrowing setup. Jokerich very much noticing.
There's a shroom.
Yup. So,
Boxer's 1 damage away.
yeah. Jokerich is very aware that they do need to win the game on the next attack turn. They probably won't survive another elusive swing paired with burn. So Jokerich just setting up a win condition here, clearing out their own board to make the harrowing stronger.
I mean, if Clockling hits any damage, that's just it, isn't it? Oh, Electro Harpoon. Yeah, you can Electro Harpoon.
Electro Harpoon! I
Yeah.
completely forgot about that. It looks like Boxer is going to take it on the next turn. I don't think there's anything that Jokerich can do about it.
Yeah, I don't think there's any healing. Yes, I think that's just game. I think Boxer has done it.
The harrowing does get locked in, and I do expect the Mystic Shot and the Blowback to just be put on the stack here. I think Boxer is just double checking the deck list to make sure that there is no heal left. Locks it in, Surrender comes in. Boxer is the EMEA champion of the Fates Voyage Onward tournament. Wow, unbelievable.
Such a fantastic open to end
Wow.
for this year's open qualifiers. Boxer versus Jokerich. Congratulations to Boxer for a fantastic play. Has been playing absolutely out of their mind. And again, congratulations to Jokerich for making it to the grand finals. Yet again, both of them have secured themselves a nice hefty amount of pocket change.
And I have been so impressed by the play from both sides. Like, it's unfortunate for Jokerich to be on the losing end of this, but the lineup has been on fleek. Most of the decision making has been on fleek. They were so fluid in shifting between win conditions and assessing the game state and knowing what to currently play for, how to counter the opponent, when to pass, how to spend the mana. It was like a premier display of Legends of Runeterra. And then you just sprinkle in a bit of that spicy RNG that we saw from the Seraphim Bar deck, and that made for some unbelievably good entertainment. I'm lost for words. It was a great grand finals. What can we say?
It was absolutely fantastic. I'm super happy to have been able to be a part of this Runeterra history that we've had today. And just having a look at this top 16, we just look at the stacked players both of these fantastic finalists had to get through to get there. Ultraman got knocked out in the semi-finals. Mike Check, so many. PVH, Numiel, Sonic, at least they got the CS. It's been a fantastically stacked top 16, and congratulations to all those who made it this far. Hopefully you have managed to get enough points for yourselves.
Yeah, congratulations to the top 8 for raking in a considerable bit of prize money as well. And most importantly, of course, those Runeterra points. We do have plenty of people in this top 16 who are now officially qualified. Congratulations to all of the players who made it.
Super happy, and it's been a fantastic Worlds Open qualifier with you, Fresh Lobster. A huge shout out to Riot, huge shout out to Aegis. They've been doing a fantastic job here in the background, ensuring us lot here on the broadcast have gotten everything we need to give you guys the best action possible.
Yeah, and the very important research with background information on who Jokerich really is. What an unbelievable tournament. Big thank you to you, Gems. Big thank you to Sparkling IST and the Aegis team on production, and to Riot for allowing us to do this. That's it from us. Gems and Fresh Lobster is signing out. You can later on catch more Runeterra action on the North American, or rather AM tournaments, Latam, of course, as well. And that's it from us. Congratulations to both Boxer and Jokerich for the world qualification spots. See you another time. Bye bye.